Giant God Emperor has come. Child of Godslayer Luo, come forth and challenge me. The spirit's voice was unbearably loud and frighteningly deep. When he spoke, his voice boomed, and the reverberations rattled one's chest and shook the land around. That's one big BOI, Hansen muttered in half-jest. Hey, BFG, how about you tone it down a little? We aren't deaf, Xiaqing King said, in immediate response. Giant God Emperor brought his head down low to meet them. It was so big, it was like a toppling skyscraper swooping down. Can it, squirt? I'm already breathing gently and speaking quietly. If you can't handle it, shove a baton in both your ears. Giant God Emperor spoke again. Although the words were meant to intimidate, they were really just funny. He was facing Xiaqing King while he spoke, and with each stressed word, spit was fired at Xiaqing King like heavy rainfall. Fuck you. That's disgusting. Stop spitting. Xiaqing King was infuriated by the spittle downpour and sought to throw a punch towards Giant God Emperor. But Xiaqing King was little more than a bothersome fly when standing next to Giant God Emperor. Still, Xiaqing King was unfazed by this difference in size, and so he made his fist blaze, right as he leaped forward to clobber the larger spirit's forehead. A big thumping sound followed the hit, and the massive body went flying backwards to ruin what little was left of the charred shelter behind him. It was a weird thing to see. Han Sun said, "Hey, you shouldn't fight here. Look at that thing. The shelter can't take much more of a beating." Giant God Emperor stood up with a displeased grimace. He did not speak, and just immediately threw a punch back towards Xiaqing King. Xiaqing King dodged and flew up into the skies. The two then fought eye to eye, level to level with Xiaqing King's airborne assist. There was no beating around the push or clever tactics being employed by the Alulu puncher, and he was going as direct as one could be. The silver fists repeatedly went up against the giant ones with surprising and amusing competency. The shockwaves that erupted nonstop were rather dizzying, though. Han Sun was shocked, seeing how powerful Xiaqing King had become after opening his 10th gene lock. It had made an impressive change. And as the two battled, Moment Queen approached. She turned and looked to the skies and then watched. Moment Queen commented, "Whoa, he's the sixth son of God. You should run while you still can." Han Sun merely smiled and continued to enjoy the spectacle, as if he were watching a friendly bout. On the peak of Moving Star Shelter, 3 other spirits were watching the fight as well. One of them was robed in a black cloak. In his hand was a can. This was Gu Demon Emperor. Beside him was the all-too-familiar No God Emperor, who had become a bit of a pest for Han San in recent times. The third spirit was unknown to them, but he was a little spooky to see. He had a large third eye lodged in his forehead. Xiaqing King is quite impressive. It is no wonder he was so famous back in the day, this three-eyed spirit said. Age has done little to rust the grumpy old coot. If Xiaqing King starts firing on all cylinders, I don't believe Giant God Emperor can defeat him. Unfortunately, his special powers can only be used twice, Gu Demon Emperor said. He had watched Xiaqing King defeat Gold General. The felling of that creature was a Goliath task even for them, so he was well aware how strong Xiaqing King could actually be. The three-eyed spirit replied to his observations, saying, "Killing the big lug shouldn't mean too much. We have many more emperors on the way, all eager to rip this lot to shreds." The three-eyed spirit then looked around and asked, "And that aside, where is Godslayer Luo's child? That's what we came all this way for, wasn't it? Inside the shelter someplace, or what's left of it. Either that or she's retreated to the Alliance like all the weakling humans would when put to the test." Gu Demon spoke with clear contempt for the human race. "We tried going after Godslayer Luo himself once before, did we not? Even he was too much of a chicken and clucked off. We can't make mistakes this time, and our vengeance has been a long time coming." The three-eyed spirit echoed the hatred Gu Demon Emperor was speaking with, and he looked bitter and spiteful. Gu Demon Emperor responded, saying, "I sent word to many emperors. I can only presume they're on their way, and I suspect once they're here, we can finally let the slaughter commence." No God Emperor chimed in to say, You're all so blinded by the need for revenge against Godslayer Luo. You're failing to acknowledge the real problem we face. And that problem is the man down there. Do you see him? The other two now turned to look at where no God Emperor was aiming his eyes. They all saw Han Sen, who almost looked relaxed as he spectated the battle that was ongoing. The three-eyed spirit asked, "Hey, there's a thought. Do you think he might be another heir of Godslayer Luo as well?" "Probably not. But believe me when I tell you he'll be an even harder foe to deal with. Don't underestimate him," No God Emperor said. The three-eyed spirit said, "It almost sounds like you're complimenting the boy. Sheesh, where did your spine run off to? If he's not an heir, as you say, then he doesn't have that one-hit kill power the girl does. If he doesn't have that, then we have nothing to be afraid of." Gu Demon Emperor was surprised by what No God Emperor had said, but he viewed things differently than the three-eyed spirit. Understanding No God Emperor wouldn't say what he had lightly, he asked, "Can you elaborate on the powers he possesses?" No God Emperor said, "His body hardens to become the strongest material I have ever had to deal with. I fought him, and not even my No God sword was able to bring him harm with a clean hit." "What? You jest, surely?" Gu Demon Emperor and the three-eyed spirit were both taken aback by what they had just heard. They knew how powerful No God Emperor was, and the power wielded by his blade of choice. They thought a resistance to its killing power was impossible. If even he could not slay that man, then he might actually be a foe to be wary of. The three-eyed spirit's attitude to his warning became more serious, and with a grim look he offered the suggestion, "I can try to break his body through the use of my own power." Gu Demon Emperor explained on his behalf, saying, "His powers are very effective against physical defenses." No God Emperor then went on to say, "His swords wield the powers of time and space, too. I was unable to block his attacks." Hearing this, they were in shock. Such a fierce combination was unheard of, and they viewed the man in a different light. They almost couldn't believe what they were hearing, but they knew No God Emperor all too well. They knew he wouldn't joke or make up a falsehood. "The human is that strong?" the other two asked in tandem. The three-eyed spirit observed Han Sen closely now, paying more attention to him than anyone else. And as he watched him intently, the young man turned around and smiled. This gave him a shock. "He knows we are here?" the three-eyed spirit gasped in surprise. Gu Demon Emperor said, "Never. That should be impossible. We're so very far away, and on top of that we've hidden our life forces." The three-eyed spirit was still unnerved by the smile he had received, though. He said, "Well, if he's as tough as No God Emperor has been saying, it wouldn't surprise me if he knew we were here. If anything, it gives credence to his claims. If that's true, we might have a greater problem on our hands than we initially assumed." The three-eyed spirit paused for a moment, then went on to say, "Pa, and here I thought we were the problem on their hands. But Godslayer Luo was so strong, and we still forced him to ascend to the fourth God's sanctuary. With the combined might and power of ourselves and the emperors still to come, there is no hope for the heir or the young man to escape death." "Is Ruin Emperor here yet?" Gu Demon Emperor asked. The three-eyed spirit answered, "He set off 2 days ago. Then the fate of this lot is sealed. Each and every one of those people will be brutally murdered when Ruin Emperor arrives." Gu Demon was speaking with a bitter contempt for Han San and everyone with him. Many other spirits were slowly starting to arrive at the shelter now, all doing so in the belief they were hidden from the awareness of the shelter's occupants. "Is that a spirit fighting giant God Emperor? Are you telling me you don't know who Xie Qing King is? Why, is he supposed to be famous?" "He was 100,000 years ago. That's a little before my time, but why would he be helping Godslayer Luo's heir and the others? I don't know. He always was a bit of an oddball." A colorful ship was on its way, sailing across the broad reaches of the nearby sea to its ultimate destination. 2 ladies were engaged in chit-chat, and their names were Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress. They weren't the shipmasters, however. The captain was currently helming the vessel. Another emperor was on its way to the shelter, soaring not too far above that same blue. This spirit was riding atop a dragon, and as it went, an abundance of frightening sea creatures followed in its wake. All these creatures arrived near the shelter and remained in hiding. Nothing was escaping Han Sen's notice, though. He knew every single thing that was coming to his shelter, and despite that, he was not afraid. Snowball appeared to have just as much knowledge as Han Sen did, but its reaction was slightly different. Shivering in fear, it was cowering behind Bower's back. Although the creature resembled a dog, it was a scaredy cat, more than anything. It was allergic to the mere concept of danger. Perhaps it was a glutton for punishment, but being with Bower made it feel a touch safer. Despite her frequent bullying, there was something about her presence that made it feel better. Baby Ghost was not looking too good, either. He had only opened 7 gene locks, so his strength was still far below all his peers. There'd be no hope of him competing with any of the spirits or creatures that had come, mouths drooling with a bloodlust. How can this nincompoop acquire so many enemies? We're doomed. Yes, we're doomed. Baby Ghost was not fond of the idea of staying there to fight it out, as he thought there was no chance of victory. His mind feverishly searched for a way in which he might escape his current predicament and live to see another day. Moment Queen's life was in Han Sen's hands, as it had been for a long time, but now it was teetering near the space between his fingers. This was a decisive moment for them all, with repercussions that could shape the future of the third god's sanctuary. She had to fight despite the slim chances of survival. And while she had had her fair share of ups and downs with Han Sen, she was going to do all she could to see him through. She knew of the enemies that were closing in, but she also knew that was not the brunt of it. The worst had yet to come. And this was a thought that planted a seed of unsettling emotions in her mind. Despite her determination to try, she and the others successfully defending the shelter and emerging victorious was not something she could see happening. Even though Zero had an infinite vat of power, and she'd undoubtedly bring down more than a grand count of spirits and creatures during the fight, she was not invincible. Her body was still that of a frail young girl. It was a numbers game now, and the odds were stacked against them tenfold. And to make matters worse, she wasn't even there. Ever since Han Sen took her back to the Alliance, she had yet to show up again. He wouldn't keep his best weapon locked up. What is he planning to do? This is Han Sen after all. He always has a trick up his sleeve, Moment Queen said to herself, pondering the events to come. Han Sen knew the spirits had all come for one target in particular, and that was Godslayer Luo's heir. If they did not see Zero there, he believed, they would not begin an all-out assault. If they did proceed forward with an attack, despite her absence, then Han Sen would give Zero a call so she could come and catch them all off guard. Boom! Giant God Emperor began to stumble and fall, as a sharp silver light plunged deep into his chest. Giant God Emperor had been killed, and with Xie Qing King's typical cockiness, he stepped forward to ask, "Who's next?" "Me. I hope you're ready to meet your maker." A spirit answered the call, pointing a wheel at Han Sen. "He kind of looks like the king," Flower Empress said. "Maybe, but that's not him," Heavenly Empress said. "Heavenly? Where is Godslayer's heir?" A female voice sounded, from someone else on the ship. Heavenly Empress turned and gave a bow. She said, "I scanned the entire shelter, but as far as I can tell, she is not yet present. She must be in the Alliance." "Then we wait," the Empress said. "Yes," Heavenly Empress said, returning her gaze to the battleground. Xie Qing King had taken down 5 emperors himself by this point, but tiredness was starting to catch up with him. He finally needed a breather. "It's my turn to show off, don't you think?" Han Sen said, stepping forward to provide Xie Qing King with a rest. "Okay, boss man, have fun up there." Xie Qing King went to sit down next to Bower. He was sweating profusely, knowing he exhausted too much power in those few fights. "Who wants to fight me, then?" Han Sen had learned to say it with the intimidating confidence Xie Qing King would use. He knew it would be best to thin the herd one by one now rather than later. "You're just a small human. Let me come over there and sweat you like the bug that you are." for spirits leaped out from the sidelines, wanting to squash the pompous human underfoot. Han Sen did not know why Xie King could fight them one by one, while he couldn't. Maybe it's because they know I'm too hot for them to handle solo, Han Sen thought. That was incorrect, though. Han Sen didn't fight alone when he took on other shelters. He always attacked with the Silver Fox and Purple Emperor by his side. Without them there, they thought he'd be an easy target. Hence why so many Emperor spirits were so eager to take him on at once. The 4 spirits themselves were surprised they had all jumped forward to fight in tandem. It wasn't as if they had planned that. "Let's go," Han Sen said. Han Sen's attitude had fanned the flames of the spirit's hatred towards humans, whom most already despised. The 4 that had leaped forward to take him on all rushed forward to end him with one mighty, cooperative strike. A suffocating pillar of black smoke, a hefty boulder, a tornado composed of lethal winds, and a barrage of thin metal spikes all came towards Han Sen, ready to utterly destroy him. Han Sen was unable to turn back, since he had already committed to the fight and acted all pompous about it. Even if he did seek to flee, there'd be nowhere he could go anyway. But he knew he had to act swiftly and carefully. Taking on 4 emperors solo was no joke, and although those ahead of him weren't a precomposed team, they seemed to immediately meld together and cooperate well. Undoubtedly, they had been unified through the same desire of wanting to see the human squirm. Still, there was interest coming from the audience, in that they wanted to see how powerful he was. He had made a name for himself, so he couldn't have been all talk, and they were keen to see how he'd respond to this sudden rush. And to those who had heard no God Emperor say what he had about Han Sen, their interest in the boy was tenfold. They were keen to see if he could live up to the lofty expectations established by the first son of God. Han Sen pulled out a short sword and a longer one, Taya and the Phoenix sword, respectively. When he moved, he ran towards the pointy punctures that were headed his way. When he was directly in front of them, he disappeared. He vanished in the blink of an eye. When Han Sen reappeared, the audience thought he was standing beside 2 emperors. Their initial glimpse was incorrect, for when their eyes came to focus on him again, they realized he had come before 1 emperor and wholly cut him in half. Everyone was shocked by this. In a 1 versus 4 fight, he had leaped fearlessly into the fray. Shirking a defensive formation, he jumped straight into an offense and mercilessly slew a spirit in a single strike. The other emperors sought to fall back, realizing the grave mistake they had made. But before any of them could respond, another one was getting well acquainted with the brutality of Han Sen's swords. That was 2 down, 2 to go. Thinking this bought them some time, the other 2 emperors began to flee as the screaming and squelching of their second fallen comrade rang in their ears. Daring to look back, they caught sight of the menace they had willfully engaged, and they saw Han Sen coming after them. As if he could teleport at will, Han Sen popped up beside the 3rd emperor and killed him with a swift flick of his sword. The final emperor felt a chill run down his spine, and so he summoned the birth of a mountain to shield his behind. Thinking himself safe for a moment, and not hearing the sound of that stone crumbling, he turned around to take a look. Indeed, the shielding mountain had not been broken. But somehow, Han Sen was standing there, sword propped to the emperor's throat. Even if Han Sen had gone around the mountain, it didn't seem likely he could be that fast. As he thought about how Han Sen had gotten to him so quickly, his thoughts began to drift. It was then that he realized he was now airborne. When he thought about why the land below seemed so distant, he belatedly realized Han Sen had hewn his head from his shoulders and sent his severed head flying through the air. Everyone was shocked at the power Han Sen could wield. They didn't think such might was achievable, and they each and all felt a little apprehensive about their impending attack. How can a human be that strong? What if he is the heir of Godslayer Luo? His sword skills are impressive. Is that the manner of power Godslayer Luo wielded? Flower Empress asked. It is not. That human is employing space and time, the other woman on the ship said. Wait, are you saying he uses both of those elements? And he can use them both together at the same time? Flower Empress asked again, with her mouth ajar in shock, hoping she had misunderstood. Yes, but the kills aren't 100% guaranteed like the Godslayer. That man never missed, the woman said. How do we beat that man, though? Flower Empress asked. The elements of time and space were woven into the fabric of all. Flower Empress couldn't even begin to fathom a viable solution for how they might surmount Han Sen's abilities. Soon you will find out, the woman said, before going silent again. Flower Empress was curious to learn more, but she didn't dare ask. If the Empress wished to tell her, she would have already. As such, she wasn't going to push the subject. This Empress was a strange one, after all. The three-eyed spirit said, "The powers of space and time? Although that is not the power Godslayer Luo possessed, I would not say it is any worse. Fortunately, the hits are delivered by hand and do not wholly escape the watchful eye of a combatant. It is possible for an emperor to break his attack," Gu Demon Emperor said. "And who might be able to do that?" the three-eyed spirit asked. "Him," Gu Demon said. The three-eyed spirit looked forward to see an emperor coming, riding atop a black dragon. He wielded two hammers and had come before Han Sen. The three-eyed spirit looked rather happy, and he said, "Now I understand." Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress weren't really sure what was going on, and what might have been so special about the new challenger that had come before Han Sen. "Are you saying this emperor can break Han Sen's power?" Heavenly Empress asked. "Yes, his name is Ming Xing, and he too wields the combined might of both space and time. If anyone can take on the human emperor, it would be him," the woman said. Flower Empress quickly turned back to look at him. "My name is Ming Xing Emperor. I have come to kill you," Ming Xing said coldly from atop his black dragon. Han Sen did not say anything, and he simply ran towards the dragon rider and disappeared. Han Sen wasn't much in the mood for talking on this day, especially when spirits were keen on recycling the same sort of rote dialogue that was supposed to be threatening. All Han Sen wanted to do was kill them and get the assault over with. Ming Xing Emperor drew both his hammers and banged the two together. When the hammers collided, a black hole formed. His hammers can create black holes, and Han Sen should be drawn into them as he goes. If he slips into one, there'll be no return, Flower Empress said, understanding the situation. "Yes, that is correct. Although the black holes are only temporary, they should be enough to trap him and forever remove him from the field of play. His body will be twisted in the broken dimension. So using space and time against Ming Xing is suicidal," the woman explained, with further clarity. Moment Queen saw the black hole and understood why Ming Xing Emperor was so keen to come forward and fight Han Sen, despite the stunning display in which the human had mercilessly slaughtered for emperors. In the black hole, time and space were distorted. It would twist like a vortex and swallow whatever came near. If Han Sen was pulled inside, he'd be killed. The occurrences of someone surviving a black hole were rare. She wouldn't be sad if Han Sen died, but his death would result in her own. And of course, she couldn't allow that. Ming Xing Emperor was cocky and boisterous, and he loudly proclaimed, "You were a fool to employ time and space before, as I am the ruler of them." But after that, a gold blade came flying out of the black hole. It was carried by a human hand. Then, Han Sen and his ever-cool, calm, and composed face were standing before Ming Xing Emperor. Impossible! Ming Xing Emperor's face changed, and he wished to quickly cast another black hole. But it was too late for him to do so, for the gold sword had already hit him. Han Sen vanished once more and reappeared directly behind the spirit. Ming Xing Emperor was frozen, acknowledging the slip he had made. His eyes were open wide in fright, as if they had been pinned in place. Roar! Ming Xing Emperor's black dragon screamed, as the mighty beast felt its entire body split in two, collapsed to the ground. Ming Xing Emperor's body was sliced in two as well, sending him right back to the spirit stone where he first started. Berserk super creature black dragon killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. And then there was silence. No one understood how Han Sen had managed to survive the traversal of a black hole, and many rubbed their eyes to ensure they had not been seeing things. Mingxing Emperor really had been killed just like that. Han Sen wasn't just strong in body, his attacks were lethal, too. He had killed 5 emperors so far, with each being felled by a single strike. People started to believe they had stepped on the toes of a human who was even stronger than Godslayer Luo's heir. No other spirit dared approach this time, knowing they'd each likely meet the same grisly end that had been delivered to the others. Moment Queen herself was in utter shock by the frightening power Han Sen had demonstrated. It wasn't just the skills of space and time that were excellent, it was who he was. Every aspect of him had been honed and refined. He was a fierce warrior unlike any she had seen before. When Moment Queen was at her strongest, she was nowhere near Han Sen's level of might and strength. He was operating on a whole different field of play. How did he manage to do that? Moment Queen asked herself, as she looked at him with wide-eyed surprise. She was entirely still, having been stunned so severely. He traversed the black hole. He went into it and came out of it, Flower Empress said. Her voice was dull. The woman did not say a single word now. Perhaps this was unexpected even for her, and she too was in shock. Gu Demon Emperor frowned and said, "It is just as no God Emperor said. He is horribly strong. We will have to wait until Ruin Emperor gets here before trying again." "Maybe not," the three-eyed spirit said. No God Emperor looked at him, unsure of what he meant by this. The three-eyed spirit, acknowledging their confusion, eased their wonder by saying, "Look at that colorful ship. If East Empress was willing to help, this would be an easy task. And if we all fight together, striking at the same time, we should be able to get him. I don't think she'll fight. She herself has no grudge against Godslayer Luo. And that aside, she is almost a demigod," Gu Demon said. "She owes me a favor, you know. I'd be willing to call it in," the three-eyed spirit said. Gu Demon Emperor said, "Asking her would be a fine thing. And you're right, we might not have to wait for Ruin Emperor after all." "I'll go and ask her, then," the three-eyed spirit said, before flying over to her ship. "Greetings, my Empress." The three-eyed spirit did not set foot on the ship, thinking it would be rude. "Board, if you wish to speak," the woman said. The three-eyed spirit stepped onto the ship and looked around, telling her, "I have a favor I would like to ask of you." "Spit it out before you drone," the woman said. The three-eyed spirit said, "That human is so arrogant. He makes a mockery of us by killing us repeatedly. He rivals the strength of Godslayer Luo, and so I would like to ask that you join us in a collaborative effort to strike, all at the same time. If you want something done, do it yourself," Flower Empress butted in to say. "I would if I could," the three-eyed spirit said with a faint and embarrassed smile, as all 3 of his eyes looked away. East Empress responded by saying, "I made a vow not to kill. I cannot help you, I apologize." The three-eyed spirit looked disappointed, but then she said something else. "I haven't forgotten that which I owe you. Take this. Perhaps this will settle the debt." After that, something just appeared in front of the three-eyed spirit. He grabbed hold of it and said, "Thank you so much. I will kill this human for the restoration of our pride. This is a repayment. What you do with it and whether you succeed in killing your enemy is no concern of mine," East Empress said. The three-eyed spirit was not hurt by these words. He just gracefully said his goodbyes and left. He returned to the sides of No God Emperor and Gu Demon Emperor. "Did she say yes?" Gu Demon Emperor asked. "No, but she gave me this. With it, we can summon everyone," the three-eyed spirit said. The 2 spirits looked at it and said, "It's a summoning bell? What did you do for her that warranted such a gracious gift?" The summoning bell was the entire reason East Empress had become as famous and well-respected as she had. The summoning bell must have been in the top 10 greatest Geno treasures of the Third God's Sanctuary. Three-Eye Emperor must have done her a great favor to be given this as a gift. Three-Eye smiled and said, "What I did doesn't matter, but now that I have the bell, we should strike." After that, the three-eyed emperor put out his hand and balanced the bell on his palm. A red ribbon had been delicately tied upon the handle. Three-Eye Emperor looked on it with a strange look, or at least that was how it appeared to others. In truth, he was operating it. And as he did so, a number of names flashed across the ribbon of the bell. The handheld bell began to shake and chime all by itself, and each time it did, it was like a pulse. A number of names would quickly appear, slow down, and then stop. But when it moved again, more and more names appeared, different from before. There were countless numbers, and they were revealed to be the titles of the king spirits that populated the third god's sanctuary. The king spirits in the vicinity began to see a light appear in front of them. Summoning sign? Many king spirits saw it and spoke in great surprise. It was asking them to assault Moving Star Shelter. The spirits accepted the light that hovered before them, and they were bestowed a buff. Han-san was going to provoke more spirits to come and fight him, but before he could even issue the welcome of a challenge, he realized he did not have to say anything. A scary life force was already coming his way, and he could feel its intimidating presence nearby. Many spirits came stampeding towards the shelter, with those spirits also bringing their subordinates in accompaniment. They ranged from lesser spirits to super creatures. Han-sen thought it was strange, seeing so many spirits cooperate like so. Their numbers were frightening, too. And even if Han-sen was to survive the tide of spirits, there'd be no guarantee his companions could. Xie King was already worn out, so the chances of his survival were up in the air. Still, he knew it wasn't the time for panic. Instead, he remained calm and simply said, "Save me, sister." Moment Queen understood Han-san was going to stand firm and hold his position, despite the direness of the circumstances and the futility of even trying. But the spirits approached as if the entire attack was one large, premeditated, painstakingly crafted scheme for a conquest they had all cooperated on. Moment Queen thought to herself, "You should have left when I told you. Crying out for your sister won't help anything." Even Xie King was looking glum. This was their first time to see Xie King with a gloomy disposition. Their side had too few to stand strong and endure the agonizing wash of that tsunami of spirits that was to beset them. Snowball made sure to get all snug inside his white sphere of protection, while Baby Ghost began to stagger backwards, thinking, why did he ever choose to fight? Our fate was sealed before any of this fighting began. Why don't we run? Why don't we flee? The spirits were initially afraid of running headlong into battle against Han Senator, but seeing so many of their compatriots get together for a combined assault, bravery was instilled within them. They felt the tingle of courage course through their bodies, and when they moved in unison with the other spirits, they felt the desire to do it again and again until they were all rushing forward without fear. How could the Empress give Three-Eye Emperor a summoning bell? Flower Empress asked, semi-rhetorically. She looked sad when saying it. East Empress heard her and said, I owed him one. Gu Demon Emperor watched the army of spirits run towards the shelter and sighed. He said, It is no wonder this bell is looked on as one of the most remarkable Geno treasures to ever exist. As the spirits spoke amongst each other, they were then surprised to see a purple-haired lady appear. She walked out of the shelter, as if to confront the ravenous army of spirits that were coming. This was Godslayer Luo's heir, the one they had all assembled to seek and destroy. There she is. That's her. That's Godslayer Luo's heir. Gu Demon Emperor spoke aloud. Many spirits noticed the coming of the purple-haired lady, and they knew that was the heir they had come to kill. No God Emperor and the others hadn't fought yet, on this day. Lotus Empress then appeared, as if she was leading Zero out from behind. Lotus Empress heard Hansen gently call for help, and she lifted her night gem and turned the entire region black. Darkness enveloped the shelter and encompassing lands. All the spirits that were valiantly charging forward were shocked. It was as if they had all been blinded. It did not matter how great their vision was, for the black that took them could not be cut through by any manner of vision. Some fire element spirits tried casting fire spells, in the hopes it would help illuminate the area. But they were shocked to see nothing. The darkness seemed to coat and choke everything, and no fire was strong enough to wash the black away or even reveal the grass they knew was underfoot. Xie King and Moment Queen were just as shocked as the attackers. The spirits and super creatures were beginning to panic, and they started to move about in hysteria, like headless chickens. "What are you waiting for, Zero? Do your thing." Hansen prompted her to start attacking, and then he drew his own swords. The night gem was a demigod genocore. It confused enemies by blanketing their world in pitch-black darkness. It did not deal damage, but it didn't have to, considering the pain Zero and Hansen were going to unleash. The only downside to using it was that the effects only lasted 10 minutes. Not wanting to waste a single second, Hansen was keen to rush forward as quickly as he could and start attacking. He had to bring that horde down as quickly as he could. Moment Queen and the rest of Hansen's companions also joined the fray. They ran towards the blind, panicking army and targeted the super creatures amongst them, first and foremost. The entire shelter was painted red following this. A river of blood, muddied with 1,000 mangled corpses, began to form. Screams howled from the dark, but with the Emperor spectators not being able to see what was going on within the metaphysical black that had enveloped their assaulting army, it made them nervous to see the results. Gu Demon Emperor and Three-Eye Emperor looked frightened, suspecting the worst to have happened. The noises were squeamish and driven from agony, and they weren't the sounds of humans being mercilessly slain. What maddening power has been employed? Why cannot even the vision of our own eyes breach that black veil? Why can't we see what's happening? Gu Demon Emperor asked aloud, half rhetorically with no genuine recipient of his cry in mind. Three-Eye Emperor had no clue, either. All he could see were the curtains of darkness. No God Emperor spoke to them both, saying, "They are the powers of Night Empress. I thought she became a demigod." Three-Eye Emperor said. No God Emperor turned to look at him, speaking through clenched teeth. She did. Yet, her meddling even has the capacity to play a hand in events this long after. But it is only a remnant of her power. If she was here physically among us, it would be worse than a simple blinding dark. This darkness won't last long, however. Hearing him say this, the pair felt much safer themselves. Still, they were uncomfortable, and rightly so. The screams were unsettling, and their sources were coming from every which way. Not too far off, either. Hansen's swords might have been believed to have been forged with redstone, for the claret that coated it. When a spirit caught sight of him coming for them, it was too late for them to react. They die within the second, cut down via ghost slash. But it wasn't just Hansen going on a murder spree in the dark. Xiaqing King and Moment Queen had joined in, mowing down plenty of spirits with alongside him. The super creatures and spirits were little more than pigs or lambs in a slaughterhouse. In that suffocating darkness, numbers meant little. And some super creatures and spirits had been driven so wild and mad with fear, they lashed out at anything that drew near them. That included their own teammates, resulting in a fair amount of friendly fire being issued across the board. Aside from Hansen and his companions, none could make heads or tails of what was going on. 10 minutes later, the darkness was lifted. When the black curtains rose, the diorama left on display shocked the hearts and eyes of all who saw it. Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress almost threw up due to the grisly sight. The entire shelter was a monument to blood and death now. Only a handful of the army had been left alive by this point. A mixture of king spirits and super creatures that were revealed to be helplessly fleeing, drenched in the blood of their fallen compatriots. Hansen and his people were standing strong also. Not a single member of his band of allies had been touched. Hansen and his companions ran forward to immediately cut down those who had been left alive, finishing them off in one last ghastly display, as if to intentionally provoke the audience that had been sitting at the edge of their seats for a glimpse of what had happened before the veil was lifted. One spirit even killed himself, to spare the pain and shame. He was so afraid, he wished to return to his spirit stone by his own volition, in fear his stone would break via the power Hansen wielded. Other spirits tried doing the same as well, thinking it a good idea, but only a few could do it in time. But this had already happened quite a bit earlier, when it was dark. Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress could not believe that the army of spirits and creatures that had been amassed had been utterly laid to waste in the space of 10 minutes. Gu Demon Emperor and Three-Eye Emperor could hardly believe what they were seeing. either. They didn't even think it was possible, and if it was, this was the sort of event one could only be around to witness once every 1 million years. Three-Eye Emperor himself wished to flee, in fear that it was only a matter of time before Han Sen had him in his sights. Gruesome scenes were nothing foreign to him, but that mangled mess made his stomach churn. His mind started to become blank, crushed under the struggle to comprehend how such a powerful force had been squashed so easily by a human and a few of his fellows. Some spirits who did not answer the call could only breathe a sigh of relief, glad they had stayed put. Suddenly, though, a new and strong life force appeared. It was coming to the area faster than ever. It was another emperor. Ruin Emperor has come, Goo Demon Emperor called out, as if it would be his saving grace. Everyone turned to look at a gray fog, hanging in the sky. It had been unleashed by a beast he rode upon. The gray mist was being emitted by exhaust points on the creature's feet. It was a wild and wonderful creature to see, but magnificent and scary, too. You are Godslayer Luo's heir, correct? The Emperor immediately asked Zero. You and the rest of your buddies are as sharp as a bag of socks. Do you know that? You've all come here through a misunderstanding, but we've met your call for wanting a fight. You're just another challenger amongst the many we have already vanquished. If you want to die, just say the word. Han San was no longer in the mood, and he knew the Emperor would want to try his luck. So, without even waiting for a response, he grabbed his swords and took off running towards Ruin Emperor. To show them who was boss, Han Sen knew he'd have to meet every challenge and challenger. He couldn't back down if he wanted to assert dominance and avoid a repeat of the day's events in the future. The Emperor saw Han Sen disappear, but he did not move to dodge. Dong! The Phoenix Sword's power of time and space had suddenly stopped working, and it was at that point Han Sen realized his own body's power of time and space had been sapped away. With Han Sen's companions seeing his powers suddenly cease to work, they rallied to his side to provide him aid in the fight against the Emperor. When they tried attacking the Emperor, though, even all their attacks disappeared before him. They were each in shock, all feeling as if their powers had been robbed from them. Ruin Emperor from Ultimate Mountain. Moment Queen looked as if she had been shaken to her very core, upon realizing who their latest foe was. He is Ruin Emperor? Drybone King looked petrified. It wasn't just those two feeling like that either. They each and all did. No God Emperor was the #1 son of God of the third God Sanctuary. But that was the first rank among the spirits that competed in Divinity's bout. Not all emperors showed interest in the affair. The general consensus among spirits was that the mightiest throughout the entire third God Sanctuary was a spirit called Ruin Emperor. An emperor that far exceeded no God Emperor's capabilities as well. Ruin Emperor's greatest ability was the one that trapped the powers of his opponents. All attacks were rendered useless, and repeats were disabled. Ruin Emperor's power was something none had ever been able to beat or overcome. The ability made Ruin Emperor indestructible in every sense of the word, and it was the power-trapping aspect that defined the Emperor. Ruin Emperor, why didn't you stay on Ultimate Mountain? Why have you come here? Moment Queen asked. Ruin Emperor responded to her question, telling her, unless you want a repeat of what occurred before, stay out of this. You have done well to return to the third God's sanctuary, but I will smite you back down if you dare to meddle in this. Ruin Emperor looked over towards Lotus Empress and said, I have a great deal of respect for your mother. Although I cannot say the same to you, I am willing to spare your life in honor of who your mother is. Lotus Empress asked him herself, saying, why have you gotten involved in this? Godslayer Luo's heir must die. Ruin Emperor spoke this while staring directly at Zero. No God Emperor, Goo Demon Emperor, and Three-Eye Emperor then leaped forward to join Ruin Emperor in battle. Moment, you dare show your face here? How typical. For you to spend your days with these wretched vermin. I will finish you once and for all today by destroying your spirit stone. No God Emperor said. Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor are both here? They'll mop the floor with the human and his mates. Ruin Emperor should grab a seat. I bet even No God Emperor has what it takes to destroy each and every one of them. With their powers trapped, They are dead men walking. Mr. Ruin is the strongest in the entire sanctuary. None can stop him. The spirits that were spectating these events were beginning to forget the horrors of what had happened prior to Ruin Emperor's arrival. They were actually feeling happy and hopeful for a positive outcome for the day, despite the heavy losses they had incurred. They were particularly keen at the prospect of watching the cocky human get killed. For some, who had no history with Godslayer Luo, that was who they wanted to see suffer more than anyone. With Ruin Emperor suppressing their enemies now, they were overjoyed. Han Sen was surprised, much to his dismay. Even Little Silver and Purple Emperor's powers were rendered useless against Ruin Emperor. Even their powers had been taken away. How does this emperor achieve such a technique? This should be impossible. Han Sen frowned, almost unable to believe what was happening was a legitimate truth. Han Sen believed it to be a rule of the universe that there was no beat-all power or technique, and nothing was truly invincible. Everything had a weakness to be exploited. It just needed to be found. But even if Ruin Emperor had won, Han Sen wasn't sure how he'd take advantage of it without his powers. Not even the Silver Fox could aid him this time. Han Sen could not use his time and space powers, but he could at the very least use lightning. Boom! Han Sen summoned a lightning-wreathed manifestation of a hammer. His thunder hammer. But it shattered when it was brought down on Ruin Emperor's body. After this, though, Han Sen realized he could no longer repeat the skill. That had been trapped, too. This is too weird. Han Sen frowned. All your powers are useless before Mr. Ruin. Ha ha! Three-Eye Emperor laughed at Han Sen. Ruin Emperor was not interested in Han Sen, though. He had come for the heir of Godslayer Luo, and he had done so with a seething hatred. He ignored Han Sen's transgression and merely stared at Zero. Ruin Emperor was approaching Zero, and making good on the promise of protecting her. Han Sen ran forward to at least try and prevent him from getting any closer. Ruin Emperor did not bother dodging the attacks as he had done before, but his behavior was different. He moved his arm to block Han Sen's attempted sword strike. There was a bracelet on his arm, and when Han Sen's sword came into contact with it, his blade became stuck to it. Still, Han Sen had now noticed that despite Ruin Emperor being resistant to every element under the sun, he was not resistant to good old, plain, physical power. Han Sen's sword strike had been delivered without any associated element, and it had prompted Ruin Emperor to block with his arm. Unfortunately, the joy of this realization was cut short, for the bracelet on that arm had a strong suction. When Han Sen tried to heave his sword away, he pulled the Emperor with him, and it was at this moment Ruin Emperor tried to punch Han Sen. Han Sen saw this, and he threw a fist in response. When Ruin Emperor saw the incoming punch, though, his stern face dropped to one of sudden surprise. When the fists met with each other, even that mighty Emperor himself was sent stumbling backwards. Three-Eye Emperor and Goo Demon Emperor staggered. They could not believe Han Sen had made Ruin Emperor reel backwards. Flower Empress swiftly spoke aloud in praise of Han Sen, saying, "Whoa! Did you see that? A powerful human, isn't he?" East Empress was in agreement, and she sought to offer commentary to the spirits with her and explain what they had just seen. She said, "There are only two powers Ruin Emperor is unable to trap." "And what are those?" Heavenly Empress asked. "One is Godslayer Luo's own power. He and Ruin Emperor once fought," East Empress said. "What happened during their fight?" Flower Empress thought Ruin Emperor had battled Godslayer Luo and emerged victorious, but that might not have been the case. She was being told Godslayer Luo's power could not be trapped after all. Neither of them won. East Empress paused for a brief moment before going on to say, Ruin Emperor was unable to trap his opponent's powers, but Godslayer Luo did not have what it took to withstand Ruin Emperor's own strength as well. Then what is the second power Ruin Emperor cannot trap? Flower Empress asked. Physical. Raw physical might. He can trap every elemental attack, but this ability does not hold water when it comes to physical strength, East Empress explained. Han Sen put away his swords next, and simply activated Jade Skin before unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire punches. Han Sen was like a Spartan. He was a killing machine, With no other weapons at his disposal or powers he could depend upon, this was the only thing he could do. Ruin Emperor was no slouch, though. He understood the threat that he was now faced with, and he arduously tried to counter every attack brought towards him. Fists cracked against fists as legs kicked against legs. If it weren't for the remarkable talents of the fighters, this would have been nothing more than a brutal street brawl. Moment Queen was stunned by the display. Han San was using his physical attacks to suppress Ruin Emperor, so much so that the all-powerful and supreme spirit of the third god sanctuary was on the defensive. How strong is he? Moment Queen asked herself once more. She had asked herself this many times as of late. And it wasn't just Moment Queen thinking of things this way either. Everyone pretty much was, and that included the audience on the colorful ship and East Empress herself. Ruin Emperor was indisputably the mightiest spirit of the third god sanctuary, and for a human to have achieved the strength to contest such a spirit was something that could only occur in a spirit's deepest, darkest nightmares. It signaled the dawn of change for the sanctuary. Han Sen's physical power was being driven by Jadeskin, and Ruin Emperor's powers could not trap and suppress it. Unfortunately, he was not able to use Ghost Slash. While he might have posed a threat to Ruin Emperor, his chance of ultimately defeating the Emperor and achieving victory was low without such a powerful, killing attack. Ruin Emperor was undergoing something he hadn't had to suffer for a very long time, though. Under this sudden onslaught, his face turned grim. He did not expect he would have to properly fight another human before going after Godslayer Luo's heir like he had come there to do. Ruin Emperor tried attacking in return whenever he could, but Han San was like an indestructible statue. He was immune to everything the spirit sought to do. He actually believed himself to be at a disadvantage, and on a long, slippery slope to loss, failure, and shame. Three-Eye Emperor and Gu Demon Emperor moved to attack Han Sen's companions. While this happened, they thought killing Han Sen's companions would deal a blow to his morale and distract Han Sen enough for him to be thrown off guard, leaving him open to a killing blow by Ruin Emperor. It wouldn't be difficult for them to take down Han Sen's companions, either, because their powers had been robbed by Ruin Emperor. The Silver Fox and Xia King were defenseless, and all the two emperors had to do was watch out for Zero. Gu Demon Emperor had thought of a way to get Zero out of the way too. Gu Demon Emperor summoned a number of toxic bugs and sent them over towards the ravaged shelter. He slapped his can and 3-cup demon goo appeared, just like before. Black smoke flower out of the cups, then, composing a number of cup demon emperors. Zero was going to use her dagger to attack, but one of the cup demon emperors suddenly became bloated. It rapidly grew in size like a swiftly inflating balloon and then exploded. Zero had the powers of Azura, but her body was weak. She couldn't withstand the attack, so she had to soar off into the sky and avoid what damage the bloated cup might deal. And after she dodged, she was not out of the proverbial cup demon woods. More of those figures were approaching her. 1 cup demon goo was able to produce 10 cup demon emperors. With 3 of them in play, that meant 30 of them could be produced. And 30 of them had been made, and now they were all going after Zero. Zero was preoccupied with defeating the doppelgangers on her tail, as Gu Demon Emperor had planned. And that meant he was free and clear for now. The power of Azura was limited by its effective range. The dagger helped increase that range, but still, there was nothing Zero could do to aid those down below. She had quickly found herself surrounded. Ordinary spirits would have been destroyed by the oppression of those doppelgangers in a heartbeat. But it did go to show how secretly talented Zero was, in simply remaining alive in the face of their adversity. Zero tried to kill them before they all exploded like the first had done. All the Cup Demon Emperors were Tenjin Lock enemies, and Zero's body was so weak, she would not even be able to withstand a single hit from one of those enemies. The three-eyed spirit smiled, seeing this happen. He thought Gu Demon Emperor was a genius. Three-Eye Emperor was fairly strong himself. He had to be, if he shared space and spent a lot of time with No God Emperor and Gu Demon Emperor after all. His third eye flashed with a green light, and then he fired a green laser beam which went straight into Xia King's eye. The green arrow was relentless, and it went straight in with no resistance. Xia King tried to block the beam, but it was too late for him. It had taken him by surprise. Xiaqing King's right eye had been broken, smashed into jelly. Blood began to pour profusely from the gruesome wound. Blue Dinosaur roared and ran to engage Three-Eye Emperor in retaliation. But there was nothing the poor beast could do. Three-Eye Emperor only had to look at Blue Dinosaur to send it falling backwards with a destroyed eye. Enjoying the pain he was able to inflict, Three-Eye Emperor took a step forward and peered into Blue Dinosaur's second eye. Then boom! Another of its eye sockets was a soggy mess. Blue Dinosaur writhed around on the ground, squealing in agony. The pain was awful, but the blindness was horrifying. It tried getting up to flail around and attempt to hit Three-Eye Emperor, but he was able to dodge with ease. Blue Dinosaur was very slow with its broken vision now, and try as it might, it just couldn't muster the speed necessary for hitting Three-Eye Emperor. Pang! Three-Eye Emperor leaped forward and punched Blue Dinosaur with a fist fueled by a creepy green light. The poor creature was sent flying several hundred meters away by the ferocity and power of that blow. Fortunately, Holy Rhino was still there with them. He had deployed heals to the wounded, and he was even able to fix Blue Dinosaur and Xiaqing King's eyes. Three-Eye Emperor realized the annoyance the rhino could pose, so he said aloud, "Well, I certainly need to take you off the board first." After that, he fired a beam of green light at one of Holy Rhino's eyes. The eye of the rhino cascaded blood. But suddenly, someone appeared before Three-Eye Emperor and obscured his vision to prevent a follow-up. When Three-Eye Emperor and Goo Demon Emperor moved to fight, No God Emperor decided to join in the fray, as well. But he wasn't going to fight Han Sen's companions. He was going to assist Ruin Emperor in his duel instead. No God Emperor had come to understand Han Sen was a far greater threat to the spirits in the third God Sanctuary than Godslayer Luo had ever been. And he believed him to be far worse than the girl who appeared to be Godslayer Luo's heir, who was currently doing battle with the Cup Demons. Han Sen's powers of time and space were still trapped by Ruin Emperor. So, No God Emperor no longer had to be afraid of a sudden kill by his fearsome ghost / Dong. Han Sen used his arms swiftly and effectively to block a surprise attack delivered by the No God Sword. His jade-like arm was delivered a fair scratch. Ruin Emperor threw a punch towards Han Sen's belly. After deflecting the No God Sword, Han Sen had a short window to execute a dodge. He did so without worry. He was exemplary, and if anything, No God Emperor's decision to help out only made the situation more embarrassing for the spirits. Han Sen was able to deal with the two of them together just fine. The spirits were all frozen watching this. They each welled up with a mixture of different emotions. No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor, despite working together, were unable to defeat the human emperor. It was a human. It should have been a one-and-done affair. That is one powerful human. Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor can't kill the guy when working together? Is this for real, man? Is that even a human, man? What's going on, man? I didn't think it was possible for humans to achieve such power. Since when have they been able to reach such lofty heights of might? The spirits could hardly believe what their eyes were telling them, and it began to change their perception of humans. They weren't weak if they were given the opportunity to prove themselves and grow. And in the third God's sanctuary, up until now, weak humans were all they ever saw. And seeing such weakness prompted them to keep them down through brutality and slavery. Only a few humans had what it took to take on a royal spirit, and fewer still could take on a king class. Han Sen was now battling with Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor, two of the strongest spirits in the third God Sanctuary, simultaneously. And what's more, he was showing no sign of losing. Oh my days! You're telling me that pretty boy over there is a human? Flower Empress exclaimed, almost smitten by the man. Although most humans are weak, there is the occasional smattering of strong ones. And more often than not, they can be the falling of small stones that start an avalanche, East Empress said. Have you met or seen any of these other strong humans? What about Godslayer Luo? Heavenly Empress asked. East Empress told her, No, not Godslayer Luo. There was one I knew, but that was a century ago. That human was able to kill Dark Ghost Beast. A human killed Dark Ghost Beast? Heavenly Empress and Flower Empress were both shocked, both obviously familiar with the name Dark Ghost Beast. It was a berserk super creature that had opened 10 gene locks. The beast was almost as strong as no god emperor. The human dominated the creature? East Empress said this and trailed off, as if she was plummeting back into a fond reverie of days long gone by. What kind of human was he? Flower Empress asked. East Empress responded to her, saying, I'm not sure, and I'm even less sure of what happened to him or where he went. I recall his name to be God's retribution. Han-san wouldn't be surprised hearing this, for he had encountered him before. He was a member of Blood Legion with blue blood. It was no surprise, with the strength he demonstrated, that he would be able to kill berserk super creatures. Flower Empress did not know who he was, though, and so she said, I'm afraid the only person who might actually be able to defeat Han-san would be the king. It's been a long time since we saw him, and I can only suppose he'd be calling himself the Emperor by now. I'm not sure if he has opened 10 gene locks, but he did grow in strength very fast, and it wouldn't surprise me if he had, Heavenly Empress said. Yes, where did he go? I bet you he could beat this Han-san. I still owe him kisses, too, Flower Empress said while spinning on her toes. Han-san continued to battle Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor. He realized, as the fight progressed, that it'd be impossible for him to defeat them both by solely relying on Jadeskin. Han-san fired up his Dongshan Sutra instead. Han-san realized his Dongshan Sutra had yet to be trapped, so he could still use it. For a fight like this, Han-san had an inkling that the Dongshan Sutra was on the precipice of breaking through and having its 10th gene lock open. Han-san wasn't going to squander the opportunity, so he decided to abandon his initial idea of summoning Little Angel and just kept Dongshan Sutra running while he carried on battling. Those two emperors were by far the strongest there, and the minor wounds Han-san was being dealt were starting to add up. Han-san's back already had more than a few wounds, and No God Emperor had just delivered another strike there with his No God sword. He had finally started to bleed. It wasn't serious, but Han-sen's mood shifted. His body was incredibly strong, but it was almost scary. Learning Jadeskin could not protect him forever. But that wasn't the primary reason for why his mood changed and the expression on his face differed. He felt as if he was teetering on the brink of breaking through. Unfortunately, he kept falling short, and he couldn't surpass the verge and begin the process that would open his 10th gene lock. It was like he was being held back all that time. This latest strike had now changed things, though, and it told him what he needed to do to open the 10th gene lock. What is this? Han-san thought to himself. Do I have to get hurt for the next gene lock? Han-san decided to stop dodging and blocking. He stood firm and allowed his body to become recipient to the barrage of attacks that were headed his way. Han-san had been using Dongshan Sutra to dodge, but now he wasn't. No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor were surprised and a little concerned when they saw the change of attitude. Before the rhino there was a woman with dragon horns and wings. Her skin was scaled like a draconic beast as well. She held a cleaver, like some butcher that had crept out of Satan's kitchen. She was a strange character to see, that much was certain. Three-Eye Emperor frowned at the sight of her, and grimaced even more when he realized he was unable to detect a life force within this woman. That was because the woman wasn't really alive. It was the Dragon Lady Chef, presented by Serpent Throne. Few people knew of the existence of Serpent Throne, and fewer still knew of its presence in the shelter and the shape it had taken on. Generally, she was the cook. She was in charge of keeping everyone fed. This was something she really excelled at, and then some. This was the first time she had elected to join a fight, but given the direness of the situation, it made sense. But this gave her a slight edge, for no one knew who she was and no one knew what her abilities might be. After all, it was little more than a doll. Three-Eye Emperor was initially taken aback, and he wondered where she had come from. But it was an enemy of his, and he knew he couldn't dwell on that question very long, in the midst of all that was going on. So, he fired a beam of green light towards her eyes. His light was frighteningly accurate at all times, and again, with perfect precision, he nailed her eye. But for some reason, her eye did not break. The light had gotten her directly through the pupil like a bullseye, clear as day. But nothing happened. That was because it was serpent throne and it was just a doll. Its eyes weren't really eyes, and the whole form it took on was little more than an illusion. But its form was composed through its power, and it wasn't an actual dragon lady chef. As such, the eyes weren't an actual weak point like they would be for anyone else. Three-Eye Emperor fired another bolt of light into her eyes, but it was ineffective just like the first shot. The chef licked her lips slowly after that, as if she was sizing up Three-Eye Emperor for the meal he might be able to provide. That wasn't in a good way, mind you. And as Three-Eye Emperor returned her gaze, he acknowledged the way she was looking at him wasn't quite right. It was as if she wasn't staring down an emperor that had come to conquer a shelter and murder all her friends. It was more of a look that would greet a slab of meat when the chef was thinking of how it would be best prepared for the night's supper. She looked at him like he was food. A shiver ran down Three-Eye Emperor's back, and there was no way he was going to let anyone look at him like he was dinner. He pulled out a spear and took aim at the crazy chef. Although he often ended up relying on his third eye to deal with his enemies, he wasn't bad when it came to actual combat. In fact, he was quite a remarkable fighter. He used his third eye to keep track of her now instead of firing laser beams. The third eye was a marvelous gift, and he could sense where she was planning to go with acute accuracy. The vision from that eye was not unlike the slowing down of time. He could register and read everything in the environment as if it was all in slow-mo. Of course, this was just what his third eye could do. His body was unable to respond with a speed that was greater than the average emperor. And sometimes, due to getting mixed up with the timings brought on by his third eye, his body could not keep up. Regardless, Three-Eye Emperor did not think the woman possessed a strength that was even remotely comparable to someone like No God Emperor. As such, he was ready for the challenge he thought she'd bring. Dong! 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 Three-Eye Emperor had jumped forward with his spear, ready for a fight. But with a few swings of her intimidating cleaver, the zany chef was able to block each and every strike. It was a surprise to be sure, and an unwelcome one at that. Still, it did not concern Three-Eye Emperor too much. "Is that all you've got, you kitchen cretin?" Three-Eye Emperor yelled, as his third eye shone menacingly with its green light. That light was then replicated at the tip of his spear. He lobbed it, and as if it was a heat-seeking missile, it guided itself through the air in a bid to strike Dragon Lady Chef. Dong! The chef had been unable to dodge this, and it struck her through the plushy flesh of her arm. She was just a doll, though, so there was neither any blood nor pain for her to experience. Three-Eye Emperor repeatedly stabbed her in a variety of different ways, which left her body scrawled with countless marks. But it was as if she was letting him do this, and an unsettling concern was growing in the pits of Three-Eye Emperor's stomach. She stood where she was, not dodging and not blocking. She allowed herself to be struck. And spookier still, she then began to mumble undiscernible words as she fingered the cleaver in her hands. Moment Queen witnessed what was going on, and she looked gravely worried when she saw the doll being the recipient of so many strikes. Although the Dragon Lady Chef was very strong, she'd eventually break and die if she continued letting herself to be beaten like so. Three-Eye Emperor saw her mumbling, but he tried to remain focused on bringing her down. She was creeping him out enough as it was. So next, he decided to tear her wings to shreds. A second after doing that, Three-Eye Emperor's spear pierced through her heart. He repeated this another 3 times until the spear was driven all the way through, coming out her back. The chef that had been mumbling all that time then said, "Dear Dragon Eater, allow me to present to you the most delicious food." Three-Eye Emperor wanted to stab her throat next, in the hope that would get her to stop talking. But in the next second, she was staring right back at him. The menace in her gaze frightened Three-Eye Emperor and gave him a bit of a scare. Then, a dragon manifested inside her mouth and flew out. It flew towards her cleaver, which prompted the kitchenware to change. The cleaver was adorned with the mark of a dragon, and following Three-Eye Emperor's notice of this, he heard the sound of such a beast groan. Three-Eye Emperor had no clue what was going on, but he wanted to stop whatever was happening before things became any worse. He pulled his spear back out and pierced it through her throat. Grilled meat, a typical draconic delicacy. The chef finally started moving, and she spoke with a bone-chilling tone of voice. The chef finally made a move, but it wasn't in the way Three-Eye Emperor predicted. Rather, she moved her empty left hand. The hand burst into a limb of bright fire. Swiftly, she looked as if she attempted to grab hold of Three-Eye Emperor's head. "Pa! You think you can catch me with that miserable speed?" Three-Eye Emperor, who had managed to avoid her reach, spoke to her with great disdain. Still, the chef looked incredibly powerful. And it was just her speed in Three-Eye Emperor's special vision, where she looked very slow. Three-Eye Emperor readied himself to dodge a potential repeated try, but he suddenly felt as if he couldn't move. He was shocked, and in great wonder why this was, he looked down. And that's when he saw it. A giant fork had pierced through his entire body. He had been skewered with a dinner utensil at complete unawares. Three-Eye Emperor had no clue when the fork had appeared. But he knew he hadn't the time to mull this over, for he was as helpless as a chicken wing propped on a skewer above a barbecue flame. And then he realized, she hadn't attempted to grab his head at all. She had just moved to grab the fork, and he had misinterpreted her move. This had been a costly mistake. She grabbed the handle of the large fork, the prongs of which had firmly pierced through Three-Eye Emperor's meaty body, and summoned a fire to envelop it. The flames themselves looked particularly hungry, as they began to creep upon Three-Eye Emperor's clothing and ravage the spirit. The flames settled on his flesh and began to sizzle and sear his body. He began to give off a wonderful aroma that tantalized the senses of the nose and got one's mouth drooling. Arg! Three-Eye Emperor began to writhe on the prongs of the fork in pain. It was agony, feeling himself get roasted alive in open flames. No matter how much he squirmed, he could not free himself. The best he could do was flail with his spear in hand, trying to strike the devilish chef. Then, the sound of a hungry dragon groaning was heard. Before he could respond and see where it might be coming from, his head was immediately assaulted with an ice cream scoop. Dragon Lady Chef scooped his third eye right out of its socket. The chef performed the action with sickening calmness. She was gentle and unconcerned, and she treated Three-Eye Emperor as if he was an ordinary slab of meat she had to prepare for dinner. One hand held the large fork, and the other held the utensil of choice. More often than not, the cleaver. Getting him to a nice golden color, Dragon Lady Chef then began the carving process. She peeled his skin and his flesh off with perfect precision, regardless of how much the roasted emperor tried wriggling around. This disgusting spectacle had drawn the attention of quite a few by now, and it made everyone ill. It was horrendous to see, and yet Dragon Lady Chef did not even blink once throughout the entire process. For some gut-wrenching reason, this seemed ordinary for her. Xiaqing King watched her perform and then thought about the food she had frequently produced for him. When he tried to imagine the well-being of the ingredients she had used in past meals, he wanted to hurl. Two-Eye Emperor wanted nothing more than to die. The pain was excruciating, and he couldn't stand it a single second longer. All he could do was writhe around, drowning in the agony and tears. But the chef continued doing her thing, lopping and slicing all the perfectly cooked meat she could. She didn't seem likely to stop until there was nothing left but his bones. His cries rang loud across the expanse, growing in volume. Eventually, he could be heard echoing down the valleys for miles around. Spirits could respawn, yes, but it wasn't as if they forgot how their deaths came about. It would come as no surprise if they were to learn Two-Eye Emperor never recovered from this ordeal, and he'd be scarred forevermore. This was not something someone could ever forget. Han Sen, while this was ongoing, was still focused on the fight with No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor. He wasn't doing as well as he had imagined. No God Emperor hit him over and over, drawing more and more blood each time. It was like he was accepting a lashing. Ruin Emperor beat him until he was black and blue, seemingly enjoying every single punch he could deliver. Han San was up against the two strongest emperors in the third god's sanctuary. While he was perfectly capable with dealing with them, he had submitted to accepting all the pain they could deliver. Jade Skin was strong, but it was not indestructible. Gritting his teeth to withstand the beating, Han San did not let the pain affect his mind. He hissed, Yeah, that's right. Beat me. Beat me like you beat your fat wife. Han Sen wanted this because of the tantalizing feelings he received as he was being hurt. Most attacks never made him feel this way, but through the pounding given by those two strong emperors, he felt remarkable. He had to feel like he was going to be torn in two, and it took the sort of pain no God Emperor and Ruin Emperor could inflict to make him feel this way. With 10 gene locks of jade skin, not even an emperor could kill him, despite the free pummeling he was offering them. It was rare to receive such strong attacks repeatedly, and remain alive and well. No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor were able to cycle through a variety of different methods to make Han Sen feel the pain he wanted to feel, and they focused on what hurt the most. And while this was good for them, they didn't know this was what Han Sen wanted. Onlookers believed he was getting wrecked and destroyed by the two emperors, but little did they know Han Sen wanted it this rough. He was cherishing every second of the pain. Han Sen's Dongxian aura had maxed out, but he still hadn't been able to open his 10th gene lock. But on this day, while receiving the pain they inflicted, he felt his cells become invigorated. There was activity and excitement in his body he had not felt for a long time. He thought his cells were as small as they could be already, but after the 10th gene lock finally broke, they became even smaller. And those shattered cells looked incredibly special, beneath the light of the Dongxian aura. Han Sen felt as if the entire world was different now. With Dongxian aura this way, the entire world seemed foreign and fantastic. Felt new. Han Sen saw everything in a completely different light. He could observe the smallest detail of the smallest thing in the environment. He could study blades of grass at a molecular level. This vision he now had was almost scary. Nothing escaped his attention anymore, and he himself knew no details would go unnoticed. Han Sen made a comparison in his mind, likening it to the sight of a beautiful woman going at it with another man. Other men would only see the shape of a beautiful woman, but he could not only see every pore and imperfection on her skin, but the bacteria that existed on her. With Dongxian aura like this, the entire world looked primitive. I can see through everything? Is that what the true meaning of the Dongxian Sutra seeks to imply? Han Sen felt as if he had broken through something most remarkable, and while it was brilliant, it made him feel as if he wasn't human anymore. Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor's attacks now looked extremely strange to Han Sen. Their bodies were no longer solid. Their movements came with a flurry of colored dots around them, which Han Sen had trouble understanding right now. He believed them to be representations of power, or maybe even the smell of the emperors. In Han Sen's vision, it soon became clear they had also been built this way too. He could see right through them, as if they were just vectors and wireframe polygons. If I break the structure of these beings, what would happen? Han Sen thought to himself as he looked on them. Han Sen reached out to No God Emperor, who was now little more than binary code given physical form and shape. He reached out and tried to break him. With the 10th gene lock of the Dongxian Sutra open, everything felt different. The coursing of power in and around him felt tangible, and it all provided him a strange, yet wondrous sensation. In Dongxian aura, his own body became a sequential structure of sorts. This was what he saw himself as, all except for his hands. Before his hands came into contact with No God Emperor, the spirit's No God sword was bearing down on Han Sen's head. Han Sen brought his hand up as a barrier to brace against the sword. No God sword also looked like a sequential structure to his eyes now, but one that was different than his own. Everything around had a sequence structure, but everything was individual and unique. The sequences all ran separate to one another, but when seen all together, they seemed to run in perfect harmony. When Han Sen's fingers unfurled and closed back down on the No God sword, his hand was able to break one of the sequences. The process, to Han Sen's newfound vision, was like the tipping of a domino. And when that first sequence broke, the others quickly followed. Others saw things the same as always, but what they saw still wowed them and had them look on at something most incredible. In Han Sen's hand, they saw the No God sword crumble to dust and scatter to the wind. Everyone around, No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor included, looked at what had occurred in audible shock. Each and every one gasped, not thinking such a thing was possible. They thought Han Sen was going to die soon, submitting to their constant pummeling. Yet despite all that, they saw a man who had nearly been broken rise up from the ashes like a phoenix. They watched him grab his aggressor's sword and break it. And of course, no god sword was not just any ordinary sword. Chills ran down all their spines. Han Sen could hardly believe it, either. He was still bewildered by the rush of how things had changed, following the opening of the 10th gene lock. It was nearly scary what was going on. Now I know how Dong Xianzi was able to break through the vacuum, Han Sen said to himself, as his own mouth gasped at the realization. Ruin Emperor then followed up. Swinging his fist towards Han Senator, Han Sen grabbed his fist and broke the sequence he could see, which nearly obliterated his entire body. Cracks in his very form had quickly webbed their way across him. Then, as if the action had been effortless, the cracks widened and collapsed. Ruin Emperor crumbled into dust, just as the sword had. Silence. Total silence. Everyone was silent following that, struggling to comprehend the fact that the all-supreme Ruin Emperor had been killed through one punch. And that punch had been so powerful, the spirit had crumbled into little more than ash. It was all over. The spirits now knew there was no hope for them to remain there, and so they all began to flee. They scarpered back to wherever they came from. When Ruin Emperor died, Han Sen and his companions got their original powers back, too. No God Emperor looked at Han Sen with a face drained of all color. He too wished to flee, as he had once done before. No God Emperor tried teleporting away, but Han Sen was quicker on the draw. He used Ghost Slash. Impossible. No God Emperor himself then suffered the same fate, turning to dust as his sword and Ruin Emperor had. Han Sen's companions did not spring into action, as might be expected, upon the return of their abilities. Instead, they each just remained still like statues. They looked at Han Sen as if he was a monster, not their strong and righteous leader as he long had been. And eventually, their eyes turned to Han Sen's hands. To them they were magic hands. With all the spirits running off, it was expected of them to chase after the spirits they could. But so grand and baffling was Han Sen's deed, they forgot to go after them. It had slipped Moment Queen's mind entirely. What in the sanctuaries was that power? Flower Empress asked East Empress. Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor were the strongest spirits in the sanctuary, and despite facing them both simultaneously, Han Sen had managed to one-hit kill the both of them. Honestly, I don't know. For the first time in a long time, I don't know. East Empress actually looked frightened as she spoke, and her lips trembled to utter her response. Heavenly Empress then found herself having to ask the obvious question. Can any spirit beat him? Is there anyone left we can call upon? Yes, there is. The king, Flower Empress quickly proclaimed, convinced the spirit of her sleepless nights was just out there somewhere. She did her best to convince herself he was their last hope, and one day he would re-emerge, ready to defeat Han Sen. I hope you're right about that. If you're not, and there truly is no other, spirits of the third god sanctuary are in danger. We could very well face extinction, Heavenly Empress said. Half-entertaining Flower Empress strained belief. The news of Han Sen being able to one-hit kill Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor in a duel against them both was heard throughout the third god sanctuary. No one knew what the power Han Sen had employed was, so others came up with a name for it instead. Super Spank. Spirits called it Super Spank, for he had slapped No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor to death. Many spirits were worried now, for they knew there was no competing against Han Senator if he came for their territories. There'd be no hope of resisting. And when the news reached the Alliance, no one believed it. A few hundred spirits and creatures had amassed to attack Han Sen's shelter, and having laid waste to such numbers, Han Sen had also then gone on to kill No God Emperor. Humans did not know about Ruin Emperor, but they did know about No God Emperor through Divinity's bout. They knew how terrifying he was, and the thought of Han Sen felling him with ease seemed like a stretch. While people were quick to disregard the news at first, it soon became clear it was no lie. And what's more, the news was heard through the chattering of spirits, and there'd be no reason for spirits to lie about this. If anything, repeating the story was doing them a disservice. No God Emperor Super spanked to death. Good, bad, he's the guy with the super spank. The one emperor to rule them all. Han Sen did not return to the Alliance yet, though. First, he wanted to conquer the entirety of the Third God's sanctuary. After Night Empress aided Han Sen and Lotus Empress by killing numerous emperors, and after the events that had just transpired at Moving Star Shelter, the Third God's sanctuary was now at its most vulnerable. Han Sen was unstoppable, and the remaining spirits knew this. None would dare get in his way, and so they all obeyed Han Sen and provided him with their spirit stones when he started making rounds. Before what had just occurred, they would never obey a human, but Han Sen was too intimidating. And to them, he wasn't just a mere human like the rest were. He had a unique reputation of terror. Areas that had not been controlled by Han Sen yet discussed how they might fight back and revolt, but they all secretly knew it would be futile. Han Sen took a break after a while and went to the spirit base as a Super King spirit. It had been a while since he last played the part of the king. Inside the 9th spirit base, a few spirits were discussing amongst themselves. Six-Arm. Did you hear about the human and his super spank? What a silly question. Of course I have. It destroyed both Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor. The human has been expanding the reach of his territory following that, hasn't he? I wonder what powers he practiced to be able to do what he did. I have heard some spirits have tried to resist him and have refused to pledge their allegiance to the man when he came to their shelters. Needless to say, they were quickly struck down. He's merciless. If it goes on like this, he'll soon end up claiming the entirety of the Third God's sanctuary. You worry far too much, far too soon. It won't be as easy for him as he thinks. He is a human, and those who accompany him are spirits and creatures. He treats them well, but when he claims a shelter, the spirit that previously owned the place is put under a contract with one of his close allies. There is no such thing as an invincible foe. Powers have a limit. There must be some way we can fight back and break him. Undead Emperor and the King still haven't tried their hands yet. Undead Emperor never dies, and the King has an incredible amount of power, or at least he did last we saw him. If he had 10 gene locks open, he might be able to win. Don't jump the gun just yet. I'm sure it will still take the King some time before he opens his 10th gene lock. You and I both know the King is vastly different than most spirits. He is delightfully unpredictable, and it would not surprise me if he already had opened his 10th gene lock. As they spoke, a new island appeared at the spirit base. The King's spirits looked over to see who was coming, and it was the person they had just been discussing. Han Senator, of course. They wouldn't recognize him as such. The King's spirits drove their island towards Han Sen and asked him, "The King, have you heard about the human?" Han Sen took a moment before responding, thinking to himself, "Well, duh, that's me, you numpties." Of course, he was far politer to them than that when he spoke. And wanting to have some fun, he smiled and told them, "That is why I am here. I need to open my 10th gene lock as soon as possible, so I can kill him." The spirits were enthusiastic hearing this. They immediately said, "You can break Super Spank? I have skill negation. To fight and destroy the boy, all I need is my 10th gene lock to be open," Han Sen said. "How do you plan on opening it? You can't take too long," a king spirit asked. "I need to fight to open it, and I need all sorts of spirit geno points," Han Sen feigned. "I have water element. I can give you those points so you can kill the human," one king spirit offered. "Yeah, I do need some. It would be wonderful to receive some of those." Han Sen was thrilled, for he had played them like a fiddle. This was exactly what he had come to do, and they had fallen for his bait, hook, line, and sinker. It was normally difficult to gather King Spirit Geno points, and he could only receive 1 point for each kill. Plus, the last time he had come here, King Spirits tended to avoid him. They didn't like his pompous attitude, and neither did they like the fact he'd always one-hit kill them. Now, they thought they needed him, so their tunes had changed. King Spirits began to line up, one after each other. They were all dying to give him their Geno points so he could challenge Han Senator, and the offerings weren't measly either. They often gave more than just a handful. This was the 9th spirit base, so the king spirits around often possessed 900 geno points. Maxing out the figure to 100 would not be too difficult for him. I have thunder geno points. I will give you as many as you need, but please kill the human. Me too. The queue was a messy one, as spirits impatiently wished to provide the king all the geno points they could offer. I will take your earth geno points. There is no need for more fire. But I also need someone to help me practice in combat. As Han Sen watched his king spirit geno point tally steadily increase, he was exuberantly happy. Every now and again, Han Sen came to the spirit base to collect a few points where he could and practice combat. He had never been beaten, for he utterly annihilated all his challengers with the greatest of ease. It was for this particular reason the spirits believed the king would be the person to beat Han Sen. And before long, his king spirit geno points were maxing out, one after each other, element after element. Han Sen was now able to maximize his efficiency with wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. He wasn't as effective with them as he would be if he was a professional that trained with one element exclusively, but he was nothing to laugh at. The reason Han Sen wanted to collect and better his elemental powers so much, though, was because of his desire to hammer out new, complex hyper-geno-arts. And that was what was great about humanity. Han Sen was in a fine, cheery mood, but the spirits around weren't. They had no idea Han Sen was the king and the king was Han Sen. He initially feared encountering Sky King or the Lady with Serpent Throne, but fortunately for him, they did not show up. If they did, he believed they could expose him. They had seen Han Sen don the appearance of the king when he activated Super King Spirit Mode. That being said, they had 10 gene locks open. And once Han Sen's Super King Spirit Mode opened its 10th gene lock, the chance of having an awkward encounter with them was far higher. As long as he kept away from them, and they could not see the king's appearance, Han Sen wagered he'd be fine. Han Sen hoped they had never even heard of the king, but that might have been unlikely. At the very least, he hoped they didn't like spending time in the spirit base. He didn't think many people would believe them, though even if they did try to expose the king as being Han Senator, it was a stretch to believe, and it'd be his word against theirs. Plus, it wasn't as if they could challenge him. He had maxed out his geno points, too. Shortly after, Han Sen had managed to claim over 1 million miles of land for humans. Unfortunately, there were hardly any humans in a position to handle the shelters and land, so he had to allow spirits to remain alive and serve as stewards for the time being. The spirits were right in this assumption. When they feared Han Sen's takeover, they guessed he would need to keep the spirits alive to handle matters. And aside from saving humans, he couldn't actually take over and rule the third god's sanctuary. It just wasn't feasible. Spirits gained power at a decent, steady rate. But humans had always been slow in the third god's sanctuary, and although things were better now, they'd still take a long time to gain what was necessary to start ruling the lands Han Sen had claimed. Han Sen was currently resting in a shelter. He was asleep, but he was roused from his slumber by the detection of someone near. Someone not very familiar to him had entered his private garden. With Han Sen's heightened senses, he knew that person had to be powerful if he had only now just been noticed. God's retribution? It was God's retribution, one of the 13 members of Blood Legion. God's retribution seemed to be at ease, and he sat down gently, saying, "Super Spank? Ha, that's a good one. I got lucky. And besides, I didn't name it that," Han Sen said, unsure of the relationship that was supposed to exist between them. "I've heard it's your goal to take over the third god's sanctuary," God's retribution said with a smile. "Well, you've heard right," Han Sen said. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," God's retribution said. "It's fortunate you're not me. But tell me, why?" Han Sen asked. God's retribution looked over to the pool of water and told him, "Blood Legion knew about super geno points, and we've been killing super creatures since long before the existence of them became common knowledge. We didn't inform humanity about any of it. Do you know why that is?" Han Sen was not surprised they could gather super geno points with the strength they had. They were far stronger than average humans, after all, and it'd be baffling to hear them say they had never killed one before. Han-san was curious about what the man was looking to tell him, though. So, he played along and said, "No." "Why?" God's retribution explained. "Humans are actually the invaders of this place. By coming to the sanctuaries, humans broke the balance. Typical human behavior, really, like parasites. Although there is an abundance of resources, creatures, and spirits here, we slowly break the balance established in these realms. Before, when humans were unable to slay super creatures, things were already bad. After their slaying of those became common, we hit a slippery slope. The ecosystems of the sanctuaries are suffering." Hansen frowned and said, "Creatures can nest and shoot out more babies, can't they? Do you know how many years it takes to produce an egg? And if you do you know how many eggs have been broken since your lie? 2 centuries down the line we are currently treading, humans will be fighting each other for super geno points." God's retribution was genuinely concerned, and it appeared to grieve him to speak of these matters. After a lengthy pause and sigh, he went on to say, "And a lot of that has to do with you. You're a remarkable person, I must tell you, but you're speeding up this process. A process that will only lead to ruin. If you continue doing what you're doing, this will happen faster than it did for the first God's sanctuary." Blood Legion didn't tell anyone on purpose? To avoid this from happening? I'd consider that noble, if it wasn't also selfish, Hansen said. God's retribution responded to the slight, explaining, "We were delaying the inevitable. We knew it was only a matter of time before the existence of super creatures and life genoessences were found out, and we just wanted to make these ecosystems last. You've heard it before, surely, but humans really are horrible creatures. Their mistreatment in this sanctuary was a well-needed humbling. Everywhere else were parasites, invading one place until it's sucked dry, before multiplying and bringing the same fate elsewhere. Take a look at the first God's sanctuary and you'll see what I mean. What a sorry sight that place is in recent times. There must be something we can do to alleviate the issue." "Surely," Hansen said. God's retribution said, "If humans insist on becoming part of the cycle, adjustments can be made. But like I said, we were delaying the inevitable, and whether or not we can truly be a part of things in the sanctuaries and coexist with the current laws, I can't say for certain." He went on to reassert his meaning by again saying, "Humans have upset the balance of the sanctuaries. The first God's sanctuary is bad enough as it is, but you are making things worse. You said that already, but what if I decide to continue down the road I'm currently headed? What would you plan to do about that?" Han Sen asked, needling God's retribution to learn as much as he could about what he wanted. "I won't stop you. The trail you blaze is your own, but with how people see you, you should set a better example. If your heirs are one day killing each other for a measly scrap of flesh, you can't roll in your grave and say we didn't warn you," God's retribution said, then turned to leave. Han Sen thought he'd be threatened, and he readied himself for a fight. With his strength now, he was keen to stress the limits of how powerful Blood Legion members truly were. Han Sen did not expect him to immediately say his piece and then leave. He thought the encounter had been rather strange, and his perception of Blood Legion had been altered somewhat after it. He thought Blood Legion was an evil, slightly scary organization, but they were obviously concerned for the overall trajectory humanity was headed on. Blood Legion cared about the environment like the people of Greenpeace, and the thought of those two organizations sharing similar goals was something he was struggling to comprehend. "Go to the fourth God's sanctuary. I'll be waiting for you there, and when we do next meet, let's hope it won't be as enemies." God's retribution swiftly left after saying this. Han Sen now understood these were his parting words, and the only chance they'd have to speak before his departure to the fourth God's sanctuary. This was God's retribution's goodbye. He must be making a mockery of me, Han Sen ultimately thought to himself, following the strange encounter with God's retribution. He made it sound as if he was doing it for the children, but Han Sen thought it was a ploy of some sort. He thought he had been lied to, and that there was an ulterior motive behind his words of concern. He thought he was being a hypocrite or a Pharisee, like a person that attends vegetarian rallies but still goes home and enjoys a good steak. He had been told that Blood Legion didn't want others to kill super creatures, as it would upset the balance. But Han Sen knew they must have had to kill a lot of super creatures themselves to maintain the strength their members had achieved. What they were doing was pretty much what Han Sen himself did, he thought. Han Sen was never entirely truthful about how he went about things, but at the end of the day, much of what he did was for the betterment of mankind. He was still leaving things in good shape for others, who would one day carry the mantles he himself established. He was paving the way for others, whereas Blood Legion were only concerned with themselves. It was true Han Sen hadn't thought about the long-term, negative effects and what things might be like for the next few generations, but it wasn't as if Blood Legion had the concerns of such eventualities at heart, either. Blood Legion was different, too. Their lineage and the strengthening of their next of kin was different than how ordinary born and bred humans were reproduced. Having an heir was a priority and chief concern for the members of Blood Legion. God's retribution had tried to disillusion Han Sen. They make themselves sound so righteous, but deep down, they're as dastardly and wicked as can be, Han Sen thought to himself. While God's retribution might have had his own interests at heart, some of the things he mentioned really would become legitimate concerns in the future. If Han Sen did kill creatures at a rate quicker than they could reproduce, things really would be a struggle further down the line. The flesh of creatures was needed, and if there weren't any creatures left to eat, things would be dire. Han Sen rubbed the temples of his head in thought over the state of things. He still wanted his primary focus to rest on bringing the third god's sanctuary to its knees. He needed to save humanity and allow his mother and Ji Yanran to enter the third god's sanctuary without worry. But to do that, he had to ensure he could do so without killing too much of the local population. He couldn't mass murder creatures as he saw fit. If humans became the majority, that would be quite worrisome. Truly was like an invasion now that Han Sen thought about it. In the little time they had access to the sanctuaries, they had done a lot. Even Han Sen was willing to admit humans were greedy, he himself included. Some were greedier than others, but it was an inherent trait of mankind that humans were greedy things that always wanted more. During the interstellar era, everything was a resource and every resource was wanted. And the spending of resources always outpaced the influx of resources too. With a desire for ownership of worthless items, silly hobbies and such, a lot of resources were wasted. The resources taken didn't all go to the long-term betterment of mankind. And it seemed ironic to think the more civilized humans became, the more waste would be produced. Civilization seemed to equal lavish expenditure that only came at the cost of the planets that were ravaged for the necessary components to feed and keep the flames stoked. Han Sen thought man had become so in love with greed, they had forgotten themselves and found only appetites. Back in the Alliance, Han Sen turned off his phone and had a meal with his mother. If Han Sen turned it on, it'd undoubtedly be ringing 24/7. And the buzz of constant messages and notifications would shake the foundations of the building. When he defeated No God Emperor, all the factions wanted to cooperate with him. They all wanted to help Han Sen manage the shelters he had procured. Of course, they cared more for themselves than they did for a genuine cooperative venture with Han's senator. They'd earn a lot for themselves by having joint ownership of a number of shelters. This also played a part in why Han Sen chose not to return to the Alliance for quite a while. He knew he'd be hounded by fat cats and corporate jellyfish day and night. Also, they could line their own pockets with further unnecessary amounts of cash. Han Sen was going to just let the Ji family handle the issue and save himself the trouble. Ji Ruojian had even come to tell Han Sen, "You have to let some of them go." The Ji family did not want to take over the third god's sanctuary exclusively, as that would almost make them seem like a dictatorship. The sanctuary might then be viewed as a police state, forever under the watchful eyes of Big Brother Ruojian. They'd be hated. Ji Ruojian wanted Han Sen to give many of them up for distribution amongst a number of different companies and corporations, as well as families. He would lose a lot of potential money that way, but he would earn a lot of friends in return. "It looks like I really can't take over the third god's sanctuary myself." It sounded like Godslayer Luo might have been able to, but it seems he conquered even less than I have. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen didn't want to give up what he had earned, though, and he then said to himself, "Fine, if I can't claim ownership of more as Han Sen, then I'll just have to take them over with a different name." After a while, Han Sen stopped his ventures of expansion to focus on something else. He wanted to go off in search of geno treasures that could increase his self-geno points. He needed to open his Super King Spirit's 10th gene lock, after all. Ji Ruojian, in the meantime, ran through his contacts, trying to determine the best partners he could cooperate with. A month later, Han Sen had achieved 1,000 self-geno points and managed to open the 10th gene lock of Super King Spirit Mode. It only increased the power of Super King Spirit Mode across the board, and there were no new special traits earned. Super King Spirit Mode was very plain, but that was part of the attraction. It made you far stronger, and that was it. It was that simple. The greatest benefit of it now, though, was that he could remain in this form forever. There was no longer an annoying timer he had to adhere to. After opening his 10th gene lock, he decided to pay another visit to the spirit base. When Han Sen entered, though he was unable to find any other islands, Han Sen chalked it up to there not being many spirits with 10 gene locks open, so as a result, there weren't going to be many to find there. Han Sen drove his island around for a while and eventually saw another spirit. He didn't reveal himself, though. Only seeing one, he just turned around and left. After that, Han Sen returned to the sanctuary and went back to conquering lands and claiming territories alongside the spirits and creatures in his employ. This news was relayed across the alliance once more, making people even more hyped for the prospects of proper settlement in the third god's sanctuary. The spirits were all cooperating, and they no longer resisted. On the sly, though, they still pleaded for Undead Emperor to help them out and defeat Han Sen. Before Sky Mountain, Undead Emperor began leading a grand host of spirits and creatures to bring an end to Han Sen's reign. Han Sen, will you fight me? Undead Emperor asked, with a tone as chilling as a winter's grave. Of course I will. Han Sen raced towards him, airborne. Undead Emperor was given a lot of information about Han Sen by the other spirits, so his expectations had already been realistically set. The spirits called upon Undead Emperor to help slay Han Sen due to his undying body, but just like always, the results shocked them. The previously thought to be indestructible body of Undead Emperor was utterly annihilated by Han Sen's slap. Mankind had won that round as well, and after Han Sen claimed the mountain, humanity began to celebrate another job well done. But all of a sudden, a light shone in the sky high above. The ground began to shake, quake, and rumble. Tears formed across the region through subterranean explosions. It was like a coming apocalypse, and it frightened the onlookers. Aside from where Han Sen was, the land was churned into utter ruin and carnage. The mountains around collapsed into themselves, sinking down into black pits. Eventually, only Sky Mountain remained, surrounded by abyssal depths. The humans that saw this felt a great chill. Where the encompassing regions went, they had no clue, but the only relief they could feel was the belief they had been spared somehow. There are words written across the black reaches that surround us, a person called out. When the people turned to take a look, they read it out. It said, "We fight in 3 days. Yours sincerely, the king." Everyone looked at the chasm with worry. It was a sinister way to send a message, and even though they had full confidence in Han Sen, they couldn't help but feel afraid. Han Sen was their only lifeline. If he was defeated, things would go back to how they once were, as nobody else could carry his flame. The news that the king had challenged Han Sen was all over the third god's sanctuary. While this greatly excited the spirits, humans were less enthusiastic about the concept. If a human like Han Sen was defeated, progress in the third god sanctuary would revert back to zero. Mankind would lose their entire grip on what they had obtained there thus far, and would most likely be treated even worse. And with the spectacle that accompanied the invitation, of entire lands being sunken, the fear of Han Sen losing grew. They started to believe Han Sen did not have what it took to defeat the king. The 3 days passed by quickly, and all that while humans worried. But now, the day for that fateful fight had come. On the day of battle, Han Sen ventured to the peak of Sky Mountain and stood proudly. He waited there for the king to show. Although humans were tinged with a bit more worry than the spirits, they were all excited to see and hear what the result would be. Eventually, a body that looked like the king arrived. And after that, the area turned black. Nobody could see or hear a thing. A second later, everything returned to how it was. When they looked up again, they were all shocked at what they saw. Han Sen and the king were gone. Neither of them could be seen, and the mountaintop had vanished as well. The trail of a battle was found, though one that extended all the way to the endless sea. Although no one had seen the battle unfold, the markings of what had occurred looked bad. It must have been a brutal tussle. When the wake of combat reached the endless sea, none dared traverse the place. The gravity issue was bad enough, but the tsunamis that raged were frightening. 7 days later, the rage of the endless sea was quelled. Although nothing of the fight could actually be seen, it was hailed as the most epic and legendary fight ever performed by a human. The Alliance decided to call it the final fight. But no one yet knew who won the battle. The Alliance said Han Sen had won, but the spirits said the king had won. The battle had stopped, and Han Sen and the king established a contract. There were 3 core pillars of the contract. It stated that humans who were sent to spirit shelters were allowed to return to the Alliance. Han Sen would also provide spirits near absolute freedom, as long as they did not venture past Sky Mountain and left those lands alone. To the east of Sky Mountain was land solely belonging to mankind. Spirits were not allowed to go there. A lot of factions agreed with the contents of the contract, and it seemed like the best of both worlds. At the very least, it meant every surpasser had been freed. Han Sen had also secured 1,000,000 miles square of land for humans to occupy and live freely in. The Alliance was worried that if Han Sen died or had to leave the sanctuary, they would lose everything he had secured. As a result, they greatly agreed with the terms of the contract. The king became a hero to the spirits of the third god's sanctuary. When Undead Emperor was killed, all hope was lost. And yet, the king did not shy away from the battle. He went up and battled Han Sen alone. And hearing humans were no longer allowed to go past Sky Mountain, they were delighted. Some people believed the king might have actually been the elusive dollar, but few agreed with that theory. Spirits did not believe the king was a human, and humans did not believe dollar was a spirit. Han Sen knew the contract had no power, though. When he ascended to the fourth god's sanctuary, it would be rendered nullified. He only hoped the terms could be respected going forward. So, Han Sen used this opportunity to bring Ji Yanran and his mother to the third god's sanctuary. His mother was sent to a place in the human lands, whereas Ji Yanran was sent to a shelter that belonged to the dominion of spirits. But because of the terms of the contract, Ji Yanran was allowed to return to the Alliance and let Han Sen know where she was. Then, Han Sen was able to go there and bring her to where it was safe. Han Sen gave the pair a bunch of life geno essences to give them a head start. Han Sen did not aid the other humans much, though. He wanted them to become strong by themselves, for that would be true strength they'd be earning. Han Sen's subordinates became guards for shelters, but they wouldn't join any battles. Han Sen brought a few of the people he knew back to the underground shelter too, unbeknownst to some. Han Sen let his mother handle many things there, while he took the time to focus on what was necessary for him, if he wished to reach the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen also wondered over what Dragon King had told him, about the special gene lock that might or might not exist. He had opened the 10th gene lock on 3 of his abilities, but he didn't feel anything remotely close to what Dragon King had described to him. Han Sen wished to figure it out before ascending, which aligned with the Alliance's desire of wanting him to remain for a while. 2. When Han Sen returned home, he received a letter. Much to his surprise, it had been written with an actual pen. Han Sen opened the envelope, and soon after he began to tremble. Han Sen recognized his father's handwriting due to the vast number of family documents and possessions he had collected and perused over the years. The letter he had received had been written and sent by his father. There was no room for doubt. It was easy to fake someone's handwriting, but the content contained information only he and his father would know about. And near the end of the letter, he read something that was most shocking. When Blind Man provided Han Sen the cauldron, there was a pill inside. He claimed it was a gift from his father, and his consumption of it was of absolute importance. He was told to eat it before becoming a demigod, due to its ability to aid him in unlocking something. This gene lock was not associated with the average 10 gene locks. and he had been told it'd be of great benefit for when he finally did become a demigod. Han Sen had the sudden thought that this was connected with the mystic gene Lock Dragon King had told him about. The letter concluded with a profound apology for his absence, and how, as much as he wished he could not come back. After finishing the letter, Han Sen's mind was in a bit of a jumble. He believed it really had been written by his father, but it wasn't as if Han Sen missed him dearly over the years. Traditionally, all the best cowboys had daddy issues they'd need to confront and work on, but Han Sen never felt a longing for his father. He had learned to become very independent, and he was used to being alone, and often enjoyed the solace that came with it. Even if the pill was given to him by his father, he wasn't going to just take it because his parent had returned from the grave to tell him so. He still wanted to look into it more, through his own means. But the letter also mentioned there was a way in which you could find out whether that lock had been opened yet or not. And finding out was not difficult. So, wanting to conduct the test, Han Sen asked a few spirits to be of service in this endeavor. In the letter, it was said the 9-life cat pendant had to be used as an apparatus of sorts for the test he was going to conduct. After a lengthy search, he was unable to find any spirits who had opened this lock. Han Sen couldn't bring himself to perform the test on himself, either. So, he summoned Moment Queen and asked her to prick her own finger and draw a drop of her blood across the 9-life cat pendant. After the blood fell upon the cat's mouth, it seemed to then get absorbed. The pendant was solid, not unlike a gemstone, but somehow, it absorbed the blood as if it were a sponge. Then, a little later, the 9-life cat turned blue. The remnant of the blood it had soaked it had also turned blue. A little while later, the red blood that had turned blue turned back to being red. This was just as the letter said would happen. If Moment Queen had opened that special lock, then the blood would have stayed red the entire time. But Han Sen wasn't going to leave it like that. Tests had to be conducted a number of times before the results could be considered reliable. So, he went out and performed the same exercise with a variety of different creatures, spirits, and humans. It was very reliable, and the same response was received each and every time. The blood would turn blue, and that was that. Even Queen's blood was like this. Han Sen decided to try it himself. He pricked his finger and let a drop of blood descend onto the pendant. He expected it to turn blue, but much to his surprise, it seemed to remain red the entire time. Han Sen was not sure what to think at first, but he eventually told himself, "Does this mean I have opened that lock? But when did I do that? Is there something wrong with this pendant? Did I do the test incorrectly?" Han Sen went out in search of others to reconduct the test. The results he received were the same as before, and Han Sen's blood was the only blood that stayed red upon the pendant the entire time. Another lock, huh? Is it referring to the life door? Han Sen recalled the feeling of unlocking something when he opened the life door. But ever since that day, he had not noticed anything different. He didn't think it had aided him at all. If the 9-life cat was indeed performing correctly, though, there was no other possibility. So, I've opened that thing by accident. That's great. It means I don't even need to take that pill? Han Sen paused, pleased with himself. Then, after a brief bob of his head, he continued on to think, if I give this to someone else, then, who should have it? Han Sen wasn't sure if the pill was safe, so if it was something harmful, he didn't want it to bring grief to someone that was dear to him. But if it was something decent, he didn't want to give it to a random nobody either. It was quite the conundrum. Han Sen returned to the underground shelter and fetched the dusty cauldron. He called over Little Angel, Little Silver, and Thorn Queen. They sat at the table and wondered what Han Sen was planning to do with them. Han Sen placed the cauldron at the center of the table and slowly revealed the pill he had kept inside. Thorn Queen frowned, indicating she had no clue what it was. Little Angel looked at it but did not show any emotion. Perhaps she was uninterested. Han Sen did not know. The silver fox looked ready to eat it, but someone else was faster. Bauer was on Han Sen's shoulder at the time, and as soon as she saw it, she leaped down onto the table and gobbled it up. Han Sen looked very nervous, hoping nothing bad would befall his baby. But after Bauer ate it, nothing occurred. She shivered a little, but that was it. Han-san had tried the pendant test with Bauer earlier, but her blood had turned blue. A while later, he decided to take another pinch of her blood. This time, when the blood dripped onto the pendant, it stayed red. Han-san stared at his 9-life cat for a while longer. It confirmed to him that the pill was genuine and that it would have helped him open the special gene lock. The nature of that lock, however, was a different question entirely. He paid extra attention to Bauer following this, but he did not notice any changes in her behavior or abilities. It was exactly the same thing that occurred to Han-san himself, following his opening of the life door. "I'm glad you're okay," Han-san told her with much relief. He hadn't wanted to endanger her. Han-san then spent most of his time practicing the Blood Bowl Sutra. He had settled on becoming a demigod once he opened its 10th gene lock. He wasn't worried about his absence in the third god's sanctuary. He had done the best he could, with the ploy of crafting a contract signed by him and the king. He didn't think the spirits would violate the contract once he left. The territory he had established for humans was only 1 million miles squared, so it wasn't all that much anyway. And besides, Han-sen had a number of super creatures and emperors that would remain when he was gone. They'd help protect everything Han-sen had done, and Queen and Qin Xian had become exemplary surpassers in the time that had passed since their coming to the third god's sanctuary. 1 year later, he finally managed to crack open the last gene lock of the Blood Bowl Sutra. When the 10th gene lock opened, it made his body far tougher. It wasn't particularly brilliant in any individual capacity, but it was good to have it finished. He didn't mind it being underwhelming for himself, as his desire for advancing the Blood Bowl Sutra had shifted in recent years. His focus with it, much like the members of Blood Legion, was to ensure his heirs would be stronger. It wasn't for himself. It was for the future generations of his lineage. And once that was done, he didn't have much else to do. He was going to become a demigod, but he was in no immediate rush to. He made sure to spend a lot more time with his mother and with Ji Yanran after this. The fourth god's sanctuary, the world of demigods, was completely different than all else that had come before. Old Man Ji had told him it was just the beginning. Han-sen had received the bulk of what he knew about the fourth god's sanctuary from Old Man Ji himself. He wasn't going to underestimate the realm he would soon be stepping into. The fourth god's sanctuary was still a world of creatures and spirits, but they started very much like humans did there. They started from scratch. The shelters there were all individual and separate from one another. Each shelter had a demigod genocore, and to conquer a shelter one had to claim the demigod genocore. After a human became a demigod, their own demigod genocore would increase in strength the more genopoints they collected. Unfortunately for humans, they now also had to play by the rules spirits did. If spirits sought to invade a shelter a human possessed, they could claim the human's demigod genocore as humans did their spirit stones in previous shelters. Demigod genocores generated different types of powers. Old Man Ji informed Han-sen he'd be stronger than the average starter demigod, but he also made sure to warn Han-sen not to overestimate his abilities. He'd still be very vulnerable stepping into that world. The demigod creatures that had genocores would be lethal for humans to try to do battle with. The powers of a genocore were wild and unpredictable as well. They came in all varieties, and if your attention lapsed, you could be killed by a genocore without even knowing how you died. Han-sen listened to Old Man Ji intently, but ultimately, how he'd start off was down to luck. It'd be a roll of the dice. Most humans used evolution pools to ascend a sanctuary, and the same still held true for entering the fourth god's sanctuary from the third god's sanctuary. Becoming a demigod was easy for humans. But few humans could become a demigod the proper way, and going there without maxing out their genopoints and making sure they were the best they could be would ensure a swift death. Even humans who maxed out their genes were susceptible to the fickle nature of fate. Unfortunately, luck still played a large role in their ascendance to the next sanctuary. Mankind discovered sanctuaries 200 years ago, but even after all that time, there were only 100 demigods. Like the Xianmen's successor he once encountered, Han-sen wanted to traverse the 10 steps of the Holy Door. But his success there would also subject him to the picky throes of luck, when he came out the other side and spawned. But as long as he didn't wind up spawning next to a strong creature or spirit, he figured he'd be okay. When he did leave for the fourth god's sanctuary, though he wasn't sure when he could return. As such, he made sure to spend as much time with Ji Yanran as possible. They went to a lot of places and experienced many new adventures together, to forge lasting memories that would accompany Han San after he made the jump. If he was unable to find a shelter, he would be unable to return at all. After another 4 months elapsed, though, he was ready. He prepared himself for walking up the fabled stairway. After a fond farewell to his friends and companions, with whom he had accomplished much, it was time for him to go. And when it was, he took off towards the endless sea mostly alone. The spirits weren't aware that Han San was leaving, so they were going to remain in order and adhere to the contract. With things still like that, he had now done everything he could for the humans of the third god's sanctuary. Han San brought the silver fox, Bower, Little Angel, and Golden Growler with him. While he was unsure at first, he also decided to bring Moment Queen. He would have liked to bring others with him, but they'd die if they could not withstand the searing flames of the steppes. Han San had decided to bring Moment Queen with him because he still had reservations regarding her goodwill towards humans. He still believed he had to keep the leash on her, to avoid her doing something evil once he was gone. The stronger Han San was, the stronger the fire would be, too. His companions were sure to have a hard time following him up. He didn't even plan to bring Bower or the silver fox with him at first, either. But they suspected what he was going to do, and nothing he did would remove them from his company. Han San thought if the Xianmen successor was able to bring a skeleton up with him, then he wouldn't have too much trouble bringing his super creature companions. Little Angel and Golden Growler were staples of Han Sen's collection. They had always been with him, and he wasn't going to leave them behind now. They had 10 gene locks open as well anyway. Considering their abilities, even with sentimentality out of the picture, he really wanted to bring them with him. Han San gave out the rest of his beast souls to his mother and Ji Yanran, so they'd have a fair amount of decent gear and weaponry to get a head start in the third god's sanctuary. He also tasked Xie Qing King and a few of the others with keeping an extra eye out for those two, to ensure nothing bad would befall them. With the underground shelter and the life geno essences they had been gifted, though, it didn't seem likely they could be bullied. Blurk! Han San fell out onto the grass, coughing blood. Bower was as cool as ever, and when she came out, she did so with a graceful drop on top of Han Sen's head, pushing his face into the bloodied soil. Han San was immediately starting to regret bringing Bower, the silver fox, Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Moment Queen with him. He couldn't imagine what the pain was like for them, to brace and stay composed on their ascension through the fire. The fires Han San had to endure were of a greater intensity than what Xiang Yin and the Xianmen successor had dealt with. The lecherous flames they suffered were far weaker, and despite Han San once fearing the steps those two had trodden, he now thought they had gotten off easy. And that aside, Han San had brought 5 people with him. This only boosted the intensity. He had felt as if the fires had been deliberately testing him in their wicked glow, like wretched demons taunting him to fail under the pressure of those he had selected to bring along. Fortunately for Han San, he was able to employ the powers of Super King Spirit Mode, Jade Skin, and the Dongxian Sutra to pull through. He'd have most certainly failed had he tried to mount the steps without those abilities to boost his resistances. On their way up, he started by trying his best to keep everyone calm, composed, and alive in the ascent. But there was little he could do when the true strength of the fire kicked in. It soon became clear to him that the only one he could truly protect and guide up was Bower, and the others would have to succeed by themselves. Han San was able to keep Bower shielded from most of the fire, but the flames had properly incinerated the silver fox. By the time he was through, he had become an egg. Little Angel and Golden Growler were in a similar position, now evolving. Han San was unable to protect Moment Queen at all on the way up, and while she had managed to become a demigod, the fires had taken a toll on her. She was grievously injured, and it seemed as if there'd be little she could do for a long time to come. It's fortunate I did not decide to bring anyone else. If I had, the fires would have surely killed me, Han San said to himself, feeling glad he had made it. Han San took a look around after that. He was in a field, one that was as plain as could be. A single wide expanse with no notable geography or landmarks to consider. He picked himself up and exerted much strength to do so. He was incredibly heavy, and it didn't feel natural. The very air seemed to tingle and hum with energy, and the atmosphere around almost felt tangible. Even the gravity felt remarkably higher there. It was lucky his body was as strong as it was, and so it didn't inhibit him. Unfortunately, his clothes had been entirely scorched away by the fires. He was nude in the field, and although it was a touch awkward, he was at least relieved there was no one else around to see him that way. Han Sen, Super Body Super King Spirit, Ultimate. Level, Demigod. Lifespan, 500. Evolution requirements, none. Geno points, none. Demigod Geno cores, none. Han Sen did not know what the ultimate tag meant, but he was pleased that his lifespan had another 100 added on top, bringing the number up to 500. Han Sen already knew there would be no more evolution requirements before coming to the fourth God's Sanctuary. Even in the Alliance, there were no further evolution pools. It didn't seem to matter much where you went after this, even if your Geno points were at the max. Han Sen caught sight of some odd shrubbery nearby. The bushes had thick leaves, and not wanting to remain naked, he brought Bauer over to help him make some clothes. After crafting some makeshift clothing, he suddenly heard the chittering of an insect. It was a grasshopper, and it was making a squealing sound down in the grass. Han Sen gave it a scan and noticed its life force to be obscenely weak. It didn't look like a demigod in the least, and although it initially gave the impression it was just a common insect, it kept on squealing. As if to taunt Han Senator, he decided he was going to kill it with Ghost Slash, and nab himself a few early Geno points. But before he could attack, he felt a pain come onto his right eye. Han Sen moved his hands to cup the afflicted eye, but then, another sharp pain began to pierce his left one. Han Sen swiftly started to look around and scan the surrounding vicinity for something else that might have been attacking him, but he could not see anything. The absence of danger he could visualize was strange, but his gut was most assuredly telling him something was wrong. The grasshopper then scrambled away, disappearing someplace in the grass. Han Sen could no longer feel its presence, but eyes still felt as if they were in pain. So Han Sen used Dongxian Aura to search, but strangely he could not make out anything. Arg! An agonizing pain suddenly pierced Han Sen's throat, but shortly after, it spread to his stomach. A cold sweat began to roll down his face, which was now twisting under the agony he was suffering. Han Sen decided to use jade skin, which gave him that crystallized luster. Following its use, even all his organs were turned to shimmering crystal. Han Sen could still feel the stabbing, but at least jade skin was enough to deny him the full experience of that pain. Han Sen then sought to examine himself with the Tenjin locks of the Dongxian Sutra open. After examining himself, Han Sen was able to notice the presence of something small and unnatural residing in his stomach. It was a gray silkworm of sorts. If he did not have Dongxian Aura, he would have assuredly not been able to find it. The head of the silkworm was very much like a needle, and it was undoubtedly the source of the pain Han Sen was experiencing. After more examination, Han Sen discovered it was not a creature, though. Instead, it was the grasshopper's demigod Geno core. From this bug, Han Sen was able to detect and learn the sequential structure of the grasshopper. The grasshopper came out of hiding once more, and it peered at Han Sen through the blades of grass. Not wanting to risk a single thing, Han Sen knew he'd have to kill it the first opportunity he had. He immediately cast Ghost Slash towards it. The grasshopper was cut in half, when it was the bug inside Han Sen's stomach died with it. Ordinary creature soil lotus killed. No beast soul gained. Bronze Geno core received. Dust bug. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary Geno points randomly. Han Sen placed the dust bug on his finger. The Geno core was so small he needed the Dongxian Aura just to see it. Dust bug. Earth element bronze Geno core. Making effective use of this Geno core would require a certain level of proficiency with the element of earth. Bronze was the tier of this Geno core. There were 4 ranks of Geno cores in total: bronze, silver, gold, and gemstone. People occasionally whispered the rumor of there being a genocore that superseded even the extremely rare and exotic gemstone-quality genocore. The details of what it might have been were scant, but the rumors never died. And if the mystical cores did exist, it was believed no human had possession of one. Han Sen had many earth element genopoints, so he could use his Dongshan Sutra to make use of the dust bug. However, this was not Han Sen's genocore. It belonged to a creature that had been slain, and now it was forever locked in its current state. There was no room for its power to grow. If Han Sen had a genocore he could actually call his own, its strength and power would grow in accordance with his own body. Han Sen tried controlling the bug, and he quickly understood how it had hurt him earlier. The dust bug was so small, it had undoubtedly slid beneath the notice of almost everyone. It could easily cut its way through the body of a creature or person without drawing attention to itself. Han Sen was also starting to understand why Old Man Ji had told him not to underestimate a single creature he'd encounter. The grasshopper was only an ordinary class creature, and yet it had dished out that much damage. What's more, it had made its own life force appear even less than it was. He knew he'd have to be careful, and danger could find him at any moment. With things being this way, he understood why the survival rate for humans in the Fourth God Sanctuary was so low. It was no wonder that only 100 humans were currently surviving in the Fourth God Sanctuary and making a living which would allow them to go to and fro from the Alliance. Most people who made it to the Fourth God Sanctuary didn't seem to live long enough to make it home. There was always the possibility that there were many humans living in the Fourth God Sanctuary who were just unable to find a way to return home. But even so, it seemed impossible for there to be many in such circumstances. Attempting to return to the Alliance from the Fourth God Sanctuary required the same thing as in previous sanctuaries. They would have to either conquer a shelter or find one that was uninhabited. Of course, doing that was far more difficult in this realm than it now was in the others. There was a sickeningly low number of shelters that were owned by humans in the Fourth God Sanctuary. Their numbers were few, and the chance of finding them was extremely small. Han Sen wasn't concerned with securing passage home just yet, though. He scanned the surrounding vicinity and told himself to collect 100 ordinary genopoints, first and foremost. He wanted to get a genocore he could call his own. He had learned from his discussions with Old Man Ji that if he managed to collect 100 genopoints, his body and power would generate one for him. So, aside from the increase in strength, there was a tangible bonus that now prompted his urge to hurry in the collection of 100 ordinary genopoints. He also wanted to do things in the proper established order. Han Sen didn't want to skip around and try to take shortcuts like the ones that had benefited him greatly in his early days in the Third God Sanctuary. It was too risky to do that in this place, so all he wanted to do now was knuckle down and knock out as many ordinary creatures as he could find, one by one. It was not unheard of for many supremely talented creatures and spirits to receive a genocore right off the bat, following their traversal of the 10 steps of the Holy Door. Han Sen had hoped he'd be considered talented enough to receive one, but he was mildly irked when he emerged in the Fourth God Sanctuary with empty hands and just a face full of dirt. But at least he had managed to slay the soil lotus and earn himself the dust bug fairly quickly. He didn't bring the cruel bottle, just in case it was destroyed in his ascendance. Either that or it had become the cruel sand. Han Sen looked at the body of the soil lotus and licked his lips. A grasshopper wasn't the most appetizing creature, but it was his first kill in the Fourth God Sanctuary. He made a fire, cooked it, and ate it. It didn't taste too bad. Soil lotus has been consumed. Ordinary gene +1. Han Sen heard the announcement play a number of times. He tried sharing some with Bauer, but she didn't want it. Han Sen ate the entire thing himself and walked away with 8 ordinary genopoints. Not too shabby for his first meal. Ordinary genopoints seemed to have a much greater effect in the realm of demigods, it seemed. Already, he felt himself becoming much stronger. I need to find a safe place I can hunker down in. Out here, in plain sight, it's too dangerous for me. Then Han Sen took off in a direction, hoping to find someplace he could use as a den. For the duration of his travel, he tirelessly scanned the environment all around him. He didn't want to risk another chance encounter with a grasshopper like the last, or even worse, and for a long time he didn't see anything. Whether that was luck or the field was just a quiet place in general, he did not know. But when he ascended a hill and got to the top for a clearer view, there still wasn't much he could see. Plain, verdant expanses, as far as his eyes could see. He could have flown to go at a faster pace, but Hansen didn't fancy doing that. It was too risky, and there was a high chance he could be spotted. Until he was familiar with the region, stealth would be his main mode of travel. After an intense, continued scan, though, Hansen finally caught sight of something. It was approaching. He threw himself into the grass to hide, and then he focused his vision on what he had seen. At first he felt relief. It was a sheep, one that was as fluffy and as cute as the most darling sketch could bring alive. It had 2 black, twirling horns, and it was a plump little thing. It looked adorable, actually, and it looked docile, too. It didn't appear to be aggressive. Of course, having learned his lesson, Hansen wasn't willing to underestimate the creature. His cute appearance could merely be a mask of deceit. "Hey you! What are you doing down in the grass?" The mouth of the sheep moved, and it seemed to actually speak. Hansen looked around him, thinking it had been a coincidence. He thought maybe someone had approached and was talking to him, but he could see no one. The sheep really did seem to be talking. "What are you looking at, bub?" "I'm talking to you." The sheep's eyes rolled, indicating it was annoyed by Hansen's lack of response. "I was just, resting," Hansen sputtered, as he dragged himself back onto his feet, patting away the soil and blades of grass that still clung to him. The sheep seemed to smirk, and then it said, "What are you? Actually, you know what? I don't care. Just tell me the powers you possess. If I think you'd make a valuable asset to my herd, you can come and graze with us, bub." Hansen's face twitched in shock, unsure if this was some strange dream he was experiencing or not. People had told him that the creatures in the fourth god's sanctuary were crazy, but he didn't think they would be this flavor of crazy. "I have a lot of different powers," Hansen started by saying. Associating himself with a sheep would be strange, but this was a chance for Hansen to be part of a crowd, he believed. Strength in numbers was a legitimate concept, after all. If he could become an ally of the sheep, the current dangerous circumstances might not be so grave for Hansen. The sheep seemed peeved by the vague response he had received, though. Hansen caught this, and he wanted to fix the mood between them. "So," he boldly proclaimed, "I can destroy stuff." With the Tenjin locks of the Dongshan Sutra firing on all cylinders, it wasn't exactly a lie. The sheep grimaced, and with disappointment slumping its limbs, it turned to leave. "Don't go yet. Talk to me." Hansen wanted to learn what the sheep had expected of him. "A weak-ass creature like you probably doesn't even have a genocore. I need someone special, bub. I need someone who can heal or support others. Finding a random creature that can take pleasure in destroying stuff is easy, and I can assuredly find one stronger than a scrawny kid like you, bub." The sheep then ran off. Hansen was confused by this, and so he turned his head to ask Bauer, "Did I just get insulted by a sheep?" "Yes, Dad. I told you to eat more," Bauer said. Hansen could hardly believe he had been condescended to by a sheep. Hansen could tell it was an ordinary creature, but he could also tell it was as good as an ordinary creature could get. "Brother sheep, don't go. I was wrong. I'm good at healing," Hansen yelled, going after the woolly mammal. It was rare to find herbivore creatures, so Hansen didn't want to miss the opportunity to follow the sheep if the rest of its herd were of the same kind. He'd have the benefit of being in a herd, and he wouldn't have to share the corpses of creatures they slew. "You can heal, bub?" the sheep asked, turning around to see Hansen panting in the chase. The powers of healing were rare, and the sheep did not like Han's senator. It never expected him to possess the powers of healing, and the sheep had only said what it said to hurry the dialogue along, so it could leave. "Yeah, where I come from, they call me Dr. Sexy." Hansen puffed up his chest and danced his pecs. The sheep did not believe Han's senator suddenly. One of its horns departed the seat against its head and went twirling towards a nearby bush. A squeal sounded from the undergrowth, as a rat had unwittingly found itself impaled. The rat struggled to get itself free, and when Han Sen went to take a look, he saw that the rat was actually being held in place by a scimitar. Han Sen was surprised. The black steel scimitar must have been the sheep's genocore. "Okay, Dr. Sexy. Show me what you can do." The sheep gestured towards the rat that seemed to be dying. Han Sen then knelt down beside it and started the healing process that he had learned from the Holy Rhino. Perhaps it was because he was in the fourth god's sanctuary, but it took an uncomfortably long time to heal the creature. "Well, I can't lie. You really can heal, but…" "Whiskey, Tango, Foxtrot. Why is it so slow?" "Ugh, it's fine for now. Come on, bub," the sheep said. Han Sen followed after the sheep and came to a forest with many creatures in its eaves. Han Sen saw a big black bird staring at him with pinprick eyes that almost burned holes in him. There were 4 creatures with 6 legs that had to be as big as tanks. And on the left, there was a spirit sitting against a tree. In front of Han Sen, there was a beast that seemed to half resemble a boar. Its rear was just a mangled mesh of bones, though. The creature was mainly black, but its eyes were red, like bright rubies embedded in coal. It was as big as a train compartment all in all. If he had to guess, he'd go out on a limb and assume that fearsome beast was the leader of the motley crew. "It looks like meat's back on the menu, boys," the spirit shouted, eyeing Han Sen like he was food. The sheep did not answer the spirit, and merely spoke to the boar. "This is the man you've been looking for. He doesn't even have a genocore. What's the point?" That same spirit said rudely. The boar looked at the sheep, and the sheep quickly said, "He's weak now, but he can heal you. He will only improve and become stronger." The beast looked at Han Sen and groaned. The noise he made was hefty, and Han Sen could imagine the power it possessed even from that. "Hurry up and heal him, bub," the sheep said. Han Sen then noticed a wound on the boar's chest that was bleeding profusely. Wanting to impress and not disappoint, Han Sen hurriedly simulated the powers of the Holy Rhino. He got to healing the mighty beast, but his performance was even worse this time around. The process was slower than it had been for the rat. Han Sen guessed it was because of how powerful the creature was. He imagined it had to be primitive class at the very least. The spirit started laughing until he was out of breath. When he found composure, he wheezed out, "Pa, you call that healing? Ha ha." The sheep blushed and told the spirit, "Any healing is better than no healing." The beast Han Sen was healing did not say or do anything. He ignored their bickering and just focused on accepting the healing and trying to rest. The healing process was going to take a while, and Han Sen was able to have a home amongst the collective. All he had to do for them each and every day was tend to the wounds of the boar. Although Han Sen was not interested in being a healer, he was able to learn a lot by residing amongst them. Han Sen learned a lot from the sheep in his time with them. He was in a portion of land called Jade Hill. It was a relatively tame location, and it was free from the presence of strong creatures. In fact, the posse Han Sen had joined up with was the biggest there. The sheep and the 6-legged beasts were ordinary creatures. The spirit was only squire class. Han Sen thought it best to stick with them, but on the second day of his time with them, the boar he had been healing went off to drink water and never returned. When they went out looking for him, all they found were its bones. Its blood had dyed the entire waterhole red, and when Han Sen saw it, his face turned a ghastly shade of gray. He thought he might get the blame, but this didn't appear likely, for when the rest found the boar's remains, they all just ran off in fear. With the black beast having been killed by something, they did not dare remain where they were. Whatever had killed it had to be extremely fearsome. Han Sen ran alongside the sheep, thinking it best to stay close. The sheep ran as fast as it could and traversed a great distance. It no longer needed Han Sen's company, so it wasn't going to wait around for him. But much to his surprise, Han Sen was able to keep up. The sheep said to him, "The boss is dead. Do you still want to follow me?" "Bub, sure. Where are we going?" Han Sen did not mind going with the sheep, since he seemed to know the land a lot more. He'd be a powerful ally. "We're going to find another boss, bub." The sheep continued sprinting for a little while, before turning its head to Han Sen and saying, "Don't worry, you'll be safe with me." The sheep brought Han San to a little hill, and there they followed behind a primitive creature. The creature was a green snake, and the sheep told Han San it was stronger than the black boar they had previously been following. The sheep talked their way into becoming members of the group, and they were both accepted into the fold fairly easily. But that same night, the snake had its head lopped off. When they woke up the next morning, only its head remained. They hadn't a clue where its body had been taken. After the snake was killed, all the creatures began running off again. Han San sought to stick with the sheep, and the sheep was accepting. The sheep told Han San that things would be okay, for he knew another powerful creature whose team they could be a part of. Han San, still wanting to know more, followed after the sheep. In regards to what happened next, Han San felt a little strange. What was going on had to be far more than a mere coincidence. That next boss was killed, and over the next 10 days they ended up in the service of at least 6 different bosses. Each boss was killed within 3 days of the pair coming into their employ. Who keeps killing these bosses? What could they possibly want? Is this phantom menace coming after me? Han San wondered. It had happened far too many times for it to remain chalked up as a coincidence. Whoever he and the sheep decided to follow would die. Every time they joined up with a new creature, it seemed like they were handing out a death sentence. But the lands about did not have humans, and if someone wanted Han San dead, it made the most sense for that enemy to be a human. And if they wanted to kill Han San, why would they go after the creature first? If this enemy could kill the creature they followed with that much ease, then that same enemy could kill Han San with even less trouble. Are we really that unlucky? Han San asked himself, longing for normalcy and steadiness with some hardy company. Even the sheep was starting to become depressed. Fortunately, news did not travel and the creatures did not gossip. Han San and the sheep would be branded the bossbusters if word got out that they carried this awful death sentence around with them. The sheep rested for half a day and eventually said to Han San, "There is one last primitive boss we can consult, bub. Hopefully his health and his head will fare better. Let's go to him and see if we can find some stability." "Sure," Han San said. Han San had followed the sheep for quite a while now, and he had come to know the area quite well. If the two did have to go their separate ways, Han San thought he'd survive just fine on his own. Han San also thought the two could just go off and make good by themselves. But the sheep was true to its calling. It really wanted to follow others, and since there was only one boss left to see, Han San thought he might as well accompany it. But Han San was growing more and more concerned over the constant slaying of primitive bosses. He didn't want this queer enemy coming for him, too. The boss they met next was a monster with 3 horns protruding from its head. The horns were large and gnarly, disfigured like tree branches that had endured far too many winters. As for its body, it was not too dissimilar to that of a cow. The sheep was a smooth talker, and again, they were accepted into the service of the horny cow. The sheep was worried this boss would end up as a hunk of chuck roast, just as the rest had. That same night, he mumbled to himself repeatedly, saying, "Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, bub, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, bub." Han San was worried too, but he had come to like the sheep. It was quite humorous to watch. The creatures that followed the 3-horned beast weren't particularly special, and they were actually the same type of creature that the big cheese was. They were all horned cows. Han San thought it was slightly strange that only he and the sheep were different from the rest. The sheep had to be the slickest talker he had ever met, and his social skills were off the charts. Han San couldn't imagine trying to talk his way into being happily accepted into a crowd such as that. And while Han San hadn't earned anything from his time with the sheep, he had instead learned. He had come to know quite a bit. This group was more tight-knit than the others, and they stayed much closer together than the other groups. Han San himself was only 30 meters away from the boss, and since he had a clear line of sight on the boss, Han San thought it would be best to watch him with Dongxian aura. If an enemy approached, his focus would reveal the enemy that had hounded them. It can't be just bad luck, can it? Han San half-asked himself once more. At midnight, Han San detected strange movement nearby their leader. A second later, The creature's head was hewn off. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to see who had done the deed. And when he saw who the murderer was, he was surprised to see it was someone he was quite familiar with. It was nighttime, but the glade was brightly lit beneath the gracious glow of the moon. Han Sen witnessed the slayer of the three-horned beast, and he noted how familiar its killer looked. No way! Han Sen saw it was a woman with dragon-scaled skin, draconic horns, and wings. She was wielding a cleaver. Before Han Sen became a demigod, he had eaten the food she had prepared for him each and every day. She looked exactly like the spirit chef the Serpent Throne had been mimicking. While Serpent Throne had generated a sentient doll in her image, this was the real one. This was her live and in the flesh. After she lopped the beast's head off, she picked up the creature's carcass and went on her way. She was the size of an average human, but she was able to carry the entire lifeless body of a beast that had to be at least 3 times her own size with great ease. She went away at a brisk pace, too, and when the gathering of lesser creatures saw the head of their leader oozing blood into the soil, they started freaking out and running away. The sheep woke up, roused from its deep slumber by all the commotion, and when its eyes fell across the bloody head, just like the rest, it wanted to spring back to its feet and race off. But Han Sen grabbed the sheep by its tail to stop it. Unfortunately, it paid no heed and simply kept on going. Han Sen was unable to hold onto his tail due to the speed he was going, and the sheep kept crying out as he went, "I'm going to die, bub! I'm going to die!" Although he had grown fond of the fluffy thing, Han Sen couldn't be bothered with tracking it down. Instead, he was keener on examining the severed head. Now that he knew what was killing the primitive creatures of the land, he didn't feel the need to run off. With his prior connection to the spirit, he didn't fear her so much that he'd flee the area like the rest. The chef was able to slay primitive creatures with ease, and knowing that, it was obvious she wasn't going to waste time hunting down ordinary creatures he was equivalent to. Anyway, Han Sen imagined an analogy, appropriate for the chef that she was. In his mind, he compared her to a world-class chef who was proficient at preparing the greatest cuisine that a most magnificent restaurant could offer. To settle for ordinary creatures would be reducing herself to being the dishwasher. Han Sen would be another wretched plate to clean, in her eyes, and the less she had to clean, the better. As such, he believed himself to be safe staying in the vicinity, if he didn't bother her. Han Sen examined the cow-like head and lifted it up. He was going to cook what little of it he could, in the hopes of earning a couple of primitive geno points. And as much as he would have liked to go after the chef, he felt he didn't need to just yet. That wasn't on his agenda for the time being. And even though he once had the chef for a doll, that wouldn't guarantee the real spirit would be friendly to him. After what he had witnessed with Three-Eyed Demon, Han Sen would prefer keeping his distance for a little while, in case he found himself getting grilled and carved like a turkey. Seeing how she one-hit killed the three-horned beast, Han Sen knew he had no chance of fighting her. If he approached her and she wasn't friendly to him or Bauer, their chances of survival were pretty slim. Picking up the head, Han Sen fancied starting a fire so he could cook it. The entire time he was following the sheep, all he was able to eat were plants. Fed up of pulling grass out of his teeth, Han Sen was on cloud 9 at the prospect of sinking his teeth into delicious meat again. He was familiar with the area now, too. He and Bauer went into a nearby forest with the head, and he cleaned and prepared the head with his water abilities. The cow's head was ridiculously juicy, and the aroma of its sizzling made their bellies groan with hunger. Of course, the last thing Han Sen wanted was to draw the attention and ire of other hungry mouths that might be lurking in the area. So he made sure to mask the smell, so they could remain hidden. Bauer was drooling at the sight of the succulent meat, and she chewed on the air with a restless mouth, in ardent anticipation of the meal that awaited her. "Can I eat yet?" Bauer couldn't help but ask. Han Sen did not have any spices with him, and if the meat was still raw, it wouldn't go down like the treat he wanted it to be. So he told her, "It's almost done. You need to learn some manners. Don't look like you've come down with a fever while you're waiting for food. It's not like this is the first time you've eaten some of Daddy Cool's cooking. Bauer does have manners." "Yep. See." Bauer sat up straight then, wanting to give the illusion she was a grown-up woman with some semblance of elegance. But when the scent of the meat tickled her nostrils once more, she practically started drooling. As if possessed by a ghost, she began leaning towards the meat. Hansen couldn't blame her, though. He himself was staring at the meat like a starved, angry wolf. Before it was fully cooked, Hansen began to carve a few cooked slices of meat off the head. Then, he hastily served them to Bauer and himself. "Dad, this is good," Bauer exclaimed, as they both gorged on the delicious meat like pigs. It was like a Turkish grill. The head had quite a bit of meat on it, more than Hansen expected. But still, the pair was hungry for more. Bauer was so hungry, she sucked on all the meat-stripped bones she could. Bauer ended up eating the most, and disappointingly, Hansen didn't receive any primitive geno points. It wasn't surprising, though, given it was only the beast's head. That's not to say nothing of worth was earned. The three horns had resisted the fire for the entire duration of being cooked. They looked like they'd make useful tools or weapons. With jade skin, Hansen poked the horns and noted how sturdy they still felt. They looked like they'd make for hardy tools, indeed. Since Hansen was practically naked in the fourth god sanctuary, he settled on using them as weapons for the time being. The horns were hard, but if Hansen used the Dongxian Sutra to remove them from the head, they'd surely break. So, Hansen settled on using jade skin to dig them out completely. The skull was cone-shaped, and the parts he broke off looked to make a fine handle and handguards. The way the horns were shaped and serrated, they looked as if they'd make good sword breakers. And since they were lethally sharp, they'd make decent spears, too. And it was at that moment Hansen suddenly felt something approach. He turned around and there she was, the chef, cleaver in hand. She was a mere 10 meters away. Hansen, upon seeing the chef, thought to himself, "Has she returned for the head? But she'd have to dig into our stomachs if she wanted it back. And that would be no trouble for her." "Oh, the head? We thought you had no need for it, so we ate it." Hansen began stepping back, bringing Bauer firmly back into his arms. Hansen knew how strong she was through the Serpent Throne's replication of her. But this was the genuine her. This was her as a demigod now, too. If he could, Hansen wanted to avoid a fight. Immediately, he took off running. He knew she enjoyed feeding the entity dragon eater, and not wanting to take a chance of getting spit-roasted for a midnight snack, he thought it best to scram. Hansen had a fitness level of 7,500. If he wanted to rival primitive creatures in strength, he'd have to get that figure up to 10,000. With her being able to topple mighty primitive creatures in one swing, though three-horned Beast King included, he'd need to be even higher. Fighting her was the last thing Hansen wanted to do. The Dongxian Sutra allowed Hansen to see through the entire world, but he didn't think it would give him much of an edge against an opponent who was that strong. The gulf of power that separated the two was too wide. Hansen did not yet have a genocore either. He was able to guess she probably had one, but its exact nature was a mystery. Making use of his phoenix techniques, Hansen committed to the act of flight. Surprisingly, the chef was unable to keep up with him. She was strong but evidently sluggish when it came to agility. Just like any other primitive creature, she could not keep up with Hansen. Hansen thought to himself, did she just become a demigod? The man that was dead, slumped against the entrance to the underground shelter. If he was there during her reign, then she couldn't have been in the fourth god's sanctuary for longer than 100 years. Perhaps she has been unlucky all this time, and has been unable to gain strength. Hansen's deduction was not too far from the truth. When she first came to the fourth god's sanctuary, she was placed in a very dangerous area where she could not do much, and she had been trapped. When the time came to escape, she barely made it out alive, and only in the past 2 years had she been able to start getting stronger. Hansen kept on running until he stumbled across a thick bundle of wool on the ground. It was the sheep's butt. The sheep spun around with a mushroom in its mouth and said, "Hey! I've been looking for you, bub. I thought you were dead. Come dine on this. I've even flavored it with soil for you. Once you've chowed down, we'll go see another boss. He's a good distance away, but he should be strong." But Han Sen had been running like the wind, and he currently had no time to discuss anything. He simply ended up yelling, "Run!" If the sheep was unfortunate enough to remain, and was later claimed by the chef, he'd become a well-grilled hunk of mutton in no time. When the sheep saw what was tailing Han Sen, though, the solace of the shrooms quickly evaporated, and in absolute horror he froze. "Come on, man. Run. Move!" Han Sen yelled at the sheep, seeing it refuse to budge. Suddenly, the sheep began to kowtow, and it pleaded, "Please, spare my life. Spare me and I will become a servant. I will do everything you command me to. I will live for you and you alone." Seeing the sheep beg like that, Han Sen couldn't help but freeze, too. But Han Sen didn't think begging from the dirt would do him much good. He wagered the sheep would still end up cooked, forked and eaten one way or another. He ended up being mistaken, though. It had slipped Han Sen's mind that the sheep was a silver-tongued cretin that could talk his way out of a paper bag. "Stop him! Fear not, milady. I will not let him get away." The sheep leaped before Han Sen and launched one of his boomerang-like horns towards his friend-turned target. This sheep will do anything to survive. Where'd his faith and morals get off to? Han Sen struggled to believe the sheep was more obscene than himself. But alas, it was true. This was a betrayal as cut and dry as one could get. Seeing the sheep's horn heading his way, Han Sen brought out one of his own horns to try to deflect it away from him. But despite using a pinpoint-precise ghost slash on the incoming projectile, it was not enough to break it and quell its violent approach. The impact knocked the flying horn away, but it was like a heat-seeking missile, and it rebounded mid-air to retarget Han Sen and resume its deadly approach. Damn! That thing is like a homing rocket. Han Sen pulled out a second horn, planning to use Yin Yang Blast to destroy the sheep horn. He knew he had underestimated the power of the sheep's genocore, but he had only seen it in action once before. And things only got worse when Han Sen tried to use Yin Yang Blast to take it down. The projectile absorbed his Yin power to propel itself towards him at an even greater speed. Han Sen had slowed down considerably to deal with the sheepish traitor. It had given the chef the time necessary to catch up, and now that she was in range, she pulled out her fork of doom. She lobbed it at Han Sen. Han Sen managed to evade the fork, but another sound filled his ears. With a pang, a crystal bowl had trapped him. "Boss lady, it is done." The sheep was now like a dog, groveling obediently. The chef ignored him completely, though. Instead, she approached the bowl that domed the area around Han Sen. "It's time to bring out the big guns. She's just asking for a super spank." Han Sen gathered up a blistering orb of Dongxian sutrafueled power in his right hand. The chef approached Han Sen with her cleaver in hand. Just as Han Sen was about to retaliate with super spank, he heard a chilly voice boom from the skies. "Did you kill the primitive creatures?" The chef stopped and looked up into the sky. Han Sen lowered his hand and also looked up at the phantom figure that was now addressing them. When his vision cleared, he could see a male spirit hovering high up in the air. His eyes were fixed on the chef, and his face bore an expression of distaste. Han Sen thought to himself, "Poor you, bub. You pledged allegiance to the chef, and now she's going to get her ass handed to her. You chose the wrong side, pal." "Who are you?" the chef asked the spirit. "You killed my creatures, you horrid hag, and you roam these lands without knowing who I am? I am the leader of Jade Hill. These lands you tread belong to me." The spirit paused briefly. He continued to address the chef, his words simmering with restrained anger. "You killed my creatures, and that means there's a price to pay. You will cough up." The spirit summoned a book in his hands. It was a book that was adorned with a number of strange scrawlings, symbols, and patterns. He opened the copper-like cover and began to draw with his fingertip. Due to Han Sen being trapped beneath the bowl, he was unable to see exactly what the spirit was drawing. Beneath the glass encasing, he could not make use of his Dongxian aura. A second later, though, he was done, and with a blinding font of light, a beast came out of the book. It was a 3-meter-long creature that had emerged from the page of that book. cried out and then flew down towards the chef. The spirit looked far stronger than the three-horned beast king the chef had slain earlier, so there was every chance she had met her match here. The chef frowned and threw up her left fist, and from out of nowhere, a fork appeared in her hand. Each prong pierced through the meaty hide, flesh, and body of the beast that was bearing down on her. With the creature stuck firmly in place upon her frightening utensil, the chef began to swing her cleaver at the beast with her one free arm. The beast, however, despite being lodged firmly upon her fork, did not seem to feel any pain. It still tried to attack the chef, flailing helplessly, but it could not reach her. The chef continued to swing and swing, slicing up the spirit's newly spawned creature like a giant sushi roll. "You are good, but you are also dead," the self-proclaimed boss of Jade Hill spoke calmly, but his tone was heavy with serious gravitas. The boss of Jade Hill returned to his book and began conjuring something else. The chef, disposing of the mutilated creature on her fork, raised her kitchen utensils once more. She was ready to fight and destroy anything that dared come close. When the next creature was summoned, she destroyed it. And this was how it went for some time. Creature after creature was thrown at her, and before long, she could not keep up with the pace at which these creatures were summoned. The sheep, having seen this, began running away like a hare on fire. Han-san was shocked at the spectacle, and he knew he was in for a lot more surprises in the fourth god's sanctuary. This spirit's genocore was obviously a book, and he wondered what others might possess. It also made him more eager to find out which genocore he would receive once he got one, and it spurred him with an even greater desire to max out his ordinary geno points as soon as possible. The chef isn't looking too good. He's drawing way faster than she can exterminate. It's a little cheap of this boss leader guy, if I'm to be honest, Han-san thought to himself. In the fourth god's sanctuary, if a spirit was unable to take down a shelter, they'd be unable to respawn. If the chef did not already have a shelter to call her own, she was in danger of being vanquished completely. She was in danger of death, an absolute one. Knowing she could not keep up with the pace of monster spawns, she tried a different tactic. She leaped up into the skies to get up close and personal with the boss of Jade Hill. The boss conjured a bird and stood upon it as the chef approached. And then the bird began to retreat, further and further away as the boss of Jade Hill stuck to his cheap tricks of summoning creatures to attack the chef who was now doing her best to get him. The chef had battled her way through legions of creatures, and there were surely far more to come. She was in a bad spot, and the chances of her actually getting close enough to defeat the boss were looking slim. "I don't think she's going to make it. It's a shame, but I suppose now is the best opportunity one have to get away." Han-sen, watching the corpses of slain creatures rain from the sky, tried punching his way through the crystal bowl to escape. Unfortunately, despite using jade skin to punch with all his might, there was not even a single crack rendered upon his cage's surface. "Why is this bowl so hard? Is it a geno core, perhaps?" Han-sen ventured a guess. Han-sen was going to try breaking through the bowl with Super Spank next. But then, the bowl suddenly flew back up towards the chef. Now that Han-sen was free, he wasn't going to question the blessing. He took off running as fast as he could. Killing a spirit would not provide him with a benefit, after all. He ran in the opposite direction that the sheep had fled, knowing it was best for him to avoid the traitorous fiend. And as he left, he could hear cries, roars, and the general sounds of a fierce battle high in the sky behind him. That's not to say he cared much for the trouble he was leaving behind. He was just happy to get away. Han-sen needed a geno core more than anything right now. Everyone appeared to use a geno core to fight, so that put him at a grave disadvantage. Han-sen didn't think it was very fair. Because he had come to learn of this region well, Han-sen took off in the direction of a large mountain. A primitive toxic tooth used to live there, but it had been killed by the chef shortly after Han-sen and the sheep joined its employ. At least now the area was clear. The valley he traversed was home to creatures named jade snails. They were slow and weak, but their geno cores and beast souls were good. Wanting to level up and increase his strength, Han-sen fancied taking a bunch of them down. There were a dozen jade snails occupying the valley, but because they were all so slow, they weren't going to be much of a threat at all. Their genocores were the shells upon their backs. Although they could not be used to harm Hansen, they offered the snail an incredibly high level of defense. Even primitive creatures would have a difficult time breaking those shells open. Hansen planned to snatch one of their shells and live inside it. That would be much better and safer than if he were to use a tent. Hansen wanted the snail beast souls the most, though. The sheep had told him they were an armor type. Hansen and Bauer were still dressed in leaves like cavemen. Obtaining one of those beast souls would be extremely beneficial. Hansen noticed a few of the giant snails moving about near the gentle stream that flowed through the valley, and he thought that they looked like a bunch of houses on the move. The shells were white, which added to the illusion and looked fairly pretty, too. Hansen approached one of them, which prompted the creature to retreat inside its shell. Hansen was targeting them because of their docile, non-aggressive nature. It was a shame he had to pick on such gentle creatures, but given the circumstances, he didn't have much of a choice. The one bad thing about the snails, though, were the toxins they unleashed. They were slow, yes, but the sticky trail they left behind was wretchedly poisonous. If another creature consumed the sticky secretions, it wouldn't be long before the toxins ravaged their body and they'd die. If this happened, the snails would then go and eat the fallen creature. Hansen knew about all this, as it was information given to him by the sheep. And not wanting to waste any time, Hansen swept toward the snail and unleashed a powerful ghost slash at it. A big metal sound rang across the length of the valley, and unluckily for Hansen, his brazen swipe had not even left a single scratch mark upon the shell of the snail. Ghost slash could teleport and befuddle opponents, but this trick did not increase its damage output, and there'd be nothing he could do to improve it on the fly. Hansen wasn't going to use his fists to strike the shell, either, because it was poisonous. So, Hansen drew out his horns and tried striking the shell with jade skin activated. And because the horns were like spears, Hansen decided to use a skill he hadn't used in a long time. He employed the use of drillhead to try to drill into the snail's fortification. It was a successful approach. A plume of white dust erupted from where Hansen started drilling into the shell, and he managed to lodge his horn a fair way inside. The snail had clearly felt it, too, for it cried out in pain. Then it began trying to roll away while it was still inside the shell. Hansen leaped away just in case and then flipped over to the other side of the snail. Taking aim, he began drilling through the other side before it completely escaped him. The other snails in the area had taken notice of what was going on by now. Some began to sloppily wiggle their way over to support their brother against the human aggressor, while others tucked into their shells and rolled over. But thankfully, Hansen was far faster and quite a bit stronger than the jade snails. The genocores couldn't protect the snails from Hansen, so that pretty much rendered them hopeless against him. Hansen eventually killed the snail he had started on, but right after it died, the shell shattered into bits. Ordinary creature jade snail killed. No beast soul gained. Genocore destroyed. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary geno points randomly. Even if Hansen was able to kill those snails, their shells seemed likely to break. Maybe I'll just keep going to nab 2 beast souls instead, then. We can't stay naked any longer, Hansen said to himself, before targeting another snail. When he approached it, though, he stopped. Then he thought of something else. This ingenious idea prompted him to leave the valley. After a period of waiting, hidden just outside the border of the valley, all the snails eventually relaxed. They all came back out of their shells to move towards the fallen snail and eat it. Without any more time to waste, Hansen summoned something. Hansen summoned the bronze genocore dust bug. Watching the snails eat, Hansen figured he could fill the dust bug with the element of earth for a hearty stealth attack. Once he had prepped it for use, the dust bug took off flying towards the slimy things. It flew fairly slow, but there was nothing Hansen could do about that. It was a small and hard thing, and it had a lot of cons. That was to be expected, though. After all, it was only a bronze-class genocore. But Hansen thought the few positives about the dust bug were all he needed. He could make do with the negatives, since he was only fighting near-harmless snails. The snails did not have the Dongxian aura either. With dull senses, They could not detect the dust bug slowly flying towards them. Eventually, the bug touched down near a snail and hopped onto one of their gooey bodies. The snail quickly retreated into its shell, feeling something foreign suddenly touch it. But it was too late, for the dust bug had already dug its way inside the body of the snail, as if by magic. The shell wasn't going to help the snail here. It was just like what happened to Han-san before, in which an excruciating amount of pain was dealt, all from the inside of the snail's body. It was literally being killed from the inside out. The bug was very small and rather weak, though. It took the dust bug 2 hours to completely kill the jade snail. Ordinary creature jade snail killed. Beast soul gained. Bronze Geno core received. Jade snail shell. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary Geno points randomly. Han-san was delighted to receive both the Geno core and the beast soul. Han-san threw away the leaves that currently clothed him and summoned the beast soul. A clean, white armor covered his entire body. The only thing missing was a helmet. But even without that, Han-san found himself pleased and satisfied with his new armor. "Daddy, I want one too." Bauer pulled at Han-sen's leg, as if begging for a set. She was sick and tired of the leaves and pricking twigs that made her skin itch. "Don't worry. I'm going to get you one." Han-sen used his dust bug to take out another snail. 10 hours passed, and when Han-sen slew his 8th jade snail, he managed to obtain a second beast soul. He gave this to Bauer. Han-sen wasn't planning on killing any more than he had to, especially after collecting everything he had been hoping to get. The ratio of Geno core collections far outweighed that of the beast souls, though for Han-sen had managed to obtain 7 of them. Unfortunately, they were all bronze class, but although they were as small as beans at first, they could be pumped up to the size of a house, if they were given a bit of power. Just like the dust bug, they were all of the earth element, too. Han-sen used his horns to cut up the snails. He would obtain a hearty amount of Geno points by eating the vast amount he had killed, but he wasn't entirely sure whether or not they were edible. They were toxic, after all. And in fear of this poison, Han-san made sure to give each slab of meat he cut a good washing. He scrubbed them fiercely and cleaned them up well, but even still, he did not feel safe cooking them up. When the meat had finished sizzling, Bauer looked as hungry as she did the night before. But this time, Han-sen stopped her trying to grab a bite. He had to make sure they were safe to eat first. Han-san used his horn and stabbed one of the slabs of meat. Then, he chucked it onto the grass a distance away. Then, in a nearby bush, Han-san made himself comfy. He was going to watch it intently, sitting in silence. A while later, a basketball-sized bug made an appearance. It scurried over towards the meat Han-sen had placed. It was called a snake bug, for its head and neck could elongate. Its jaw was said to be fiercely powerful, and with its teeth, it could snap and chew through steel with ease. The sheep told Han-sen he'd have to be careful if he encountered one, for they rarely let go once they had bitten into something. Furthermore, their fangs injected a lethal poison into their prey. Han-sen wasn't planning on fighting it, though. All he wanted to do was test if the jade snail's poison would damage the snake bug once it had taken a bite. The insect launched its head like the firing of a hookshot. Its teeth sunk into the succulent meat and began to winch back like a chain. Bauer took notice, and she thought it was a theft of great insult. Fortunately, she did not do anything hasty. And as the snake bug gobbled up the slab of meat, it suddenly began to convulse violently. It rolled onto its back and twitched in a ghastly fashion, as blisters and boils began to pop up across its body. It started to lash out and writhe around amidst the agony it was suffering. But as it did, the boils and bubbles burst to release disgusting, smelly, slimy juices. Han-sen was shocked at the sight, and he thought it to be a rather revolting scene. The snake bug inflicted poison on others, so it should have had some resilience to the poison of the jade snail. And yet, the fact that it had reacted like this spoke volumes about the toxicity of the poison the jade snails wielded. Eventually, the snake bug stopped moving. It had died. Ordinary creature snake bug killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Consume its flesh, gain 0 to 10 ordinary Geno points randomly. Han-sen was surprised it counted as a kill. He returned deeper into the valley where the jade snails resided and noticed many more had appeared. They were all busy in the process of consuming their slain brethren. Hansen chased them all away. The meat of the snails shrunk quite a bit after being cooked, so Hansen was able to fry a lot to take with him. By the time he was done, he had cooked up 200 kilograms of meat. Hansen packaged it all up and prepared to move off someplace else. Killing ordinary creatures was not a difficult thing to do, he believed. All he had to do was be careful when dealing with their genocores. Hunting primitive creatures would undoubtedly be difficult, and the need to achieve a fitness level of 10,000 was most certainly no joke. But now that he had all that poisonous meat, he had more than a few ideas about what he might be able to do. The sheep was true to its nature. It liked following others, particularly leaders that were stronger than itself. There was, however, one creature even the sheep was not willing to go near. That creature was a very angry being, and merely venturing past the edges of its territory would have it wanting to kill you. Hansen brought his meat there to see if he could kill the creature that the sheep feared oh so much. If he was able to kill it, he ran the chance of obtaining a genocore and a beast soul. The creature was a bona fide primitive creature, too. Such treasures would make for some good gear. Furthermore, the creature was said to be fiercely guarding a genoplant. If Hansen was able to slay the creature, the plant would then belong to him. Holding 200 kilograms of poisonous meat in his arms, he placed it down near a portion of the ground that was split and around 2 meters wide. Hansen peered down into the pit he had selected and noted how black it was. He then dropped the meat down the hole. He was surprised to hear how long it took for the meat to hit the deck. Hansen then turned around to run. If he killed the beast he had come for, the announcement would surely play. But as he moved away from the ground, he caught sight of a white fluffy animal. Much to his disappointment, he had encountered the cheap, double-crossing sheep once more. "You cheap sheep! Oh, I'm having mutton tonight!" Hansen yelled as he ran towards the sheep with his horns drawn. The sheep knew he had gone too far the last time they met, and it wasn't likely Hansen was the sort to let bygones be bygones and let him off the hook. And just as Hansen caught up to the woolly prat, Hansen called out, "Cheap sheep, this is your judgment day." The sheep knew he couldn't outrun Hansen, and so he quickly threw himself onto the ground in a kowtow position. He pleaded, "Spare my life, please." Hansen felt a chill run down his spine, and he thought to himself, "You asshole! You tried to kill me. You can't weasel your way out of this one." Hansen was planning on striking the sheep down, then and there, but just as he was about to, something red appeared in the grass. Hansen was taken aback. He thought the slippery, worm-tongued cheap sheep had played a magic trick on him. Looking at the red figure that had just appeared on the plain, he noticed it was the chef. Unfortunately for her, she looked to be in very sorry shape, and the red color was the blood that soaked her person. Pang! The chef collapsed on the ground. Hansen could breathe a sigh of relief, knowing she wasn't a threat, but he also smirked a little as he thought about getting revenge on her. Hansen pulled out his horns, ready to finish her off, but she managed, with great strain, to look up and mumble a few words. She said, "Han, Jean, Ji." Hansen immediately withdrew his weapons and bent down near her. He raced to ask, "What did you just say?" She quietly repeated what she had spoken, pauses and all. "Han, Jean, Ji." Hansen now knew he had not been mistaken, hearing what she said. He then recalled the man who had died slumped against the entrance to the underground shelter. After examining the person, Hansen and his companions had discovered a pocket watch on him. There was an old photo inside, featuring an unknown middle-aged man and his father, as a child. Hansen had asked his mother who the man was, but she did not know who it was either. Now that she had spoken the name Han Jinji, Hansen thought to himself, what connection does she have to Han Jinji? Might she know who the man holding my father was? The same person who was dead outside the tree door. Hansen wanted to ask her more questions, but she had passed out. Hansen wished to wake her up, but before he could do anything, he felt a frightening presence approaching quickly. It was the boss of Jade Hill. There were many beasts following him, like a swarm of locusts. Han Sen picked up the chef and began running. He would have happily killed her earlier, but there was the possibility she held valuable information. He wasn't going to let her die now. If he failed to get her to safety, he wouldn't learn more about his father or find out anything about that photo. Even if she didn't know a whole lot, Han Sen was eager to follow even the most meager trail of breadcrumbs he could find, if it meant securing a lead around the mysteries that surrounded his father. Han Sen ran off like a madman with the chef on his shoulders. Unfortunately, he was unable to go at a pace quick enough to shake off the tide of beasts behind him, and the wretched spirit who commanded them. After running for a while, Han Sen's eyes traced a sheep running in the distance. He imagined the fluffy fiend had managed to get away while he was busy examining the chef. It was a slow creature, though, and it wasn't long before Han Sen caught up with it. "Boss Mun Bub, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want." The sheep pleaded and begged, as its little legs carried it as fast as they could. "Stand right there, then," Han Sen shouted. "No can do. Are you blind to the army that's chasing us, bub?" The sheep wasn't willing to follow the command and simply kept on running. "Fuck you," Han Sen said, keeping up with the sheep. Across that emerald expanse, the sheep was leading the chase. Han Sen was directly behind it, while a massive swarm of creatures chased at a good few paces behind. "Stop right now." "No." "Stop." "No." Han Sen knew he wasn't going to listen, so he exerted more energy to try to outpace the sheep. The beasts were catching up, too, and they didn't look as if they were going to get winded anytime soon. The sheep, seeing that Han Sen was about to overtake him, summoned its horn and fired it towards him. Han Sen, seeing the boomerang come for him, employed his phoenix techniques to swoop across and over the sheep. The sheep was not very proficient when it came to combat, and after leaping towards it, Han Sen grabbed the sheep by its neck and lobbed it at the swarm of creatures behind. "Go make him your boss," Han Sen shouted out. Han Sen believed the sheep might actually get the job done. After the sheep was launched towards the self-proclaimed boss of the Jade Hill, Han Sen saw the boss raise his hands towards it. The sheep immediately pleaded, "Boss, don't kill me. I'm coming to serve and obey you." After the sheep called this out, the boss frowned. He wasn't impressed. He grabbed hold of the sheep and cast it away like a stone. Han Sen, seeing cheap sheep earn itself another boss, hoped someone or something might suddenly appear to kill it. Strangely, nothing happened, and the monsters continued to chase him. Han Sen was just testing it out, though. He didn't think the death of leaders was some sort of curse or ability cheap sheep inherently had, but he was curious nonetheless. So he had no choice but to continue running. The oppressive atmosphere propagated by those behind him was incredibly strong, though, and Han Sen could not keep up at the rapid pace he was going. He knew he'd not be able to escape, no matter how long he went for, so he gritted his teeth and launched himself back towards the boss of Jade Hill. Han Sen was thinking to himself, "Come on, don't stop me. I just need to get a little closer." The boss of Jade Hill's beasts would be difficult for Han Sen to tackle mano-a-mano, and if he found himself bearing the brunt of one's attack, he could find himself in a similar condition to that of the chef. If Han Sen could just about reach the boss, he could use Super Spank to deliver enough damage to kill it and end the threat for good. But Han Sen had to physically touch his opponent with his hand to use Super Spank. Getting that close was a dangerous feat, and it was a stunt he wasn't entirely sure he could pull off. Han Sen was still a good distance away from his foe, and the tide of monsters was already headed his way. With the chef in one arm and a horn in the other, he stood strong and broke the wave. He managed to slay every creature that dared to come near him. "Why am I so unlucky, huh? No one has come to help kill this guy." Han Sen was disheartened. The boss of Jade Hill looked at Han Sen with a strange expression. The human had achieved the power of a primitive creature, but he had no genocore. The boss had initially only wanted to kill the chef, but he couldn't allow a human like that to run rampant. He had to make Han Sen his target now as well, and not only the chef. Han Sen's jade skin had a high threshold of stamina, but he had been running for a long time already. having exhausted much of his energy. Han Sen knew he couldn't keep on fighting the onslaught of creatures that were spawned to impede him. As he had seen with the chef previously, the boss could generate creatures continually, almost faster than he could kill them. If he kept this up, he'd become winded and fall. How am I supposed to get out of this? Han Sen asked himself, looking around for a solution to his woes. The boss of Jade Hill was too far away from Han Sen, and with the barrage of monsters that kept on coming, it didn't look likely he'd reach the spirit. Things were different in the fourth god's sanctuary, and there was a perpetual sense of unease. The atmosphere and gravitas of every situation were heavy, and this was only tripled under the threat of those creatures. And with everything being so strong, the powers he might have once used to sunder mountains in the third god's sanctuary could only manage to split rocks here. A weak, new demigod to the fourth god's sanctuary did not have to encounter a creature or spirit to meet a grisly end. Han Sen wagered the atmosphere itself could choke the life out of them. Han Sen had a few AoE hyper-geno arts that could hit multiple opponents at once, but they wouldn't be of much use here. And again, that was mainly because he lacked a geno core to call his own. He had to use his body to fight just as it was. As such, his attacks had to be singular, too. I can't turn back now. I must do this. Han Sen then decided to take off running towards the split earth. He had wanted to poison the creature that resided within, but now, provided it hadn't yet died, he thought it might be possible to enlist its aid. Han Sen bought himself time by breaking the bodies and cutting the throats of all the creatures that came close. But when he killed one, the body would explode into a whiff of black smoke and respawn. Han Sen's arm was dealt a scratch at one point, but jade skin proved sufficient to withstand the light fumbles he made. He didn't even end up bleeding. He was still a good distance away from the split earth. He regretted running as far as he had, for it now proved rather difficult to return. The boss of Jade Hill was getting peeved as this transpired. He was annoyed the beasts were unable to do Han Sen harm, so he cast even more powers into the pages of the book he wielded. Then, the bronze book turned to silver. Han Sen's mood turned grim upon seeing this. It was a night-class spirit, and that meant his genocore had probably turned silver-class. Silver genocores would create far stronger enemies and generate a threat Han Sen might not be able to overcome. And to coincide with this, the boss's temperament looked disturbingly ill. When he drew with his fingertips, he drew carefully and concisely. He wasn't scrawling across the pages wildly as he had been. He was now more deliberate. Han Sen saw a silver light beam from out of the new and improved book, and it spawned a silver-winged ape creature that was able to fly directly over to Han Sen. Dong! Han Sen punched the ape with a mighty release of energy, which had it stumbling back 10 meters. This guy must be primitive. Han Sen frowned. The boss of Jade Hill continued to draw, but Han Sen noticed the trickles of sweat that were rolling down his forehead like a number of beads. Clearly, the repeated casting of these greater creatures was taking its toll on the spirit. After summoning 4 of those apes, he stopped. Han Sen was in a bad situation, and he had to use jade skin to equalize his fitness with theirs. Han Sen had to deal with 4 horribly powerful apes and a tide of regular creatures, all by his lonesome. Han Sen used jade skin and his phoenix techniques trying to use these enemies for cover. He didn't make use of super spank, though, for he was afraid he'd spook the boss into running away if it found out what Han Sen was capable of. And Han Sen wasn't in the mood to make lasting enemies, either, so the threat of the self-proclaimed boss had to end there and then. Han Sen wanted to fight the boss right then. Exerting his strength to take down the apes was a waste of both time and energy. He was starting to incur wounds, too, as the brutal hits delivered by the apes were making him bleed. After a long fight, Han Sen felt a strange power begin to well up inside his body. It felt as if his very cells were being empowered by jade skin. Han Sen was enthused, feeling this. He was feeling the same sensations Old Man Ji had once described to him. Is my geno core generating? Han Sen asked himself with gleeful surprise. It was different than the typical flow of energy. This time, Han Sen's body was generating a strange substance that was new to him. It came out of his cells and went to sit in his sea of soul. And as this transparent substance gathered together, he was able to see it clearly. The substance was a little like water, but thick like a gel. It was like a non-Newtonian fluid, but different as well. It was difficult for Han Sen to determine what it was exactly. Han Sen already knew different hypergenoarts could produce different genocores, and because he'd been using jade skin, that was what he used to generate his first. The substance that was bleeding into the sea of soul continued to amass and compose its form, all as one. Unfortunately, Han Sen had no time to watch the process. He was still under fire and had to fight back the army of creatures, but there at least seemed to be a light at the end of that very long tunnel. All he had to do now was hold them back and allow the process of the genocore's production to finish. Furthermore, Han Sen could not control the shape or form the substance was building. The finished genocore was not something sculpted by the person's desire. It was constructed through the host's genes under the influence of their hyper-genoart. They themselves had no personal hand in it. As Han Sen battled his way through the tide, he felt something amiss in his sea of soul. Something else was occurring. Han Sen took a peek back inside his sea of soul, and there he saw his black crystal glowing. It was generating another substance. Something black. And this substance was mixing in with the genocore that was currently in production. The genocore was transparent, but the black substance was darker than dark. It was blacker than ink. It was concerning. When the two mixed together, though, the overall substance looked like cream. But this intrusive substance did not enlarge the form of the genocore that was being built. Instead, it was acting like a light tincture that altered its color. Han Sen wished to stop the black crystal from interrupting or possibly damaging the process, but he found himself unable to. And from this black crystal, more and more liquid began to ooze. Han Sen then noticed a change in the crystal's form. It had become smaller somehow. Throughout its time in 3 sanctuaries, it hadn't once changed its shape. But now it was. Whether that was a good omen or a bad one, he could not tell. Han Sen was unable to play any part in the formation of the genocore, and all he could do was allow the events transpiring in his sea of soul to play out. But once the black crystal had shrunk by 10%, it stopped shrinking. The creamy genocore began to look like an enclosed flower, on the precipice of opening in full bloom. This was also the point Han Sen acknowledged to be the most crucial moment. He eagerly anticipated the reveal of the genocore, and the effect the black crystal had had on it. Han Sen was unable to watch it constantly, though. He feared he might miss the initial reveal due to the constant pressure the 4 silver-winged apes were putting on him. And then, a vibration, like a violent tremor, sent shockwaves through his body and sea of soul. It was like a high-magnitude earthquake. When Han Sen popped his head in to take a look once more, he was shocked. What is this? What is it? Han Sen wondered. Sitting inside the sea of soul was a cream-colored item. It looked like a ceramic object. The shape was very strange, however. It was oval, not too far off the shape of an egg. Has it not finished yet? Do I need to fetch a spoon and break the top off? Han Sen wondered. Leaning in for a closer look, Han Sen checked out its basic info. Self-genocore, bronze crystal core. Han Sen was frozen. He was not expecting to receive something special, but he didn't expect to receive something so inherently dull and basic as that either. A lame name didn't always mean something was poor, but something as horrendous and plain as crystal core was awful. It was as uninspired as its shape. Han Sen thought he'd receive a weapon like the chef possessed. He thought he'd get something that would help him out of his current predicament. But all he had received was an egg. Not wanting to remain a pessimist, though, Han Sen decided to look on the bright side and say, well, looks can be deceiving. Never judge a book by its cover. Never judge a genocore by its shape. It might actually be really powerful. Han Sen decided to summon the egg genocore. The creamy, egg-shaped crystal appeared in front of Han's senator. It hovered in the air before him. Han Sen commanded it to strike one of the beasts near him. Seeing the egg go for the creatures, Han Sen wondered to himself, I wonder if this will strike them like a bullet, or better yet, work like a grenade and explode. Han Sen didn't want to be so negative, so he remained optimistic and hoped for the best. After all, the crystal had been generated by jade skin. Perhaps it was just the appearance of the item that was lame. The egg struck the head of one of the monsters as Han Sen crossed his fingers and waited for a miracle to happen. Bauer grasped Han Sen's neck so she could lean forward and squint, equally excited to see what might happen next. Then, a second later, their eyes opened wide as if they had just encountered a ghost. But it was all for the wrong reasons. The egg hit the forehead of a creature and that was it. There was no explosion. The ape did not even reel back in pain. Like a bouncy ball, it bounced back. Han Sen could not believe he had generated something so useless. And due to the item's oval shape, it bounced off in a different direction and drifted off behind Han Sen. A creature had crept up behind Han Sen, unbeknownst to him. The egg struck its arm and then bounced away again. The bouncy ball was around the same size as an ordinary fist, and it bounced around from enemy to enemy but didn't hurt any of them. I've spent all this time and energy to produce this? This is what I get after all my hard work. Han Sen was heartbroken, seeing no benefit to the genocore he had earned. Whatever. I'll continue on my way to that pit. Han Sen put the crystal egg away and got moving. The creatures the egg had hit continued going for Han Sen, just as they had before. This, to Han Sen, proved it was bona fide useless. It was a waste of space. As Han Sen made his way to the hole in the ground, he slew countless beasts in his path. A silver-winged ape managed to dig its talons into Han Sen's back and deliver a nasty cut. He felt the point of entry, and he expected the pain to flare up at any moment. But much to his surprise, he didn't get hurt. He felt nothing. Han Sen was rather shocked because he knew that strike ought to have hurt him. So, he fired up the Dongxian Sutra to observe the wound he had incurred. Surprisingly, there was no damage. Not even his armor had been pierced. What happened? I swear I felt something. Han Sen thought in disbelief. The talons of the airborne ape were incredibly sharp, and the jade snail armor should not have been able to defend against the hit. Han Sen had suffered a few minor scrapes and scratches before, and he knew for a fact that the talon strike had been considerably worse. Han Sen's jade skin was strong, but not that strong. The ape had surely delivered a massive hit to Han Sen's back. But lo and behold, there was no damage. Did he go easy on me? Han Sen wondered. But the creatures that assaulted Han Sen were not real, and they did not possess emotions. They obeyed the will of their master, and he clearly wanted Han Sen to die. They could not dictate their own actions. The boss of Jade Hill wanted Han Sen dead more than anything, that much was clear. You could see it on his face. Why would he command them not to hurt Han Sen? As Han Sen pondered this peculiarity, another ape got in close and threw a strike. Han Sen raised his arms to block the hit. After deflecting the talons, Han Sen observed his arms and saw a number of scratches across his crystallized skin. He knew they had not gone easy on him. What was that? Seriously. Confuses me. Why didn't I get hurt earlier? Han Sen was perplexed. Han Sen turned his attention to the ape that had somehow not damaged Han Sen. But it looked the same as the rest. One ape was able to leave a mark on him, but the other could not. Did the egg hit that ape? Han Sen's mind began to hover around a possible solution to the confusion. Due to his staggering disappointment with the item, Han Sen had not paid attention to how many times the egg had bounced or which targets it had struck. His mind had been a blur at the time. The egg had bounced around quite a bit, too. If a monster was struck by the egg, does that mean the creature becomes friendly? Han Sen's view of the egg changed, but he thought his hypothesis was a little wild. It sounded fairly ridiculous. If that was true, the ape would not have attacked Han Sen in the first place. But even though he hit me, he didn't hit me. Is it an undercover ape? Pretending? Maybe he doesn't want to hurt me, but acts like he's trying his best to? After all, if the boss found out, he'd be killed. Han Sen looked at the ape's murderous face and didn't think that was true, either. So Han Sen continued on his way, battling as he went. He couldn't think of a reason why the hit had not damaged him. The boss of Jade Hill had only drawn 4 of the creatures. His book was a genocore, but there had to be a limit on how many creatures he could summon at a time. When the boss saw his ape hit Han Sen, he frowned, too. Even the spirit himself wasn't sure why the human had not taken any damage. The boss observed Han Sen closer, and then his eyebrows became crooked. He started to frown even more. The boss of Jade Hill flipped open his book and then began to draw again. He drew even slower this time, with an excruciating amount of focus. His forehead was sweating bullets. After a few minutes, he was done. But his face looked to have been drained of all color. He was pale. A silver light beamed out of the book, followed by something else. It was a creature that looked like an evil, angry demon. When the demon emerged from the book, its green eyes stared at Han San intently. It raised its trident and came rushing towards him. The demon was incredibly powerful, that much was clear. Its trident was a menacing, frightening weapon to watch bear down on you. Han San was still holding the chef, so he could only use one hand to fight. Dong! The trident came against the horn, and it sent Han San flying back 100 meters before he came to a stop. Han Sen's hands were trembling, and he acknowledged he had tried to block far too much power at once. And just as this happened, while Han Sen was stunned, an ape had closed the gap to strike him. The silver talons were driven deep into Han Sen's back, but pain was not what he felt. It was shock. Han Sen was in a daze. The ape that had just hit him was the one that had confused him earlier. The ape's talons were incredibly strong and swift, and they should have torn Han Sen to shreds upon contact. But when the knife-like nails came upon him, they were like rubber. They did not damage him in the least. The ape had come in so strong, though, its fingers and the hand itself came down on Han Senator where this strike should have utterly destroyed him. It felt as if his enemy was made of putty. There was no pain, and then, the fingers of the ape all bent upwards like broken, twisted twigs. Why's this happening? Are all the creatures that get hit by the egg like this? Han Sen thought to himself. The other three apes were quickly bearing down on Han Sen now. They lifted their talon-fitted hands up to strike Han Sen with greater strength than the previous ape. Han Sen summoned the egg with haste and lobbed it at the enemies that had gathered around to finish the human that had led them on their chase, and given them a great deal of trouble. On its airborne flight, the egg spun. Its traversal lacked finesse and stability, but the speed at which it went more than made up for that. The demon looked furious. With its trident, it tried to impale the egg. The boss of Jade Hill watched what was happening with great curiosity, and just like Han Sen, he wondered what the egg did. Now, seeing Han Sen muster the effort to summon the egg and throw it, as one last-ditch effort to avoid getting destroyed, he was utterly confused. Still, he believed Han Sen had to be up to something. The human wouldn't happily submit to death and throw an egg for a laugh. There had to be something concerning about the item he had lobbed. And so, the spirit had commanded the demon to take it out. The demon was incredibly strong, and its trident came into direct contact with the egg. Han Sen was worried, as it was just a bronze genocore. He wasn't entirely sure it could withstand the brunt of a strike delivered by a silver genocore summoned creature. Pang! When the trident struck the egg, the shape of the egg caved in on itself. Fortunately, the trident had been unable to break or pierce through the egg, though. The surprisingly malleable shape of Han Sen's curious genocore bounced back to its original shape, but it was now moving faster than ever. The egg bounced everywhere at ridiculous speed, and each of the apes was hit by it. And once they had been touched by the renegade egg, the item moved on to tag the rest of the creatures in the wider vicinity, as well. And every time it hit a creature, the speed increased. It was like the speed kept on stacking and stacking, so it had become faster and faster. Han Sen kept on dodging attacks, keeping an eye focused on the crazy egg. It wasn't like an ordinary bouncy ball. The egg was oval, so when it bounced away it was incredibly difficult to keep track of. Even the initial point it'd jump away to was unpredictable. With Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra active, not even Han Sen was able to trace its flight. And if Han Sen could not keep track of it, then neither could the creatures. And one by one they all continued to get hit. Shortly after, each and every monster had found themselves tagged by the egg at least once. Pang. When it was done, the egg bounced back to Han Sen. He did not know whether the egg had bounced back to him by sheer chance, or if the egg had instinctively returned to Han Sen once its job was done. But more than anything, after it had finished tagging the enemies that were all before him, Han Sen was simply keen to find out the nature and extent of its power. He didn't have the time to think, though, for the demon and the apes all came towards Han Senator. They resumed their plan of murdering the human. The trident was coming for Han Sen once more, raised and ready to skewer. So Han Sen raised his horn to try to knock it away once again. The last time this occurred, Han Sen was knocked back 100 meters. He knew what to expect this time, so he committed to the strike and brought his horn down against the incoming trident, bracing for the impact. When both of the weapons came together, Han Sen's eyes opened wide in sheer, unbridled joy. The powerful trident was like a cheap rubber toy, and it bent backwards with ease. Ignoring the apes and beasts around him, Han Sen moved forward to slay the wretched demon that had become a thorn in his backside. He stabbed it with great heft behind his thrust. But just as he was done, the four apes leaped atop Han Sen with jaws open, ready to bite and chew him up. It wasn't just the apes either. It was the rest of the creatures as well. He had become well and truly swarmed, and the scene was like the maddest game of British bulldogs one might have ever laid eyes upon. The chef was with Han Sen too, and in her unconscious state she was subjected to the massive pylon. The boss, seeing Han Sen fall beneath the countless creatures, raised a smile. He believed his pest had finally been dealt with. He gave the human the credit he deserved, though. Han Sen had proved troublesome, and the boss was well and truly relieved to think he had been taken care of. But this happiness was short-lived. Despite the number that had piled on top of Han Sen, his life force was the same as ever. What is this? The boss frowned harder than he had ever frowned before. The four apes should have been able to tear him apart several times over by now, but there was not a single smidgen of blood to see. Boom! The boss felt a large gust of power blast its way out of the crowd. The beasts he had spawned were all blown away. Even the four apes were sent flying, and despite them biting Han Sen over and over, the human looked to be perfectly fine. In Han Sen's eyes, the creatures were like the flimsy orbs of a ball pit. When they were touched by the egg, their bodies did not look different. In fact, they looked exactly the same. But it was like the construction of their beings had been radically morphed into something like rubber. It wasn't just the creatures' bodies that were like that either. Even any weaponry they wielded would suffer the same effect, just like the demon's trident. Han Sen did not exert much strength to push the creatures of the dogpile aside. He shook his body as if he were shaking off excess water, and with the lightness of water drops, the monsters were cast away. The horn Han Sen had plunged into the demon's chest was still inside it. It spun inside the cavity, drilling its way through the flesh and bone as the fiend lashed and flailed around in an attempt to bite the human that had gotten the best of it. At one point, it managed to actually connect its flapping maw to Han Sen's wrist. But when it brought its teeth down on him, the teeth all went out of shape. Then, Han Sen pulled out his horn and drove it through his foe's brain. He killed it with ease, as the skull of the beast offered no resistance. Now Han Sen was determined to tackle all the rest. Han Sen no longer had to worry about any damage they could deal. As far as they were concerned, and as far as he had to worry when facing them, he was indestructible. Awesome! This is going to be my kind of massacre. Let's see if I can kill 10,000 of you. Han Sen's horn was then driven through the ape that was nearest to him. The boss of Jade Hill could not believe his eyes, and he found it staggering how the human had turned the tables and robbed his minions of all their powers. Seeing Han Sen mercilessly slaughtering his way towards him, the fearful spirit commanded his bird to fly away. Han Sen grabbed the egg and chucked it at the spirit. It went towards the fleeing spirit with the speed of a meteor. Pang! The boss of Jade Hill, seeing the egg, drew a few extra beasts to deflect and bounce it away. He had taken advantage of the only real con the egg had exhibited so far. It was very bouncy, and it could be knocked away with the greatest of ease. When the egg changed direction, The boss was given enough time to expand the gap between the two and escape. He was long gone, and when the boss fled, the monsters that remained all began to disappear. It seemed as if they could not remain in an area long if their master was absent. After all these years, I've gotten something truly miraculous. This genocore is amazing. Han-sen fingered the egg, reveling in exuberant joy. Han-sen was also starting to believe it was almost sentient, as it could follow his commands. All he had to do was take care when throwing it. Before it left his hand in a throw, he just had to influence it in the direction he wanted it to go. If Han-sen could predict where it would go efficiently, he'd have full control of its path. This would not be too difficult for Han-sen to perform, because he was talented with yin-yang blast and drill head. Baseball pitchers could throw a curveball and football players could curl the ball, but Han-sen was far more talented than the average sportsman. With the imbalance of the egg and its instability in travel, it could be used very effectively against others. Of course, that meant it would be harder for Han-sen to control and guide it himself, but with enough practice he'd be able to do just fine. And with his special abilities, calculating the course it would take would eventually come naturally to him. For all intents and purposes, the egg was a perfect fit for Han's senator with his talent. He believed he'd be catching everything off guard with majestic throws in no time. And to kickstart his practice, Han's son started throwing the egg on the ground and bouncing it back into his hands. It wasn't a ball, so the direction it would rebound was unpredictable. It was trickier than he imagined at first, and he failed to catch the egg 90% of the time. If Han-sen had to use drill head, it had become even wilder and more difficult to control and guide. So he thought he might have underestimated how much practice he might need before he became super proficient with it. Bauer was delighted with the funny little egg, though. Whenever Han-sen threw it, even she tried her best to catch it. Han-san was afraid of her attempt and was given a quick fright when she first leaped towards it. He was scared the egg might turn her to rubber. Fortunately, the one time she did catch it, nothing ill happened. Han-san might not have been able to control its course of flight, but it seemed as if Han-san could determine who or what he wanted the egg to affect. Han-san tested it a few more times, and the radius of its bounce was around 1 meter. And whatever it touched, if he willed it, would become rubbery. If the egg hit the same spot again, the effect was removed. This was a strange genocore, and Han-sen had never heard of such a thing before. He must have lucked out. Of course, he hadn't heard much about genocores regardless. That was because there were so few demigod humans in existence. Han-sen took the chef to a forest and then threw the egg at her so she'd become rubbery. She had spoken Han Jinji's name before passing out, and now, Han-sen finally had the time to grill her and find out why. Han-sen healed her a little, just until she regained consciousness. When she awoke, she immediately threw a punch at Han-sen. He grabbed her incoming fist and began to twist and spin it for fun. She looked at her arm as if she was peering at a ghost. She didn't feel pain, but she couldn't understand why her arm was behaving like that. Han-sen held the horn to her throat and said, "Answer my questions and I'll allow you to live." After that, he pushed the serrated edge of the horn to shred a little skin and draw a slight amount of blood. "What is your relation to Han Jinji?" Han-sen asked, then frowned as she remained silent. When the chef heard Han-sen's question, she stared at him but did not speak a word. With the serrated edge of the horn, Han-sen dug a little deeper into her throat. The shredded skin of her neck began to ooze droplets of blood, which rolled down to her shoulders. "Don't try my patience." Han-sen feigned anger and impatience for any resistance she might give. "Then kill me, if that is what you wish." The chef spoke with a chilling tone, without a single hint of her words being a bluff. She was not afraid of dying in the least. Of course, Han-sen still hoped to extract information. He wanted whatever she might have known about Han Jinji. Killing her was the last thing he wished to do, for this very reason, and this reason alone. He decided to soften his tone and try to insert a touch of friendliness into his approach, and so he told her, "I only want to about your relation to Han Jinji. If you answer, and tell me what I want to know, you are free to go." But her mouth remained firmly shut, prompting Han-sen to elaborate on the specifics of what he ultimately wished to ask. He said, I want to know if you're a friend or foe of Han Jinji. We hate each other. We hate each other very much. You are clearly an ally or thrall of his, so stop talking. The chef spoke with a tone that was laden with spite and disdain, and her eyes drilled holes into the young man in front of her. If the man before the bark door of the underground shelter's entrance was a follower of Han Jinji, what she said now suggested that she might have killed him herself. Seeing the chef speak with a muzzled rage, it looked like Han Jinji must have done something awful to her. Why do you think I'm with him? Hansen asked. You two share the same race, the chef said. Hansen smiled and said with a laugh, Oh, you've misunderstood things a great deal. We are humans, yes, but our race has a grander population than even you lot, if I were to wager. That doesn't mean we're all the same, though. So, what makes you think I'm a friend of Han Jinji? Hansen did his best to explain things as simply as he could. The chef looked at Hansen with confusion, and she stuttered to ask, Is what you say true? I'll be honest with you. I'm not a friend of Han Jinji. In fact, I am his enemy. If you dislike Han Jinji as much as your behavior suggests you do, then you and I have a common goal. Han-san put his horn away and put on an expression of apology. Then, Han-san continued to heal her wounds before touching her once more with the egg. You really do have a bone to pick with Han Jinji too? The chef asked. Han-san brought her over to a nearby tree to resume the healing, and as he touched her wounds he said, If I was a friend of his, you'd be dead right now. I risked life and limb to save you. You know that, don't you? The chef examined her own body, and although the healing was a fairly slow process, she could tell she was improving. She had been hurt badly, and Han-sen's holy light was still very weak. Because of this, it'd take a long time for Han-sen to finish healing her completely. But Han-san stayed with her and kept on healing her. They spoke about many things, but in their chatting, Han-sen didn't ask anything too concerning or serious. When Han-san had tried to be hard and firm with her, she did not give him what he wanted. Now he was going to do his best to be soft and fair. If he behaved that way, perhaps she'd be more willing to open up to him. They spent the next few days together, and over the course of that time, the chef continued to receive swell treatment, in addition to other kindnesses Han-san was willing to impart. Why were you trying to kill me, can I ask? I know I took the head of that cow. But was that the sole reason that you came after me? The tension between the two seemed to have dissipated now, so Han-sen thought it was the best time to ask about this. The chef, by this point, had fully recovered, and she knew she was stronger than Han-sen too. For him to ask this, it was obvious he had no grudge against her. The chef said, You and Han Jinji look like one and the same. That is why I wished to kill you. Did you see many humans in the third god's sanctuary? There should have been a few in every shelter, Han-sen said. The chef then said, Han Jinji was the only human I ever saw. Then, how did you two become enemies? Han-sen pushed his luck to ask. The chef did not answer him directly, and she instead said, Come, I will help you hunt some creatures so you can improve. Consider it me paying you back. Then we'll be even. There's no need to do that, but since we both hate Han Jinji, we should share what we know. We can help each other like that, but if you're busy, feel free to move along, Han-sen said. Han-san was going to act this nice for as long as he could, in the hopes that when she departed, absence would make her heart grow fonder. If all went according to plan, perhaps the next time they encountered each other, she'd be more willing to share what she knew. The chef seemed to feel guilty about not doing anything to return the favor, though. She said, You just became a demigod. It is dangerous for you to be left alone out here. If you want, I can get you residence inside my shelter. There's a shelter in these parts? Han-san was shocked to hear this. If there were spirit shelters nearby, he'd be in considerable danger. The chef went on to explain, There is a silver-class shelter, owned by a primitive creature. If you offer it resources of value, I see no reason why you would not be allowed to stay there. Han-sen immediately agreed. If he was still allowed to return to the Alliance, and he was in no danger of being enslaved, he saw no problem with it. In fact, it would be a fairly amazing deal. The chef then led Han-san to the shelter. It was a distance away, so the journey was long. At the midpoint of their travel, they encountered a sheep. It was the cheap sheep that Han Sen had developed a love-hate relationship with. "Ah, boss number 1 and boss number 2. I have found you both." The sheep looked giddy with excitement. When Han Sen's eyes caught the image of cheap sheep, his face turned dark, and being called boss was irritating. If he heard the sheep say bub again, he'd lose his mind. The sheep was a traitor, coward, and a bringer of trouble. Just seeing it trot over, Han Sen wanted to kick it away. Arriving before them, Cheap Sheep merrily said, "Boss's girl bub, I have found a bronze shelter not too far from here. It is unoccupied." "And where is this so-called shelter?" Han Sen released the clenched fist he had been ready to hurl. A bronze shelter might have been a shelter of the lowest tier, but any shelter you commanded was better than no shelter. If there was a shelter like that, Han Sen really could come and go as he pleased. "It's situated deep inside a cave, near the Jade Hills. I can take you there," Cheap Sheep said. Han Sen and Chef looked at each other and nodded. They were both in agreement of where they should head next. Han Sen was still rather worried about a potential curse that might have followed the sheep around. But nothing bad seemed to happen after their encounter that day. Cheap Sheep led them with the happiest spring in his step, and he said, "Bosses, when you claim the shelter, you can give me as many Geno cores as you please." "Shut up. I'm not your fucking boss." Han Sen was getting worked up, being repeatedly referred to as boss. The volatile reaction was unexpected, though, and it made the sheep jump in fright. After that, it kept its mouth shut. Cheap Sheep only opened it to graze occasionally as they traveled. After a while of walking, Cheap Sheep rustled a few bushes and said, "This is it, bub." Han Sen looked inside the cave and frowned. It was long, but the ceiling was low, and he'd have to crawl if he wanted to make his way through. "There's a shelter beyond this? Are you pulling my leg? If you are, I'll cut yours off." Han Sen hammered the thread in with spaced syllables. "Boss bub, I'm really loyal. I swear upon my woolly coat. I'm not lying," Cheap Sheep pleaded. After a brief discussion with Chef, Han Sen decided to follow after the sheep. He was going to go forward anyway, with or without them. The ground of the cave was mainly comprised of dirt, but it was solid, nonetheless. After 10 minutes of crawling, the cave opened up into a typical rock tunnel. At that point, they were able to stand up as well. The trail took them deeper underground, but where they were going and how long they would have to walk, they could not tell. It was fortunate Han Sen and Chef's vision were excellent, for not even the faintest glimmer of sunlight pierced that black veil. Their eyes provided them night vision. "How much further to go?" Han Sen frowned. Cheap Sheep answered, "We're almost there. We're just over halfway." Han Sen dubiously allowed the sheep to continue leading them, and much to his relief, and to the sheep's continued health, they arrived half an hour later. "Boss, it's here." The sheep raised one of its hooves, pointing directly ahead of them. Han Sen looked forward and saw a castle of stone. Han Sen appraised the area they had arrived in. The tunnels and caverns had opened up to reveal them standing in a valley someplace. The cliffsides around them were massive, and the sky was a thick, straight line that sat atop them, as if they were the legs of a table. The castle itself was comprised of gray stone, and certain elements of its design made it appear more like a well-fortified manor or mansion. Chef went ahead first. She had been in the fourth god's sanctuary for a while, and in that time she had not once had the opportunity to claim a shelter. Cheap Sheep quickly tailed her, thinking she would take better care of him than Han Sen would. Han Sen, deeming the area safe, also followed from behind, and judging the shelter from its fairly unkempt, rugged exterior, he well and truly believed it to be a bronze-class shelter. Han Sen only had a bronze Geno core, so claiming a silver shelter would be rather silly. Chef pushed against the door of the shelter, and they came to some sort of lobby. Before them was a large rectangular table. It was very long, like a dining table for the rich in their excessively large estates. There was one seat at each end, and 5 seats on the left and right sides of it. Upon the table was silverware. There were pots, trays, crockery, and cutlery. Fruit and meat were piled on the plates, and a pot of something was cooking above a fire. Han-san and Bauer began to drool, and they felt their bones ache for the comfort this place was sure to provide them. It had been a long time since they had been someplace so nice. Not wanting Bauer to run off, though, Han-san tightened his grip around her. However, Cheap Sheep had told them the shelter was unclaimed. If that was true, why was there a fire going with food being cooked? Did someone take this place before we got here? Han-san wondered, before shouting out, "Anyone home? We're here to borrow some brown sugar." After Han-san's call, no reply came. "Let's check further inside," Dragon Lady Chef said, sharing his concern. Han-san and Cheap Sheep followed after her, and after a brief poke about, they found no one else there. The shelter was comprised of 4 floors and 20 rooms, and despite checking out each location, they found no one there. Furthermore, there were no statues or teleporters. "Are you sure this is a shelter?" Han-san asked after they returned to the lobby. Dragon Lady started to say something, too, but suddenly, there was a large pang sound. The doors to the outside pulled themselves shut, and the candles lit up. Cheap Sheep fled to cower behind Dragon Lady, as she and Han-san dubiously looked at the table. There was a man standing near the master seat, dressed in a black suit and tie. He looked strange, and beneath the eerie glow of the candles, Han-san was able to get a flickering glimpse of his face. It was the face of a wooden puppet, and his nose was unnaturally sharp. The black suit was very elegant, and it was the sort you'd expect to see worn by some noble butler. "Welcome to Dinner Shelter. Dinner is now ready, so please take a seat." All of a sudden, the puppet doll bowed and spoke to them. The 3 were surprised, and as Han-san observed the butler, he could not detect the presence of a life force in it. And with its wooden face, its speech was creepily devoid of emotion. Cheap Sheep leaped forward with a burst of confidence and said, "Wait, you are the Geno core of this shelter. I bet your food is poisonous. That's your game, isn't it? You want to poison us? I know the type, bub." The doll did not wait before responding to the allegations, and with a monotone, robot-like response, said, "You have been added to the naughty list. Start cleaning." They stared at the doll, who remained unmoved. Its beady, red eyes were fixed on the sheep, but aside from that, nothing happened but an unnerving silence. Han-san saw Cheap Sheep move its mouth to say something more, but just as it did, the sheep was turned into a doll itself. It remained frozen in its expression, with a half-open mouth. Han-san and Dragon Lady were shocked, seeing their annoying little companion become a doll. Fortunately, the Cheap Sheep doll still had a life force. It was likely the creature itself was fine, but its body had become stiff wood. "Now, will the remaining 3 guests take a seat? Dinner will be served momentarily." The doll bowed and gestured for the others to sit down. The butler was not referring to the sheep when he was referencing the 3. The third person he was now referring to was Bauer. Dragon Lady looked peeved, barely able to accept that a bronze Genocore possessed the audacity to threaten and command her the way it was. "Let's sit down first, before making a scene." Han-san tugged at Dragon Lady's arm, bidding for her to sit down. Han-san wanted to get a better feel for the situation first. Ever since the doll appeared, he had been keeping a close eye on it. "Please maintain your manners and adhere to dining etiquette. That also means each individual should sit on their own seat," the doll advised. Han-san knew the doll was referring to Bauer, so he took her off his lap and placed her down on a chair of her own. Han-san was cooperating because he didn't know how the sheep had been turned into a doll. He didn't quite want that happening to himself. The 4th god's sanctuary was a wild place, and even the weakest of creatures could not be underestimated if they had a bronze Genocore. Han-san thought he and his party had unwittingly waltzed into the proximity or radius of effect of the hostile Genocore, and without a way out of their predicament, they had no choice but to do what they were told, lest they too were turned into dolls. Demigod powers were very weird, and Han-san knew he'd have to find out what was generating this entire charade soon. He needed to put an end to it. Until then, Han-san was going to play nice and evaluate his options. And so, After accepting the doll's invitation and doing as they were told, they did not end up like cheap sheep. The sheep had been turned into a doll, but it still had its life force. Its body was so stiff, however, and not even its eyes could move. "Please, enjoy our first dish." The doll suddenly rolled out a dining cart. He took the dishes off of it and placed them on the table. They were hot, sizzling steaks. Although the food smelled very good, Han-san made sure to hold Bauer back and prevent her from lunging forward to grab the meal. "This is the flesh of a snow beast. Fret not, for it is safe." Dragon Lady cut the meat and took a bite. Dragon Lady was a professional chef, and so she knew her meats. If she thought it was okay to eat, Han-sen would have no qualm eating the food. He trusted her. After Han-sen decided to tuck into the meal, he acknowledged it to be some good stuff. There were no toxic tricks at play, and quite honestly, it tasted divine. Snow beast flesh consumed. Ordinary Geno point +1. Han-san was pleasantly surprised, for he did not expect to receive a Geno point from the freebie meal. Bauer cut herself a slice and had a bite, too. Then, with surprising proficiency, she cut up the rest of the steak. "My dear guests, there is also some excellent wine." The doll then started to pour their drinks. Han-sen and Bauer observed what Dragon Lady was doing. If she took a sip, so too would they. Han-sen and Bauer hadn't been able to enjoy a meal such as this in a long time. The sheep must have been feeling awful, Han-sen imagined. He was missing out on a most amazing dinner. Bauer, in particular, was hyped, but her enjoyment of the food eventually went too far, to the point that she abandoned using a knife and fork, and instead started stuffing the food into her mouth with greasy fingers. "You have violated the necessity for manners while dining, and you have been added to the naughty list. Start cleaning." The doll said this with surprising anger, as if he had been personally slighted and was triggered. "Oh no!" Han-sen quickly turned to look at Bauer. Without hesitation or concern for himself, Han-sen reached for Bauer to place her behind him. But before he could, the doll's eyes flashed red. Then, strangely, it looked surprised. Han-sen examined Bauer, and much to his relief, he saw she had not been turned into wood. This came as quite the surprise. Judging from the doll's behavior and facial expression, it would seem as if it had cast its power, but it simply had not worked on the baby. The doll's eyes flashed with that same red, menacing light again. It also spoke, and it said, "You have all been added to the naughty list. Start cleaning." The doll's eyes flashed like a bright, oscillating light. As they turned to look at Han Senator, he had summoned his crystal egg. But before he could muster the strength for a throw, he began turning into wood. Dragon Lady, who had leapt up from her seat to fight with her cleaver in hand, was starting to turn into a deadwood puppet now, too. Han-san found himself unable to move, and the doll and its powers were far stronger than he had expected them to be. Dragon Lady's silver core could not resist the encroaching Wadeening, and neither could Han-sen's jade skin. The butler was effortlessly turning them all into dolls. Maybe this isn't a bronze shelter after all. Maybe it's a silver one, Han-sen thought to himself. The doll had turned its attention back to Bauer by this point, and its eyes repeatedly flashed. Fortunately and curiously, the powers had no effect on Bauer. Start cleaning. As if it was programmed to, the butler repeated this command every few seconds. It was a rather sinister thing to hear, over and over. Bauer looked incredibly angry at the butler. She didn't like the way her master or her friends were being treated, and so she pulled out her gourd. The butler despised disobedience, and the fact that he couldn't turn her into would prompted him to move forward to try to grab her. But before he could, Han-sen's wooden body suddenly started to glow white. This came as another surprise for the butler. The wooded skin began to evaporate, returning Han-sen to normal. "You have been added to the naughty list. Start dying," Han-sen shouted, as he glowed with a luminosity that made direct eye contact impossible. A few seconds later, a punch was unleashed towards the butler. The doll was shocked, acknowledging the power that was suddenly headed its way. The fiend flashed its eyes a number of times to repel it, but nothing worked. The bright light wielded by Han-sen laid the smackdown. Boom! The doll's body was immediately destroyed, as a flurry of wood chips peppered the air and rained across the ground. Silver Geno Core destroyed, Butler Doll. Silver Geno Core obtained, Butler Doll. Amidst the storm of wood bits, one suddenly rose and shot over to Han Senator. Then it entered his sea of soul. Han Sen exited Super King Spirit mode, and when he went to check the item he had received, he saw an odd doll sitting in his sea of soul. It was around the same size as a human's hand. Butler Doll, Wood Element Silver Geno Core. When the doll was destroyed, Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep were freed from their wooden bindings. Their bodies had returned to normal, but their mental composure hadn't. That was because they had both been stunned by what they had just witnessed Han Sen perform. Their eyes had been stuck in place while they were dolls, so they did not see the Super King Spirit mode clearly. But they had seen a bright white light utterly annihilate the pompous butler. A set of staircases in the lobby suddenly opened, one that led to a hallway that ended at an ominous-looking door. They figured that had to lead to the spirit hall. Boss Bub, you are so powerful and handsome. You must be a god amongst the demigods. And oh, I cannot express how deeply my admiration for you has penetrated my soul. The sheep waxed lyrical. After Han Sen broke the butler, Cheap Sheep well and truly acknowledged who the real deal was in their party. Han Sen ignored what he said and simply took Bauer along with him to the door. Beyond it, as suspected, was the spirit hall and residing statue. Strangely, the statue's forehead was empty. There was no spirit nor creature residing in this place after all. But the statue was made of silver, indicating it was indeed a silver shelter. And this surprised Han Sen's companions even more, for they now knew he had been able to destroy a silver Geno Core with as little as a single punch. Han Sen asked the chef, "Do you want to place your spirit stone there?" She shook her head and said, "This is not what I seek." When spirits put their stone inside a statue, it was nearly impossible for them to become unbound from the place they had put it. They had to live in a shelter of their choosing, lest their stone get destroyed or claimed. As such, a shelter had to be selected carefully, and they had to ensure it met their every demand and satisfied each of their needs. Han Sen summoned Moment Queen and instead made the shelter hers. He could still use the teleporter, but he'd be unable to enable the defense systems of the shelter, control the security, and unlock doors without a spirit occupying it. Moment Queen made sure to look at Han Sen with disdain before she put her stone inside. She obeyed Han Sen, though. For better or for worse, she was stuck with him, and for whatever reason he wanted her around, he was stuck with her. And if they ever did want to move, Han Sen could always take out the spirit stone. If the chef's allegiance was of a similar guarantee, she could have done the same. She was quite surprised to witness Han Sen summon a spirit, though. Although Moment Queen was still very weak, Dragon Lady could tell she was something special. With Moment Queen occupying the shelter, Han Sen was immeasurably happy. It was a well-hidden place that was sure to have no intruders. But better than that, the treasures of the shelter should have remained untouched without a prior occupant. The treasure possessed by the shelter must have included a silver Geno Core. So Han Sen eagerly went to take a look and see what he could get his mitts on. Shelters in the fourth god sanctuary were different than those of the third god sanctuary. Aside from the Geno Core you could obtain from a claimed shelter, an additional Geno Core could be retrieved from a treasure chest if the shelter was previously unclaimed. Moment Queen had yet to recover from her injuries, but she was still able to control the shelter. Han Sen, Dragon Lady, and Cheap Sheep visited the vault where the treasure chests were supposed to reside. Upon opening the door and giddily stepping inside, they were presented with 3 treasure chests beside each other. The design of the chests was very different than they had initially expected. They weren't containers. Instead, they were more like pedestals that extended all the way from the ground and into the ceiling. They looked like pillars that way. One of them was silver, indicating it possessed a silver Geno Core. The other 2 were bronze, undoubtedly containing bronze Geno Cores. Han Sen went straight for the silver pedestal, an action that went unopposed. After all, if it wasn't for him, they might have all died under the sinister gaze of the psychotic butler. Han Sen pressed his hand against the pedestal, and it began to descend. There was no button, and the pedestal did not descend under the force of Han Sen's hand. Instead, it was an operation performed by Moment Queen. Atop the pillar was something hovering in a magical light. It was a purple ring. Han Sen grabbed the ring and heard an announcement play. Silver Geno Core obtained. Demon Heart Ring. When Han Sen reviewed the information that came along with it, he was pleasantly surprised. Demon Heart Ring. Dark Element Geno Core. Dark elemental genocores were extremely rare, and so were the genopoints. It was fortunate Han Sen had gathered all that he could in the third god's sanctuary. Han Sen left the bronze genocores for Dragon Lady and, begrudgingly, Cheap Sheep. They were of no worth to Han Sen, now that he had a silver one. Dragon Lady received a set of armor, while Cheap Sheep received a mirror. The mirror was able to concentrate light and deal damage via the reflection. A neat item, but wholly useless for Han Sen to even consider stealing. Han Sen researched the 2 silver genocores he had received, and he learned that the butler doll could petrify opponents. The Demon Heart Ring was able to fortify the heart of its wearer. Unfortunately, it came with a trade-off. Its usage would damage the body, so Han Sen wouldn't be able to wear it very long. It was a situational item. Weary, Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance. His mother, Ji Yenran, and little Yen were delighted and greatly relieved to see him again. Han Sen contacted his good friends, who all went on to congratulate his successful ascension as a demigod, and his ability to return. He didn't stay there for long, though. He didn't want to risk an attack on his shelter during his absence. Before he was comfortable leaving there for a time, he'd have to become much stronger. Even ordinary genopoints were able to increase one's fitness a great deal. 100 ordinary genopoints could increase a person's fitness level by 2,000. 100 primitive genopoints could increase a person's fitness by 4,000. 100 super genopoints could increase a person's fitness by 30,000. If Han Sen was able to max out his ordinary genopoints, he'd have reached a fitness figure of 10,000. Once he got to that point, he could fight primitive creatures without much of an issue. Killing ordinary creatures was not a difficult task for Han Sen, and he was able to keep using the egg in his post-return hunting ventures. He was able to max out that figure in no time. Han Sen's poisonous meat trick hadn't worked. It also turned out. Whatever creature lurked in the deep depths of that pit was still alive. Cheap Sheep was getting cozy with the prospect of Han Sen being his boss, and he accepted the role of being Bauer's plaything. The sheep wasn't the strongest of allies one could have, but Han Sen had developed a bit of a soft spot for him. He'd feel bad about kicking the sheep out, so he allowed him to stay. There was only one condition for him being allowed to remain in Han Sen's company, though. Cheap Sheep was not allowed to call Han Sen boss. Every time Han Sen heard it, a shiver and a chill would strike his spine like lightning. When he maxed out his ordinary genopoints, Han Sen decided to follow Dragon Lady to the shelter she had once mentioned. Because Jade Hill did not have many primitive creatures, and they always seemed to travel in a group, it was best if they ventured out together as one, as well. Dragon Lady was already in a group. One Han Sen was gladly invited to join, given his recent performance. With that group, he was sure to do well. Han Sen did not think himself invincible, and he knew his hyper-geno arts and genocores weren't good enough to face whatever challenge came his way. So he thought the prospect of having a few buddies to back him up would be a great idea. Bauer rode Cheap Sheep as they traveled away from Jade Hill. Dragon Lady was familiar with the region they were headed, so any potential hotspots were avoided. She knew the best routes to take, too. But on the 4th day, 2 meteors streaked across the sky, and then, all of a sudden, a blizzard blasted a frightful freeze across the land. It made for a terrifying journey, in awful conditions. They still pushed on, but on their way, they encountered many ordinary creatures that had been frozen solid. It was horrifying to see, and so Han Sen made sure to keep Jadeskin active and hold Bauer to ensure her warmth. To make matters worse, an avalanche began rumbling down towards them. Oh no! Someone is fighting. Dragon Lady summoned a transparent bowl to shield them from the tide of snow that was descending upon them. It wasn't a second too soon, either. Immediately after she did so, the snow buried the bowl completely. Han Sen could not tell how thick the snow was, but it was incredibly cold in there. Han Sen's jade skin provided great cold resistance, but even he felt extremely chilly now. Dragon Lady and the sheep were quivering and shivering due to the cold, prompting the former to light herself on fire. That helped her out a bit, but the gnaw of the ice was so strong and bitter, it couldn't help shake the freeze. The sheep's fluffy wool was wholly caked in ice and snow, by comparison. Han Sen acknowledged it was an unfortunate consequence of the cold getting to it, but regardless, it was a strange look for it to bear. The cold was hurting it badly, though. Cheap Sheep could only twitch every few moments, indicating that it was becoming increasingly likely that the sheep would freeze to death. Han Sen continued to hold Bauer close, but with his free hand, he cast a fire. She didn't seem to be affected by the cold, fortunately. With great curiosity, she just peered outside the bowl as if she was watching something only she could see. The temperature was continuing to drop, though. Bauer's safety aside, Han Sen was concerned not even he would be able to withstand the ice and frost much longer. There was a grave concern that all three of them would perish due to the sudden shift in weather. Who is fighting out there? The powers they've unleashed are wickedly fierce, Han Sen asked, due to his Dongshin Sutra being unable to detect and register what was going on outside. The sky continued to pump, cough, and exude as much snow and bone-chilling winds as it could. I am not sure. It could either be a royal or king-class spirit battle, Dragon Lady said, offering her own explanation. Even though she was on fire, her lips were turning purple and her teeth were chattering between a few sputtered words. She held her arms in a hopeless attempt to restrict her shivering. Suddenly, an extremely sharp noise sounded. It was horrendously high-pitched, like the drill of a dentist had pierced their eardrums and ventured onwards to excavate their brains. The sound made them all fall to their knees. Damn it! Han Sen's face turned grim. It was excruciatingly painful, even though his brain had been fortified by crystallizers and was far more resilient and stronger than the average human brain. And it wasn't one short soul shriek. It continued, fading in and out, bringing the party more pain. It was certainly the frightening wail of a creature of some sort. It came from a distance away, that much they could tell, but it was worrying how damaging it was, regardless of that. Dragon Lady cupped her ears and fell to the ground. Bauer did the same with her ears, but it didn't seem as if she was too undisturbed. The way she behaved did not exhibit any pain, and it seemed like that hurting sound was more of an annoyance. And in comparison to the behavior of the other three, the sheep was rolling around on the ground in freezing agony. If the sound came any closer, they believed, their heads would explode like watermelons greeting the strike of a hammer. But with the scream continuing like so, and the temperature still descending, the situation was getting worse by the second. How much longer will the fight go on? If this keeps up, we'll be dead in less than 2 hours. Han Sen thought to himself. Half of the sheep's body was now pure ice, and the only thing keeping it in the land of the living was its weak, faintly pumping heart. Dragon Lady was faring better than Cheap Sheep was, but that wasn't saying much. Getting another look at Bauer, even she now seemed to be suffering. This was something Han Sen had never seen before, and it made his heart ache. With the Dongshin Sutra open, Han Sen fired up all Tenjin locks and attempted to see if he could filter the cold and noise. The seventh sense was able to filter some of the piercing screaming. And so, Han Sen battled the noise, hoping to reduce the damage it was dealing to his allies. If the battle wrapped up soon, or they were able to fly far away from where they were, they'd be safe. But unfortunately for them, it turned out that the screech was drawing nearer. Han Sen was having trouble trying to fight this noise, so he minimized and concentrated his Dongshin Sutra to circle the same radius as the bowl. The scream was disturbing their energy flow, too. It made them unable to deal with the cold as efficiently as they might want to. Han Sen used Dongshin aura the best he could. The Dragon Lady looked a smidgen better, but Cheap Sheep was unconscious. That guy really is a cursed charm. I bet the whole reason we're in this mess is because he insists on calling me boss. That's the reason. Han Sen was disheartened by the ordeal they had found themselves in. As the sound continued to ascend, They gripped their heads in vain resistance to the wail that felt as if a bevy of knives were trying to stab each of their brains. Bauer's face had been drained of color, and Dragon Lady finally collapsed to the ground entirely. When I get stronger, I'm going to find whoever has done this and serve them up a cold platter of revenge. Han Sen cast Dongxian aura with all his might now, doing the best he could to save his friends. Suddenly, Han Sen's cells felt as if they had flared to life. A mystical substance was generated just like before and went to his Sea of Soul. Is Dongxian Sutra going to generate a Geno core? Han Sen wondered to himself. The substance began to build up inside the Sea of Soul, and the black crystal reacted just as it had with the Jadeskin Geno core. It released its inky liquid which combined with the substance. The screaming was like an explosion of shrapnel in his ears, but he couldn't pay it much heed. Survival was the name of the game right now, and he had to do all he could to ensure he'd make it through this horrific ordeal. Dragon Lady's skin was beginning to flake with ice, as Bauer began to shiver and shake in Han Sen's arms. The temperature dropped further and further, as the screech drew closer and closer. Damn it! Come on. This can't be happening. I can't die. I won't die. Han Sen looked around for an escape route. If he couldn't save the others, he'd have to save himself. But unfortunately, he was well and truly trapped, and there was no way out. Suddenly, the Sea of Soul vibrated, and then, something appeared in front of him. Han Sen was taken aback when he saw what emerged from his Sea of Soul. It was an umbrella. It was thin-framed and elegant, like the sort you'd see fancy women use. Its color was blacker than the filthiest coal, though. Even its handle was. When the umbrella appeared, it flew above Han Sen's head. Beneath this umbrella, Han Sen felt a veil or shroud envelope him. The cold and the shriek were gone. Han Sen noticed, if he was able to stay within the umbrella's covering radius, all the negative and detrimental effects were filtered and kept away. Is this the Geno core of the Dongxian Sutra? Han Sen quickly reviewed the information of the Geno core. Self-Geno core, bronze bulwark umbrella. Beneath the protective canopy of the bulwark umbrella, no power was able to breach the defense and ravage them. Bauer had returned to normal, and she seemed surprised by the sudden disappearance of the cold and sound. She examined the umbrella that now shielded her. Han Sen went over to check on the Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep. The lady was now doing fine. The sheep was breathing in a raspy wheeze. It looked like the umbrella had manifested just in time, as the sheep had to have been hanging on to its life by a measly thread. Han Sen healed Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep as best he could for the time being. For the Dragon Lady, chunks of ice and frosty air were expelled from her mouth and various orifices. She was doing well, but the same could not be said for Cheap Sheep. He was doing poorly despite the healing. He couldn't even speak. Are they gone? Dragon Lady said, with a strained voice. Not yet, Han Sen replied, taking a look outside the bowl. She couldn't sense anything outside, but that may have been a result of her condition. Han Sen, however, even though he could not detect much, could just feel a battle continuing to rage. Fortunately, the bulwark umbrella had appeared to protect them when it did. With relief for their newfound safety, the group rested for a while as Han Sen tended to the sheep. But suddenly, a sound that was as loud as a toppled mountain was heard, and then, a soft and unnerving silence enveloped them. It sounds as if there might have been a victor, Han Sen thought to himself. He wasn't yet going to move from where he was, though. He didn't know who was fighting or what the fighting was about. If he emerged, and the winner was in a foul mood, he'd be foolish to reveal himself. So they waited where they were for a few hours. Nothing stirred for the duration of that time. Han Sen decided to return the umbrella and Dragon Lady her bowl. To cut and shovel their way through the snow that had almost buried them, Dragon Lady employed her various kitchen utensils. Everything around them was white. The mountains, the trees, the fields. All of it was perfectly blanketed in virgin snow. That was scary, Han Sen thought to himself. Now that their frightening ordeal was over, if it wasn't for the bulwark umbrella, they'd be dead. Han Sen wondered if the shelter Dragon Lady had mentioned might have suffered the same freezing fate. If it had, it was very likely the occupants of the shelter would not have survived. Han Sen hurried Dragon Lady to guide them to the shelter, but not out of concern for the inhabitants. Had they all died, it'd make for great easy pickings. There'd be plenty of flesh and genocores for the taking. Dragon Lady started taking them there, but it was a struggle. The landscape was vastly different now, having been buried by so much snow, and she feared that she might lead them astray. For 1,000 miles, the snow lay thick across the land. Dragon Lady had decided to find the shelter by choosing a direction and following it, as a crow would fly. But it was difficult for them, for they'd have to dig an entire trench that led there. The snow was too thick and too soft for them to delicately journey across. Han Sen really wanted the treasure, though, and after a few hundred miles of non-stop walking, they thought they should have been close. Unfortunately for them, they were lost. But at least they were not in danger. It seemed as if the snow had reset the land, and everything within the snow globe radius had been killed. There was nothing left alive to threaten them. Never mind, then. Forget the shelter. Let's just get out of this place. There's nothing else for us here, Han Sen said with a dismal tone. They selected a new direction and decided on leaving the snow-devastated landscape behind, opting to find fonder pastures. After 1,000 miles of walking, they discovered nothing. They might as well have been back where they started, for each horizon was another line of white. Oh, wait a minute. Something is up ahead. Cheap Sheep, who was doing better now, drew their attention. Han Sen and Dragon Lady climbed a slope that the sheep had pointed to, and there, in the snow, was an anomaly. Looking closer, they realized it was a tree. Let's take a look. If it survived when everything else didn't, it must be something pretty special. If it bears fruit, we're rich. Han Sen quickly jumped before it, ensuring he'd be the first to grab its treasures. The tree was 10 meters tall, and pink flowers dressed the branches. It was like an oversized pink bonsai. It possessed a lovely scent. It was strange, seeing this tree stand out amongst the snow that had covered everything else. As if it had a bulwark umbrella of its own, it seemed as if the tree had been shielded by some force that provided it a radius of protection. There was no snow circling it on the ground, either, and you could see the grass below as clear as day. There were a few creatures beneath the tree as well. Han Sen imagined they had been hiding there, using the eaves for shelter. Unfortunately, the tree must have only protected them from the cold and snow, but not the noise. The creatures looked as if they were drunk, falling asleep. When the sheep saw the drowsy creatures that were unable to fight back, it ran over to them. Don't! Han Sen stopped Cheap Sheep in his hasty approach and moved closer to examine what state they were in. A while later, a 3-foot-long centipede emerged out of the back of one of the creatures. It was plated in gold, like a luxurious bracelet. The gold dragon. Dragon Lady pulled Han Sen back immediately. You know what that thing is? Han Sen asked her. Dragon Lady nodded in confirmation and said, It is the mutant creature known as the gold dragon. Its genocore is gold class. We can't even hope to fight that thing. It's injured by the screams. Perhaps we can kill it? Han Sen said, trailing it with hungry eyes. The gold dragon bit into the head of another sleepy creature and began slurping down the brain juice and mush that was inside. The creature squealed in pain, but it was unable to do anything. Having been injured the day before already, it soon gave up the ghost. When the gold dragon let go, the creature's head had a massive cavity in it. It had been completely drained, leaving it like an empty coconut. Sickened and a little frightened, Cheap Sheep leaped behind Han Sen for safety. A creature with a gold genocore that may or may not be injured severely. I know for a fact its plates are extremely hardy, but that doesn't take much to deduce. Dragon Lady frowned, expressing it was a foolish notion to attempt attacking the sickly insect. Do you know what it's made of? Han Sen asked. Dragon Lady replied, saying, Its genocore is metal robe. Once it latches onto an opponent, it won't let go until its prey has died. The metal robe tightens the squeeze, so it can't be shaken loose. No one can escape the clutch of the gold dragon. Han Sen listened to her words intently, then turned back to look at the centipede and frowned. Dongxian Aura told Han Sen it was extremely injured, and that it would be best to kill the fiend now. You guys stand back. I'll try. After observing the insect for a little bit longer, Han Sen decided to try his luck and see if he could defeat the creature. This was the best chance he would get to kill a gold core creature anytime soon, he reckoned. So Han Sen summoned his bulwark umbrella and butler doll. Then they went towards the centipede dragon. The gold dragon noticed their approach and unleashed its metal robe, grabbing butler doll. Butler doll's eyes flashed red to petrify and turn the centipede to wood, but it was unsuccessful. It was most likely because the butler doll was far too weak compared to the mutant gold dragon. Now, the moment Han Sen witnessed the butler doll get snatched, he exhausted all the power he could in a single strike. He wanted to attack the gold dragon the moment the metal robe couldn't be a threat to himself. It was occupied, and now there was an opening. The robe tied the butler doll up, but it didn't even seem like a brain feeding would be necessary to kill it. The butler doll was shattered into pieces by the squeeze. The metal robe was then quick to switch targets and go for the next aggressor. Turning itself into a gold beam, it shot towards Han Sen. Butler doll had been killed far too quickly, but Han Sen was not yet ready to strike the dragon. Han Sen swung his bulwark umbrella towards the metal robe. And as he did this, Han Sen summoned his crystal egg and lobbed it at the gold dragon. As first, it seemed as if misfortune was going to strike, as the centipede was able to muster the strength necessary for a dodge and perform a clean evasion. Fortunately, luck was on Han Sen's side that day. When the egg missed, it struck another of the creatures near the tree. Then it ricocheted off that creature to ping off the back of the gold dragon. Han Sen returned the egg to his Sea of Soul, and then, with his horn in hand, tried to stab the dragon. The metal robe grabbed hold of the umbrella and tried to snap it. Han Sen knew he'd have to hurry, especially after hearing the bulwark umbrella creak as if it were on the verge of snapping. It was an impressive piece of gear, but it was only bronze class. It may have been stronger than the butler, but it wouldn't last long going up against a gold-class Genocore. Not sure how long the umbrella would last, Han Sen shifted into fifth gear. The gold dragon noticed Han Sen coming for it, and so it leaned forward, wanting to meet its target. Han Sen raised his horn and cast Ghost Slash. When the rubberized dragon had just about reached his face, the horn was plunged directly into the centipede's body. Its shell had become much softer, but not to the extent Han Sen had witnessed before. The creature was still formidable. The horn was unable to plunge entirely through the centipede's body, and after a long drive, found itself being flung back and away. Noticing the horn didn't work, Han Sen then decided it was time to make use of Super Spank. If Super Spank worked, the body of the gold dragon should shatter completely. Han Sen wanted the creature's flesh, but he had no choice now, given the situation he was in. Gold Dragon was injured and debuffed, but it was still no foe to underestimate. It was a violent, squirmy little thing as well. With great anger, it fiercely went after Han Sen, shining with a gold light. Han Sen felt his hand get cut, but he endured the pain and tried to break a part of its sequential structure through the Dongshan Sutra. Super Spank was able to destroy the weakest part of a foe and initiate a chain reaction, but this enemy was so strong, it was incredibly difficult for Han Sen to do even that. Pang! Han Sen committed to the strike and tried throwing his weight into knocking over the first domino. Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep were worried. If Han Sen's horn had not been able to penetrate the gold dragon, would there be much of a point in him using his bare fists? Surely, a slap had to be weaker. Confused and concerned, they watched in bewilderment as his palm was driven effortlessly through the gold dragon, as if the frightening creature was merely composed of water. Boom! The moment Han Sen drew his hand back out of the creature's body, it gave out an ear-piercing scream. Then, the entire thing shattered and became dust that glided along the gentle breeze. Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep were frozen, trying to comprehend how Han Sen had just managed to slap a gold Geno creature to death. Mutant creature Gold Dragon killed. No beast soul gained. Gold Geno core received. Gold Dragon lock. consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant genopoints randomly. The metal robe, now titled Gold Dragon Lock, softened its grip on the umbrella and entered Han Sen's Sea of Soul. Gold Dragon Lock, Gold Element, Gold Geno Core. Although the flesh he'd have been able to eat was destroyed, and he had lost Butler Doll in the battle, Han Sen reckoned it was a worthy exchange. A gold Geno Core was nothing short of spectacular. "Boss, you are too good," Cheap Sheep couldn't help but exclaim. As he trotted over to Han's senator, a warm welcome wasn't given, though, as Han Sen kicked his sheepish companion to the ground for referring to him as a boss again. "I told you not to call me boss." Although he would never admit it, Han Sen was afraid of Cheap Sheep and the curse that might be following it around. There were 2 more primitive creatures beneath the tree, whereas the rest were ordinary creatures. Their brains had all been sucked dry, but the bodies still had meat that was just begging to be eaten. So Dragon Lady did just that. She prepared a gorgeous hot pot for the 4 of them, and then they all gathered round to keep warm and eat the creatures merrily. Suddenly, they could hear the sound of crunching snow. Something was approaching, but it wasn't coming very stealthily, and when Han Sen turned to take a look, he saw a creature not too far from them. He could see that it was injured, even from the briefest glimpse. The creature looked like a red horse, but it was small and young, more like a pony. There was a deep cut across its belly, and it was bleeding. Its movement was a pain-inducing stagger, and it was clear that the creature was having trouble doing so little as standing up. When the pony was a mere 10 meters away from the band, it fell over and collapsed face-first into the snow. Try as it might, it could not rise again. The red pony looked exhausted. It managed to raise its head, but that was all. And with a whimpering sound and a softly rolling head dressed with an upset expression, it looked at Han Sen and Bauer, as if it were pleading for their assistance. "Ha ha ha! Now that's a delivery service," said Cheap Sheep, looking at the pony with much excitement. He jumped up, summoned a horn, and approached the pony, ready to slit its throat and silence its gentle wails of pain and fear. "Ouch!" Bauer quickly battered the sheep over the head, and after expressing her disapproval of the sheep's actions, went over to kick the horn away. Bauer went to the red pony and stroked its head, saying, "Dad, can we save it?" Han Sen looked at Bauer and the pony and told her, "Sure." Ordinarily, Han Sen would not save it. It looked like a weak, ordinary creature he could not do much with anyway. After the 2 creatures fought, morphing the landscape into the icy wasteland it was now, even the gold dragon had found itself badly injured. It was difficult to imagine how the pony had survived all by itself. Even if it had managed to not freeze to death, how had it endured the killing screams and screeches that almost brought an end to Han Sen? And although it was severely injured, the pony at least seemed conscious and aware of their discussions. Even though it might have made a nice meal for them, Bauer had wanted to save it. So Han Sen was not going to disappoint her. With his holy light, he began to heal the pony. The holy light he used was still weak, despite Han Sen's advancements. So, to stop the bleeding and stabilize the wound, he used medicine and stitches to begin with. Han Sen brought some cooked meat over to the pony, to see if he could help it get some of its strength back. But it was rejected. The pony didn't want it. So, Bauer tried giving it some of her milk powder. It was fortunate Han Sen had brought a lot of milk powder with him when he returned from the Alliance. There would be enough for the both of them, thankfully, for the pony greatly enjoyed it. After picking up sticks and moving on, Han Sen got Cheap Sheep to transport the pony and bring it along with them. As expected, the fluffy sheep complained a lot. Not that anyone cared. Han Sen spent some time examining the gold dragon lock. When Han Sen simulated its energy flow, he swiftly understood how to make fine use of it. He practiced using it with Dragon Lady, and at a distance of 20 meters, she was not able to evade it once. A distance that was any bigger than that was trickier, though, as it gave Dragon Lady more than enough time to dodge. The lock was very strong, too, and not even Dragon Lady's cleaver was able to break it. Silver genocores and primitive creatures would be no match against it. Then, this will come in handy when I need to tie people up. In the future, I should be able to depend on it a lot when I go out hunting. Han-san was thrilled with the genocore he had managed to procure, and he believed it to be a very handy and worthy addition to his growing arsenal. The party trudged through deep snow for another 10 days, with no sign of the land improving. Over the course of that time, however, the pony's condition improved a lot. By that 10th day, it was able to stand on its own 4 hooves and walk alongside them, turning the traveling quartet into a quintet. Unfortunately, the pony was unable to speak the common language, and thus, Han-sen was not able to interact and talk with it as much as he would have liked. They eventually reached a mountain, one that was unfamiliar to Dragon Lady. After trekking across it, there was another. They descended and ascended that one, and after doing that once more, they eventually came across a shelter perched upon the loft of one last mountain. A little while later, Han-sen's Dongxian Sutra told him they were in an area that was home to humans. There are humans here? Han-sen was delighted to know others of his same kind were around. Who is that? Hopefully it's Old Man Ji, Han-sen thought to himself. He knew the chances of that were slim, but it was a nice thought for him to hope for. Unfortunately, he'd have better luck winning the lottery multiple times before bumping into someone he knew in that sanctuary. Han-sen followed a trail towards the shelter he had spotted. His Dongxian aura senses were tingling, informing him there weren't just humans in the area, but creatures, too. The detection of humans there grew fainter for Han-sen, as his attention shifted to the shelter that was occupied by a ratio that favored a mixture of spirits and creatures. There was something up, not too far from Han-senator as the distance between them closed. Han-sen was able to see it was a green cow, merrily grazing upon the snow-dressed grass. The green cow, seeing the approaching quintet, looked surprised. Cheap Sheep asserted himself as a diplomat and instigator of negotiations. He quickly trotted forward and said, "Boss Cow, what is this place? Who owns this shelter here?" Bub. Green Cow heard what he said and replied, "This is Shadow Mountain. The shelter is called Shadow Shelter. The owner is a human by the name of Nan Litian." Green Cow informed Cheap Sheep that the human welcomed all in his shelter, and was a very accepting and generous person. Han-sen had not expected a human to own a shelter that was primarily inhabited by creatures and spirits. And as for the title of the shelter being Shadow Shelter, that was remarkably strange. The Alliance knew of only 4 human-owned shelters, and this name was not on that brief list. If a human did indeed rule the place, he could easily return to the Alliance as he pleased. If that was the case, how had Han-sen never heard of him before? From what Green Cow told them, he sounded like the sort whose name would carry some weight and fanfare back home. Does this demigod like to maintain a low profile? Does he like keeping things on the DL? Han-sen curiously pondered. Green Cow told them it was a gold shelter, too. Nan Litian's power was comparable to that of a mutant creature or a royal spirit. He allowed creatures and spirits to join his club, and he had built a formidable alliance with those he commanded. He had done very well for himself, and he had achieved something Han-sen frequently had in other sanctuaries. Joining a shelter and being allowed to come and go was common, and often just required a small tribute. For this shelter in particular, those who joined it would have to cough up a primitive genofruit each month to be allowed to stay. If you paid extra, you were even allowed your own room. "Boss, this fella sounds like you. He even belongs to your hairless kind. Do you think we'll find suitable refuge there?" Cheap Sheep asked. Han-sen shook his head, knowing humans could frequently pose the worst threats. They were never predictable, and Han-sen knew he couldn't waltz in with the assumption he and Nan Litian would become chums. He hoped they would, but he knew it was probably unlikely. Still, Han-sen could not go even if he wanted to. He would have to pay the toll of 1 primitive genofruit, and that was something he lacked. Han-sen asked Green Cow where he might be able to find such fruits. Green Cow answered, saying that the most dangerous thing one should be wary of was not rival creatures or rival spirits, but the plants themselves. It was common for many to band together and cooperate to retrieve the genofruit. Just as Han-sen turned to leave, Green Cow went on to say, "I say Moo, you seem like a talented chap. Would you like to join my team? We are all primitive and are planning to amass a whole bundle of genofruits." Han-sen and Dragon Lady thought following Green Cow would not be a bad idea. We would gladly join you, but we haven't yet collected a single fruit, Han Sen said. Green Cow told them, that's okay. If you want to join, we'll welcome you with open arms. Seeing Green Cow be so generous, Han Sen swiftly agreed to join her and her fellows. Then, on their behalf, Green Cow paid the fee that would enable them to stay at the shelter. Green Cow, after bringing them to Shadow Shelter, seemed to look forward to introducing Han Sen and his party to her sure-to-be misfit allies. Shadow Shelter was a gold shelter, and it was very much like a city. There was that metropolitan vibe with a hustle and bustle. It was a melting pot of various races and kinds, all working together. It was a charming place to be. The civility came as a surprise, too. There was no aggression to one another, and every being there seemed charitable and caring. Old Cow, did you trick this entire party to follow you back here? As they came in from the gate, a spirit spoke, directing his speech at Green Cow. Han San and Dragon Lady looked at Green Cow with squinted eyes, unsure of what the spirit meant. Whatever the meaning was, it didn't sound very positive. Green Cow was quick to respond, saying, please, don't pay heed to him, moo-moo. The guard of the shelter laughed and said, you keep tricking poor folk into joining your team, so they can follow you on another futile venture to Hidden Valley. You must have spent the lives of 200 thus far. This is getting silly. How many have actually lived, following your stupid expeditions to that place? The guard then turned to Han San and said, I suggest you guys keep your distance from this one. She can talk her way out of a paper bag, and she's as slippery as an eel in an oil slick. Don't let those sweet emerald udders charm you. Green Cow, have you been dishonest with us? Cheap Sheep asked. Slow down a second and let me explain. The guard never paints anyone very flatteringly. And if you fellows don't want to go, I won't force you, but we should discuss these matters in proper detail. I was planning to later with full transparency and all, I swear. Moo-moo. Green Cow was tripping over her words. Han San was not too surprised, and he knew he shouldn't have expected free lodging without strings attached. It was shady from the get-go. Han San was not afraid of the conniving conspiracies that might have been wrought against him, though. But that aside, he at least had a place to stay. Let's go then. Let's talk, Han San said. After Green Cow paid the toll and everyone got set up, they all went to her room for the discussion. On their way there, the creatures and spirits all looked at them strangely. Some had a humorous look, whereas others looked as if they held pity for them. Regardless, it seemed Green Cow had built herself quite the reputation. I assure you, folks, the Hidden Valley is where the Starsea Beast is buried. If we can find its bones, we will be showered with the most magnificent of rewards. Inside the room, Green Cow reclined backwards on two hooves against a wall. With her two raised legs, she alternated between crossing them casually, patting her chest, and playing with her udders. Han San had come to the understanding that the Hidden Valley mentioned by Green Cow was once occupied by a sacred blood creature named Starsea Beast, who had been very territorial. It was dead now and had been for quite some time. Green Cow had heard a story recited by a person who had ventured into Hidden Valley, that there were vast swathes of treasure there. That was the catalyst for her ardent desires to venture there, in the hopes of collecting, at the very least, the bones and genocores. However, the valley had been taken over by a variety of strange plants. They were lethal, and countless creatures and spirits had lost their lives in pursuit of Green Cow's goal. After getting all those people killed, you expect us to go there? Who's to say it won't be just a repeat? Cheap Sheep said. You have to take my word for it. I know how to get the treasure this time, minus bloodshed. You must trust me, Green Cow pleaded. Cheap Sheep was quick to respond with a rebuttal. If you know how to get there safe and sound, why do you need us? Green Cow said, I just do. Okay, do you really want to know the secret of how to get to the treasure and avoid harm? I'll tell you. The last time we went there, we discovered a cave in the valley. The bones most likely reside there, but unfortunately for us, the cave had a massive stone blocking its entrance. I was unable to push it away. Green Cow continued her explanation, saying, If you two follow me, and adhere to my guidance, I can assure your safety. No grievous harm will come to you. If you were unable to push the stone, what makes you think we can help with it? Hansen asked. I may not have been able to move this hefty boulder out of the way completely, but I was able to make it wiggle. With you lot there, it should definitely be possible to move it out of the way entirely, Green Cow said. Hansen wouldn't mind collecting the bones there, and he was interested in the plants Green Cow had briefly mentioned, too. The Geno plants did not provide people benefits, but Hansen imagined he might be able to get the black crystal to feed on them. When the bulwark umbrella finished its formulation, the size of the black crystal had reduced once again. It had shrunk by another 10%, and it would be quite concerning if this continued with each genocore he created. The black crystal was now 20% smaller, and Hansen thought a little bit of nourishment was all it needed. Hansen still had the Bloodpool Sutra to unlock a genocore for, and whatever else he might learn in the future. If he kept allowing it to shrink, the crystal might disappear entirely. The black crystal, through its ability to absorb life forces, might be able to recover its power and size with the plants. Of course, Hansen wasn't going to believe what she told him entirely. He was dubious regarding the validity of her claims, and to avoid danger befalling Bauer, he decided to return to the Alliance and drop her off, just in case. Hansen chatted with his mother and Ji Yenran while he was there for a bit, but just before he returned, he received a call. It was Old Man Ji giving him a ring, and when Hansen answered, he said, "Hey, what's up?" Old Man Ji didn't frequently seek Hansen out, and the chats they had together were usually organized through Ji Ruojian. I was looking for you earlier. We have a demigod association meet coming up, where we exchange information to broaden our pool of knowledge regarding the fourth god's sanctuary. You're eligible to join now. Are you interested in attending the next meeting? Old Man Ji paused for a brief moment, and then went on to say, Of course, this won't be forced upon you. It's not imperative that you come. You don't have to join if you don't want to. No, I'd love to. It benefits everyone, after all. Is there an entry fee, by any chance? Hansen asked, genuinely interested in the event. There are no fees, no. But you will need to sign up for it, and then attend via the virtual community. I can call for someone to guide you there, Old Man Ji said. That's okay. I can go by myself, Hansen said. Ordinary people aren't able to, so just wait there. Old Man Ji then hung up the phone, rather abruptly. Hansen did not think anyone would be coming soon, so he went to see Ji Yenran again. The next day, an envoy arrived to guide Hansen there. Hansen thought it was strange, and he wondered why he couldn't simply register through Skynet. Before joining, a test also had to be conducted. It's just a formality thing. Everyone has to go through this, so don't think much of it, Old Man Ji said, explained to Hansen. Hansen looked at the machines and equipment they had, and he noticed they looked quite different than the usual ones he used to check his fitness. These looked state-of-the-art, and of a much higher quality. Inside a room there were 3 men and a woman. They were watching Hansen via a video feed. These were the founders of the association. They were the oldest demigods. If Hansen had a good memory, he'd remember one of them as Zhu Donglai. And the blue-haired gentleman there was called Green from the Lante family. There was another demigod in the room, who looked as cold as ice. He was the Steel Fist demigod, named Jia Sherdao. He was the owner of the Iron Fist Martial Hall. The female demigod amongst them was far younger than the rest, but her contributions were grand, and the respect given to her by Zhu Donglai and Green was immense. I didn't expect Hansen to become a demigod so soon, especially after taking the time to max out all his Geno points. I wonder what his fitness is. Zhu Donglai wondered out loud. Zhu Donglai regretted giving up on taking Hansen as a disciple before. He had found someone else to practice the Purple Manor Sutra with, following Hansen's injury in the third god's sanctuary. He hadn't expected that a person whose body was believed to be destroyed, even by the likes of Luo Haitang, could recover and go on to achieve such greatness. Now that Hansen had become a demigod so swiftly, Zhu Donglai was feeling profound remorse. He wished he had listened to his gut instinct and not given up on Hansen so quickly. Because Hansen had already become a demigod now, there was no real opportunity for him to take the young man as a student. And it wasn't as if the student he currently had was a poor performer. A demigod who has maxed out their super genes won't be much stronger from the get-go. Success in the fourth god sanctuary is, more than anything, reliant on the genocores you collect. This will be no different for him. Jia Sherdao spoke to no one in particular, addressing his peers as if he was a teacher. Green smiled and responded, Han Sen must be much stronger than we were. I am interested to see what powers his genocores possess. It will be difficult to tell, indeed. And I don't think Han Sen practiced the technique of the Luo family, either, Zhu Donglai said. The woman did not say a word or interest herself in the conversation. With silent eagerness, she watched the video feed intently, awaiting what she could learn. And as she did, the others occasionally glanced her way, seeing if she had any input to provide. She acknowledged this, but it did not prompt anything. Han Sen entered the testing chamber. There was a large pool before him, holding a liquid of an unknown substance. Old Man Ji had already told him what to expect. It most certainly wasn't water. It wasn't even liquid. It was a swarm of nanomachines, and if he used his talents on them, they could calculate and more accurately gauge the power he possessed. Tests like this were far more accurate than what he was used to, and in a real battle you usually punched below the fitness level you might be given. By fighting these nanomachines, you could learn about your own strength in much greater detail. When Han Sen entered the pool, he felt strange. It really did feel like water, but it wasn't wet. The nanomachines were all around him, lapping like gentle waves against him, brushing against every pore across his skin. It was a strange sensation. Suddenly, the nanomachines began to tighten around him. He felt as if he was under pressure. Han Sen knew now was the time to begin the test, so, with his power, he began fighting back against the pressure that wanted to squeeze him. Everyone watched Han Sen and the feedback of numbers that were relayed on screen, reflecting the power he possessed. No one wished to speak now, and even Green kept his mouth closed and his eyes fixed to the video. Han Sen was the very first demigod to max out their genes before entering the fourth god's sanctuary. So they were incredibly keen to learn if this had benefited him a lot. 5,000. That's very powerful. He really must have maxed out to reach this figure so soon. Zhu Donglai was ecstatic. 5,000 was the bare minimum required for a person to join the Demigod Association. Very few demigods were capable of doing what Han Sen had just displayed. Demigods that had only maxed out their sacred blood genopoints before ascending started at a fitness level that was far below 5,000. They'd have to spend much time hunting to reach this. Doing so required maxing out their ordinary genopoints, at least, and that was no small feat when a person started with such a low fitness. There was every chance the smallest ordinary creature could kill them. Surviving entry to the fourth god's sanctuary and returning to tell the tale, that was attributed more to luck than it was to skill. Old Man Ji had spawned in a genofruit forest. There, he was able to immediately scoff them down and max out his genopoints relatively quickly. Han Sen's first display had shown them a figure of 5,000, but they were keen to see if he could unleash even more power. But what they saw next was so spectacular. The muscles on each of their faces went slack, allowing their jaws to hang agape. The 5,000 did not change, and on the graph that was like an electrocardiogram that tracked the output of power, it flatlined. What? That is scary. How can he perfectly control such power? Green said. Green was amazed at Han Sen's ability to dictate the power output. It was like he had dialed himself to deliver a power of 5,000 and leave it like that, without the slightest wavering. Zhu Donglai said, "This is excellent. This is control beyond what anyone else has accomplished. Might this have something to do with his genocore?" Jia Sherdao frowned and said, "Young people love to show off as soon as they've received a slight modicum of power. This is nothing more than a fancy trick." He believed Han Sen was showing off, but the truth was, Han Sen was afraid of frightening them all with a true display of his power. It'd be too much of a shock for them if he was to instantly double his output and show them a power of 10,000. Furthermore, he didn't want to expose what he was capable of, and he preferred having targets who underestimated him. He didn't want any potential enemies to know what to expect if they ever fought him. He did this so the others would acknowledge he wasn't weak, but also to hide his true ability. Unfortunately, he didn't know this was upsetting Jia Sherdao. "I'll do the combat test," Jia Sherdao said. The others weren't going to stop him, and so they just nodded. They knew why he did not like Han Sen, and that was because the Iron Fist Martial Hall had always been in competition with the Huangfu Martial Hall. Han Sen had chosen to cooperate with the Huangfu family and not him, which felt like a slight. Ever since, he had nothing nice to say when others spoke of Han Senator. Everyone thought Han Sen made a good choice. Though, much to Jia Sherdao's irritation, the missed opportunity of training someone who went on to become a great hero had plagued his mind ever since. The association existed primarily due to the need for detailed analysis and dissection of topics regarding the fourth god's sanctuary. If you didn't have the power to back up information you could provide, in general, it would not even matter if you were a demigod. Talk was cheap, after all. That was why these tests existed, and the threshold for passing and becoming a member of the elite demigod association was proving you had a power of at least 5,000 fitness. The combat test was to provide a new demigod a chance to prove their worth and display the extent of what was possible for them. The older members could come to understand and learn more about the new members so they could teach, guide, and inform them. Anyone who was worthy of joining the demigod association was thought of as stalwart. They held a high level of respect for one another. For reaching that point was not a common feat. They all sought to help each other, and they would teach as they would like themselves to be taught. It was like a collective of millionaires, except they would always dip into each other's pockets, and that was fine. If someone was poor and could not cover the cost of another's dipping, no one would allow him to take from the pockets of others, either. The combat test was an effective way of gauging the latest opponents, and while it didn't offer any immediate, tangible rewards, it paid dividends down the road. Han Sen wasn't here to show off, but he did not want others to think he was weak, either. He didn't want to embarrass Old Man Ji most of all. He had, after all, personally invited Han Sen there in the firm belief he would be a valued member of the association. Good job. Old Man Ji arrived near Han Sen and patted his shoulders. The way Han Sen showed the demigods his ability by perfectly hitting 5,000 had brought a shock to many of the demigods. Old Man Ji thought Han Sen had handled the first test well, too, and it had left plenty of room for others to guess what his true strength could amount to. "I hope I didn't embarrass you," Han Sen said. "Embarrass me? You made me proud. Come, allow me to introduce you to the OGs amongst us. You're also going to have to battle one of them. And if you perform well enough, you can consider yourself a fully fledged member of the association." Old Man Ji laughed. Han Sen was brought to a large martial hall, and there Old Man Ji introduced him to his associates. Han Sen had heard of Green, Zhu Donglai, and Jia Sherdao before. The woman amongst them was the only one Han Sen was unfamiliar with. When Old Man Ji introduced Han Sen to them all, he did not introduce him to the woman. She was almost like a ghost in the room. The woman was very quiet, and Han Sen thought she might have been a silenced secretary. But she seemed to brim with untold secrets and an air of mystique. There was definitely something about that woman he couldn't quite put his finger on. Old Man Ji said there were 4 other founding members, but he thought it was extra strange to see him gloss over the woman and not introduce her to him or him to her. She looked young, but you could immediately tell she was strong. Han Sen would rather fight all the other demigods at once than go up against her. Her being special was the only explanation for Han Sen to feel this way. That being said, the woman did not look special, but one thing was for sure, her face was incredibly pretty. Not even spirits could carry the beauty she so softly cradled. The woman wasn't just pretty in appearance, either. Her beauty transcended her physical form, painting the air around her with a gorgeous glow. She carried an aura of unfathomable elegance. Han Sen had seen many beautiful women in his lifetime, but this woman was greater than them all. He immediately recognized her to be, in his eyes and perhaps the eyes of all others, the prettiest woman he had ever seen. Han Sen was then hit with a strange sensation, and he recalled someone recounting to him a feeling that was exactly what he himself was now experiencing. After searching the dusty filing cabinets of his mind, he remembered. When Uncle Bug spoke to Han Sen about the self-proclaimed god and the wishes it could grant, he said there was a beautiful woman amongst them that did not make a wish. There were only two who had not made a wish, so, provided she was this woman, Han Sen made sure to now pay extra close attention to her. Gah, that's silly, Han Sen admitted after wondering a while longer. He thought he had made quite a stretch to connect them, and any semblance was most likely just a coincidence. Zhu Donglai informed Han Sen that Jia Sherdao would be the one competing against him. Right before Han Sen went forward to proceed with the battle, Old Man Ji slinked up beside him to whisper something in Han Sen's ear. He said, "In the third god's sanctuary, when we had to decide on partners, we chose Huangfu over Iron Fist. I am afraid he will seek to hurt you. You must exercise great caution. If things turn awry, just concede. There can be no harm in that." "I will be careful," Han Sen said, for his reply. Han Sen already knew this due to him having a good relationship with Huangfu Pingqing and Huangfu Jing. The latter of the two was more widely known as Queen. Their martial hall was also the greatest in the alliance. But life was like that, and sometimes you had to make choices that would hurt others. Still, Han Sen wasn't afraid, and he wasn't going to allow Jia Sherdao to bully and make a mockery out of him, no matter what he tried. Han Sen entered the martial hall where Jia Sherdao was already waiting. Han Sen needed to stay alive in the fight for 10 minutes, and usually the senior member would go easy on the new member, but this clearly wasn't going to be the case. Jia Sherdao immediately looked at Han Sen and said, "Give me everything you've got. Let me see what's so special about you, and how the maxing out of one's super geno points can make a big difference." Han Sen did not respond to what he said, but merely acted polite and bowed. "It is nice to meet you." Han Sen was not going to use his self-geno cores, for if they broke, it'd be a while before they could be reconstructed. So, Han Sen summoned a golden rope that fired at Jia Sherdao like a lunging snake. Jia Sherdao was extremely confident in the white-knuckle power his fists could deliver, so he didn't summon a geno core. The Iron Fist martial hall was made famous by his Iron Fist slash, a brutal move when coupled with his fitness level. He had even managed to max out his ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points, placing his fitness level at over 15,000. 8,000 of those levels were from mutant geno points alone. He believed his Iron Fist could beat and destroy anything, even silver geno cores. He was impressed that Han Sen could create a bronze geno core, but he did not think he had any that were greater than that. So, Jia Sherdao was comfortable in the prospect of using only his fists. He did not think he needed to summon his own geno core, but he thought something was amiss the moment Han Sen lashed a whip-like item towards him. The item was frighteningly quick. The anticipation of seeing what geno core a new combatant would wield was always exciting, as they came in all shapes and forms. The creativity of some ranged from almighty to hilarious. But this was Han Sen, and the anticipation to see what he had created was through the roof. Jia Sherdao's fists began turning black, and they drove themselves into the incoming beam of gold. The Iron Fist slash move had destroyed many bronze and silver geno cores in the past, with just one fell swoop. He was supremely confident the same result would befall Han Sen's. But when his fist connected with the light, the tense muscles in his face quickly unfastened themselves. A metallic clang rang out, as he felt his fist barrel into a material that was as tough as it was soft. It was of a chewy texture. He could not break the gold dragon lock, and he immediately felt himself be ensnared. Interesting. His geno core is a rope. That'll certainly keep him tied up. Zhu Donglai laughed. Green thought it to be as fascinating as it was humorous, and he laughed and said, "Jia Sherdao has clearly underestimated him. Then, I bet Han Sen's geno core has a softening, cushion-like power." Old Man Ji did not say anything, and merely continued watching. Han Sen had already told him what his self-geno cores were, so he knew that what he was making use of now was not any of those. But Old Man Ji was still very curious to learn the class of the geno core Han Sen had used. Old Man Ji settled on the belief it was a silver geno core, and a very good one at that. While it seemed to display a power more commonly expected in a gold geno core, he didn't think Han Sen could get his hands on one of those. They thought Jia Sherdao had made a slip, and that he had not imbued all his power into the strike he wished to perform. They thought he had let his cockiness get the better of him, and as a result allowed Han Sen to get the better of him as well. He was able to break silver genocores with ease, and he himself had a gold self-genocore. Aside from this self-genocore, he had many bronze and silver ones, so this initial capturing did not spell doom for his combat against Han's senator escaping the snare. He and the others believed would be quite easy. Old Man Ji hoped Han Sen would soon put the core away, though, as it would be a great shame to see such a brilliant genocore be broken. But Han Sen wasn't going to do that. Han Sen had to rely on this genocore to gain the upper hand, unbeknownst to the others. He couldn't risk using his other genocores, as they'd end up broken. Although self-genocores could be broken and then later regenerated, doing so would put great strain on the body. It would also take a long time. Time Han Sen couldn't really afford right now. Han Sen wasn't going to let this happen, and thinking this was a great chance to stress test his gold dragon lock, he was keen to learn whether or not Jia Sherdao could break free. He was confident in the lock, though, and he knew Jia Sherdao's fitness didn't rival a top-dog mutant creature. There was every chance he couldn't escape its snatch. Jia Sherdao tried to maintain his cool, but he had to let a frown show. He used all the strength he could, but no matter what he tried, he could not get himself free. Everyone looked on in great surprise. They could see his muscles rise, webbed by stressed-out veins. It looked as if his muscles were going to break through the fabric of his clothing any second now, redefining what it meant to be ripped. But the rope just tightened even more, and it did not show any sign of breaking. And eventually, it began to shred the clothing, exposing the man's bulging body. Things quickly took a concerning turn. The rope did not relent in its tightening, and it eventually began to wear into the skin, drawing blood. Jia Sherdao's face changed. His power was like a volcano, but the measly-looking rope had bested him. Jia Sherdao tried gunning his muscles a multitude of times in the hopes he could break free, but nothing came loose. He could not earn himself any slack, and blood began to dye the rope and drip to the hall's floor. It was a very awkward-looking scene, truth be told, and as they watched, Green and the others' faces began to distort. They were shocked that Jia Sherdao could not escape what was essentially a rope. He looked to be in an awful condition, made worse by how confident he had been when he walked out there. He wanted to prove to Han Sen that the young man had missed out not cooperating with him. He looked like an utter fool now. Jia Sherdao had no clue what to do himself, so he decided to summon his gold genocore. He knew his bronze and silver ones couldn't help, and if he summoned them, only for them to break, the embarrassment would only increase. This gold genocore he had summoned was a pair of giant scissors laden with fish teeth. They looked to have been forged of black steel, and they were frighteningly sharp. Old Man Ji was surprised, seeing him summon his genocore scissor slash. He was glad to see Han Sen had come so far and he was this powerful, and he was more than impressed to see he had put Jia Sherdao in a situation where he had no choice but to summon his most powerful genocore. The genocore scissor slash was controlled by the owner's mind. Without delay, it flew over to the tightening cords and attempted to snap down and cut the gold dragon lock. Old Man Ji felt awful watching this unfold. He had hoped Han Sen would call back his genocore, and he expected the phantom scissors to cut through and break the item with ease. He thought it was a great waste. But when the teeth-laden maw of the scissors bit down on the rope, all that occurred was a flurry of sparks. The rope was unbroken. Green's eyes opened wide, unsure if he was seeing things correctly. He could not believe the gold dragon lock was able to withstand the chomp of those scissors. Those in the group had known each other for a number of decades, so they were well aware of how powerful Jia Sherdao was. He had possessed Scissor Slash for the longest time, and they all knew how terrifying its cutting power was, too. The fact it could not break Han Sen's rope was shocking. Jia Sherdao's face turned grim. He kept chomping down on his bindings madly, but it achieved nothing. The ferocity of his cutting generated a blinding fireworks show, but still it was all to no avail. There was still 10 minutes on the timer, and even with all that time, Han Sen did not think his opponent would break free. Even if he gave him an additional half an hour, Han Sen thought there'd be no threat. Do you know what Han Sen's genocore is called? It's not a bronze genocore, is it? Surely it can't be. Zhu Donglai asked Old Man Ji, having been perplexed. Zhu Donglai knew it was poor form to ask what the power of someone's genocore was, so he only asked for its name. Old Man Ji stroked his beard and with a stuttered chuckle, balked. How am I supposed to know? Why don't you ask him yourself? Zhu Donglai believed Old Man Ji was lying. He thought the old man did know what it was, but had chosen to hide it for some reason he could not even guess. But Old Man Ji wasn't telling a falsehood. He was as clueless as everyone else in the room, for the most part. Old Man Ji knew that Han Sen owned a crystal egg, but that was it. For the next 3 minutes, Jia Sherdao frantically hacked, clamped, and cut at the ropes that had ensnared him, but no progress was made. As he realized the direness of his situation, his reddened face began to lose color and go pale. When Han Sen saw him stop resisting, he relaxed the lock's grip on him. Jia Sherdao's face then turned green, and with a stiff jaw said, "You have passed the test." Jia Sherdao quickly left the arena, and then left the area completely. He was far too embarrassed to remain. Old Man Ji quickly ran out and proudly pulled at Han Sen's arms, dragging him over to meet his peers. Green and Zhu Donglai were very friendly to Han Sen, which was nice to see. And Han Sen was glad not all were as spiteful towards him as Jia Sherdao, who had obviously been harboring a grudge of sorts. The last thing he wanted was to make enemies, especially amongst the demigods. The woman didn't say anything, though. She was as stone-cold and silent as she had ever been. Han Sen thought it was strange to see her just there, and for the others to care about her so much, despite the lack of interaction. The woman continued to sit where she was without saying a word, like little more than a sculpture. After they left, Han Sen asked Old Man Ji, "Who was that woman? Is she one of the originals?" Old Man Ji responded, saying, "Yes, she's an OG, but to be completely honest with you, even I have never heard her speak before." Old Man Ji then had a thought that seemed to brighten his mind. With raised eyebrows and sly eyes he said, Ah, don't you try anything. I know she's pretty, but you need to keep that thing holstered. Don't you think about doing anything to her that would hurt Ji Yanran. If you upset her, I'll kill you with my old bones." Han Sen gave a wry smile and said, "What are you talking about?" I was genuinely curious why Old Man Zhu and Mr. Green seemed to admire her so much, despite her not really doing much of anything. Old Man Ji said, "She is a mystery. I'll give you that. I know she was one of the very first demigods, but beyond that, your guess is as good as mine. Perhaps Zhu Donglai and Green know more about who she is." Han Sen was surprised to hear this, and he thought to himself, "She cannot be the woman Uncle Bug mentioned, can she? I now need to visit West-South System, take the airship and return." Old Man Ji walked away then, but after a few steps, stopped in his tracks. Then he left a few more parting words. "Again, don't do anything to upset Ji Yanran. That woman is the age of your grandmother, anyway." Han Sen called after him, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Old Man Ji laughed on his way, but his next few words were tinged with a lingering concern from long ago. He said, "That woman is too pretty to be true, and even I was once tempted. And given the strange forces that govern her mystic behavior, there's even the chance you'll never see her again." After that, Old Man Ji embarked and his ship took off. Han Sen understood Old Man Ji's worry. The woman was very weird, and she certainly wasn't some pretty girl you'd find at the cafe. Everyone knew to exercise caution when in her presence. Han Sen could only take public transportation home, and since there were none available for the time being, he decided to relax in his hotel room. Han Sen entered the sanctuary while there, to check up on Dragon Lady. She had made a lot of friends and gathered a lot of information, which she promptly shared with him. Green Cow was telling the truth, it seemed. Still, there was no hiding the fact there were no other survivors from the expeditions into Hidden Valley. That was cause enough for concern. While Han Sen was chatting with Green earlier, he asked if he knew about a demigod called Nanlitian and Shadow Shelter. Strangely, he had never heard of either. Han Sen spoke with his friends in the sanctuary, and after a while he decided to once again go back to the Alliance. He went to his room, and before he took his coat off, he noticed he wasn't alone. On his sofa was a beautiful woman. When Han-san saw the person sitting there, he was in shock. It was the woman from the Demigod Association. The mystic woman. It was the woman who did not say a word. "Why are you here?" After Han-san said this, a thought sprang into his mind. He wondered if she might have simply been a mute, and if so, asking her a question was a little inconsiderate. "I was looking for you." The woman spoke with a tone that was almost like that of a little girl. It was a sweet and soothing voice, a little high in pitch but incredibly friendly. "You can talk?" Han-sen asked with surprise. "It's not difficult," the woman responded. "I never heard you speak before, and I thought maybe you were a mute or something. It was a misunderstanding on my part. I apologize," Han-sen said, feeling a little awkward. The woman now looked at Han-san directly, and she said, "You are different than him. You're different than Han Jinji." Han-sen was shocked. The formalities were over, clearly, and she was diving straight into the deep end. As for the differences she was referring to, he wasn't quite so sure what she was getting at. Perhaps she was merely referring to his appearance, but that wasn't exactly significant since he was 3 generations down. Han-sen did not know which Han Jinji she was referring to, though. Was it his great-grandfather, or Teacher Han of the Blue Blood Special Forces? "Are you talking about Teacher Han of the Blue Blood Special Forces?" Han-sen asked. The woman replied, "You are different." "Of course we are different," Han-sen said, acknowledging she must have known a great deal about Han Jinji. To him, this was practically a confirmation she was the woman in the 7th team. The one who did not make a wish. The woman's attitude suddenly turned to one of disdain, and she said to him, "I cannot believe you describe your great-grandfather as if he was a stranger. You members of the Han family have always been so obscene." Han-sen frowned and said, "What do you mean? My great-grandfather is Han Jinji, but he has nothing to do with the Blue Blood Special Forces." The woman, again with a frown of disdain, said, "Pa! You can try to trick others, but you can't fool me. You are his heir, and there is something coming that you'll never escape. Think about what might happen if they found out about your relationship to Han Jinji." "Who? What? What are you talking about? Is this a warning? Is there someone out there looking to kill me?" Han-sen asked, bewildered by this strange conversation. "You know what I mean. You know just as much as I do, if not more." The woman briefly paused, and then went on to say, "If you're going to talk to me with this attitude, I think we should call it quits and stop. I didn't come here to talk to you, behaving like this." Han-sen said, "Lady, you're confusing me. I'm being honest when I tell you that I am not related to Teacher Han. My grandfather was a member of staff there, but you seem to be getting offended for no reason at all." The woman looked at Han-sen with a different expression now. "You really don't know?" the woman said. "If there's something you think I should know, then don't hold back," Han-sen said to her. With a strange expression, the woman then said, "It doesn't matter. You are already a demigod, and they are sure to find out sooner rather than later." After a long and unsettling pause unfolded between them, she spoke again. "Fortunately, you are different. Different enough that you might even live." She had said something along the lines of that a few times now, and Han-sen still had no clue what she was getting at. Her mystic arrival in his room was no longer the pleasant and revelatory encounter he was expecting. What concerned Han-sen the most was who she was referring to, and so he asked, "Who are they? Do you mean Blood Legion?" The woman looked as if she had been worn out by an ignorance Han-sen was unaware he was conveying. She said, "Improve yourself. Just do it. Improve and you might live when you meet them." After that, the woman turned to leave. Han-sen quickly asked her, "Can you at least tell me who they are? Who are you talking about?" The woman left the room without responding. When Han-sen decided to chase her out into the corridor, she had disappeared. What in the alliance was she talking about? What did she mean? Does she think I am Teacher Han's heir? Or was this some sick game she likes playing, trying to confuse others? Han-sen's mind was a wallow of questions. People said Han Jinji could not have possibly had an heir. and many people believed Han San wasn't his heir. It had caused friction with quite a few individuals. This time it was different, though. This woman was so sure he was an heir, it had caused her to storm off. If Han Jinji was a member of Blood Legion, Han Sen's family should have still possessed some blue blood. These people are too arrogant. Can't they speak with some modicum of clarity for once? Han Sen thought he might have gotten used to the mystique and ambivalence of these older people by now, but that clearly wasn't the case. If that generation hadn't been dropping like flies, he would have learned everything he wanted to by now, for sure. There was only one takeaway from his brief talk with the woman, and he understood and agreed with it, and that was the need for him to improve. When he arrived home, he visited the Demigod Association's virtual community. There he found an abundance of information regarding various genocores and vast swathes of maps to peruse. The content available for him in terms of learning material far exceeded the expectations set by Old Man G. Unfortunately, none of the maps available showcased Han Sen's region of the Fourth God's Sanctuary. That was normal, though. The Fourth God's Sanctuary was gargantuan, and there were only 100 humans currently living there. Han Sen had been the king of the Third God's Sanctuary, but even he had not come close to exploring that entire place. Back in the sanctuary, Han Sen learned Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep had gone off hunting. The red pony he had recently healed had remained behind. Han Sen brought the pony and Bower to the gate, seeking to go out so they could hunt, as well. Nan Litian is back. As Han Sen approached the gate, someone called out, and people began to gossip amongst themselves. Han Sen was curious to see who Nan Litian really was. Thus far, the man had been a complete enigma. After walking outside the gate, Han Sen looked ahead to see a human riding atop a black unicorn. Han Sen could clearly see it was a human, and if he had to venture a guess, he would say he was around 30 years old. Of course, looks could be deceptive. The unicorn trotted up the way at a slow, almost meandering pace. It gave Han Sen a chance to observe the man and his steed, but also vice versa. When the man caught sight of Han Sen, he brought his unicorn to a complete standstill. There they both locked gazes. Han Sen could at least tell this man was totally new to him, which came as a relief. He wasn't someone from long ago he'd have trouble remembering, something which was an all-too-common occurrence. The man's eyes were stern, though, and their lock on Han Sen would be defined as fiery, if they weren't also so sullen. It looked as if he viewed Han Sen as a thief, slinking out of his home, and he wished to do him harm. Han Sen picked up Bower and casually readied himself to leave, as if the tension manifested was just a figment of the man's imagination. There was trouble brewing, and even though Han Sen could not tell why, he knew it was best if he made himself scarce. This was clearly Nan Litian's territory, and if Han Sen remained and made himself an enemy to the human, he'd be greatly outnumbered. The space in Han Sen's paces began to widen, until he found himself sprinting away as fast as he could. Before he realized it, he had run a mile. The red pony was following after him, too. It looked to be struggling to keep up with Han Sen, and if one did not look closely, it almost looked as if the pony was chasing him. But it managed to stay with him, at least. Nan Litian did not say a word, but he obviously seemed to have a bone to pick with Han Senator. He turned his steed around and took off after Han Sen. The unicorn had to be a mutant creature, and its speed was greater than Han Sen's, so it had little trouble catching up. And noticing this, Han Sen knew he was in trouble. He knew fleeing wasn't going to be the solution to this sudden standoff. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything else to do. If Nan Litian had taken over a gold shelter, then he must have had a gold genocore too. This was different than what he had experienced with Jia Sherdao, and Han Sen could immediately tell that this opponent was far stronger. He had taken over a shelter, after all. Han Sen figured he could use his gold dragon lock to trap and halt Jia Sherdao's approach. He seemed to come for Han Sen blindly, so there should have been no trouble there. But he wouldn't change his course or do anything else until he knew he absolutely had to. The unicorn was fast approaching, and it was almost on Han Sen's heels. The infuriated rider atop it clutched a spear in his hands, primed to skewer Han Sen. It didn't take long for Nan Litian to let it fly, and as it brushed Han Sen's clothing, he dove out of the way like a bat. Its speed was nothing short of frightening, though, and even with his jade skin activated, the spear managed to graze him in his evasion. And even that was enough to draw blood. Han Sen realized the gulf in fitness between the two was far too great. This called for diplomacy. "Why are you attacking me? What did I do?" Han Sen cried aloud. Han Sen wished to receive a response and at least delay a potential follow-up attack that might have been primed to finish him off. "You know why. Why else do you run?" Nan Litian said, as he reached for another spear and swung it around like a loon. Han Sen summoned his gold dragon lock, and then said, "I wasn't running away from you. I'm just going for my daily sprint. I'm intense." The rope weaved itself around the spear, then continued forward to ensnare the rider. Nan Litian was quick to react, though. He let go of his spear and dodged before he found himself tied up. The gold dragon lock had been unable to trap him, but it had managed to pin down his spear and horse. The unicorn fell on its shadow and rolled across the ground for a dozen meters. Nan Litian was visibly surprised by what Han Sen had managed to do, but that only fanned the flames of his hatred for Han Senator. The glint of murder that was previously residing in his eyes had now turned to one of full-on genocide. He summoned the spear back, and it reappeared in his hands. In an instant, he brought it directly before Han Sen, almost not providing him a moment to react. With his Phoenix techniques, Han Sen was just able to muster the necessary speed to dodge the first few strikes. But the attack was relentless, and the swipes kept on coming. It was a horrifying scene, and Han Sen had rarely felt himself thrust into so much danger. There was no competition here. Han Sen's latest nemesis was by far his superior, and try as he might to dodge, Han Sen couldn't help but gather a collection of lesions and wounds from the hounding madman on his heels. And no matter what Han Sen pleaded, nothing would slow Nan Litian down. He had no clue why the man was lashing out at him like this, but things were taking a very disturbing turn. Disheartened by what was going on, Han Sen felt his hope begin to sap. He silently cursed Cheap Sheep too. Ever since he had met the wretched cotton ball, he believed he had suffered nothing but bad luck. Seeing the attacker not relent, Han Sen only had one choice left. So, he brought out both of his horns and tried to block the man's attack. Boom! The horns immediately broke, and then Han Sen was sent flying a few hundred meters. But this was what he had hoped for. The speed at which he barreled away was what he wanted, and with this speed, he could leap an even greater distance away. Nan Litian did not expect Han Sen to do this, and he was mildly impressed. He wasn't going to let that stop him, though. He looked at his still-trapped unicorn, and then turned back to look at Han Senator's spear in hand. He continued his pursuit, and the speed at which Nan Litian came was frightening. He was too fast, and nothing Han Sen did allowed him to outrun the spear-wielding maniac. Dodging the next attack successfully, Han Sen quickly switched on his Dongxian aura. He hoped he could find a way in which he might leave the danger of that place for good. Wait a minute. I'm on the path that leads to Hidden Valley, Han Sen suddenly realized. Han Sen thought it best to take refuge in Hidden Valley, but another 30 miles of travel was no small distance with his life in perpetual danger. He stumbled again, and acknowledging he was going to fail the latest dodge, he summoned his bulwark umbrella for a defense. The umbrella clashed against the spear and repelled it, but it was not without cost. The sound it made was terrible, and the umbrella sounded as if it was on the precipice of shattering. With the force of that strike, Han Sen and the umbrella were blasted away. But it was the perfect opportunity for Han Sen to gain even more distance on his pursuer, once again. Although Han Sen was bleeding quite a bit, he was in a good mood right now. He had regretfully made use of the umbrella, half expecting it to break, but it had survived. He thought maybe his Dongxian Sutra or Black Crystal had reinforced it and made it stronger than it should have been. With the umbrella's support, Han Sen felt a lot more confident in the prospect of remaining airborne for the rest of his flight to Hidden Valley. Nan Litian wasn't so willing to let Han Sen go, though. He shot up into the sky, swiping, slashing, and reaching with his spear. He was completely out of control, and his thirst for Han Sen's blood was monstrous. Han Sen used his umbrella to block an attack he wouldn't be able to evade. It was a success, but the force sent him downwards, spiraling into the rocky ground below. Cast across the coarse stones, his body was thrust between two large rocks and became wedged. A neighboring boulder was disturbed and began to roll, crushing Han Sen's hand into a bloody mess as it went. Before Han Sen could drag himself out of the stony landslide, the man and his spear were on him again. Han Sen was in the direst of situations, and the worst thing about it was that he had no idea who this nemesis was. He couldn't fathom a reason why Nanlitian would come after him. He had done nothing to warrant this attack. If he was from Angel Jin's Zhao family, it might make sense, but it was unlikely. They had a thirst for fame and renown, and nobody knew who Nanlitian was. Furthermore, people of the Zhao family seemed to revel in pumping gallons of genetics mutating serums into their veins before getting into a fight. This man had done no such thing. Couldn't have been the man from Iron Fist Martial Hall either. Han Sen had just fought against Jia Sherdao, and he was nowhere near as powerful as this man who hounded him. "Stop! Are you from Blood Legion? I am a good friend of God's retribution." Han Sen settled on the thought he was someone from Blood Legion. With his hazy ties to them, he thought it best if he played on that association. Hearing this name, Nanlitian suddenly stopped still, as if a switch had been flicked and he was paused. As a torrent of relief washed over Han Sen, Nanlitian suddenly said, Of course you traitors are good friends." That wave of relief suddenly rolled back. Then the man exerted even more strength and speed into the spears set to skewer Han Sen. Getting himself free, Han Sen rolled and evaded the attack. Han Sen regretted mentioning God's retribution, and he knew now he had made things worse. But it had at least cleared one thing up for Han Sen. It proved to him that Nanlitian probably was a member of Blood Legion. Pang! The umbrella blocked the next attack again, but it sent Han Sen careening into a wall. Collapsing back down to the ground, he did so with a mouthful of blood. Han Sen was in agony, but he held it back and dodged the next strike. Then he said, "I am a friend of your vice president. Baby Ghost, you've got the wrong guy." Nanlitian then shouted, "Nonsense! How can you be a friend of the vice president?" Han Sen was incredibly angry over his mistreatment, and now he'd had enough. He responded, "Fuck you. You keep saying I'm a motherfucking traitor, but do you know whose heir I am? You are holding the relic. You are Han Jinji's heir, so who else?" Nanlitian continued to attack as he spoke. Han Sen had been firing on all cylinders, exhausting all the power his 10,000 fitness could provide. His opponent must have had a fitness level of 20,000. Fortunately, he had jade skin. If others had suffered what Han Sen was going through, they'd have been killed many times over. "You mean this necklace thingy? I found it on the ground. I picked it up and thought it looked cool," Han Sen said, as he revealed the 9-life cat pendant. Han Sen wanted to buy himself some time, so he could successfully escape into Hidden Valley. "You really are the traitor's heir. Just like him, you're full of shit." Nanlitian saw right through the con, and then he exerted even greater strength in his attacks. Fuck! Han Sen was cut right across the shoulder. The blade cleaved through his armor and his flesh, leaving his arm dangling. Hidden Valley was still some distance away, and if things continued like this, there was every chance he could die. Han Sen decided to stop dodging. In one hand, he held an umbrella. In the other, a crystal egg. Pang! The spear hit the umbrella, sending Han Sen flying back. Unable to maintain his grip, his fingers slipped and the umbrella was cast across a rock, out of reach. As this happened, Han Sen threw his egg at Nanlitian. The man dodged it, but when the egg missed his head, it ricocheted off a stone in the direction of his ear. He lifted his spear and knocked the egg away, fearing what power it may have harbored. But the egg was still able to work its magic on the weapon that had caused Han Sen so much pain. It turned the spear to rubber, but not the man wielding it. The egg returned to Han Sen, just as Nanlitian sought to strike him down with one final blow. Reaching for the umbrella, Han Sen managed to grab it by the handle, Bring it forward, and open it. Pang! The rubberized spear collided with the umbrella. Han Sen had hoped for it to be a flaccid hit, but the power of the spear was too great, and it managed to maintain some of its hardness. When it struck Han Sen, he was still knocked back a good distance. He was thrown back through the air, heading in the direction of a rocky surface. But fortunately, there was a definite reduction in the damage that last hit had dealt him. It did not make him any worse for wear. While Han Sen was in the air, he brought out his crystal egg again, and then he lobbed it at the wall he was on a crash course towards. When the egg hit the wall, it pinged back to Han Sen's hand. Where it had struck was now as soft as a cushion, ready to catch him. The wall was like a sponge, and he was able to walk away from it without harm. He leaped forward, knowing Nanlidian would be on him like a hound on a pork chop. He raised his umbrella and aimed it at his nemesis's face. Nanlidian put away his softened spear and instead brought out a green sword. With it, he performed an upward slash. Han Sen summoned his crystal egg and threw it once more. The egg was not thrown on a distinct, clearly defined trajectory, and it just flew around in the air like a crazed firefly. It eventually came to a stop in front of Nanlidian, and the moment he tried to grab it, the egg pierced through his hand like a bullet. It almost managed to reach his face. Suddenly, a bell appeared. It covered the egg and then dropped to the ground like a pillar of firm stone. Han Sen could hear his egg bouncing around inside the bell, and swiftly knew there was no chance of the egg getting itself out. The bad thing about the egg was that it could not break things. It had no real strength of its own, so now, trapped in an enclosed space, it could do nothing. Dong! 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 Nanlidian struck against the umbrella another 3 times until it was knocked free from Han Sen's strained grip. Go to hell! Nanlidian screamed, as he tightened his clutch on the sword he wielded and brought it down towards Han Sen. Seeing the green sword descend, Han Sen couldn't help but smile. Nanlidian thought Han Sen was either slightly deluded or just flat-out crazy. He firmly believed he was about to end the pest and slice him in two. But suddenly, Nanlidian felt a pain in his eye. He blinked, and a second later Han Sen was gone. He had dodged the strike, and then he noticed he was grabbing a hold of his chest. Nanlidian roared in fury, moved away, and then used his fist to punch at Han Sen, who was in the process of delivering a palm strike of his own. Pang! Nanlidian's fist and Han Sen's palm collided, but no shockwave was generated. Han Sen's fingers were inside his fist, but strangely, no blood came out. Buzz! Nanlidian's body twitched. He tried to scream, but something jammed the noise in his throat, and no sound was made. After a pause of silence, he coughed up a torrent of blood. Nanlidian was in immense pain, as if the entirety of his being was being pulled apart. It was like he was suffering a Charlie horse with each and every muscle. The pain continued to increase until he could no longer remain composed and hold it together. He was losing control, thrashing about like he was suffering a violent seizure. Han Sen was surprised to see Super Spank fail to break Nanlidian's sequence structure. It was obvious Nanlidian was just too strong compared to Han Senator, but while he may not have been able to annihilate the man, the attack had at least delivered an insufferable amount of hurt. The sequence structure had most certainly been damaged somewhat, and Han Sen knew he'd just have to pull harder if he wanted the rest of his enemy to break. Just as Han Sen was about to do the same thing again, Nanlidian switched to the defensive and summoned a shield. Catcha! But Han Sen's palm shattered the shield with no trouble. Nanlidian was in agony and shock, but still the prevailing emotion was anger. His bloodlust for Han Sen was only heightening. With the green sword still in hand, he flailed it around aimlessly in the hopes of striking Han Sen. Due to the difference in fitness, Han Sen could not efficiently keep up and dodge Nanlidian's blisteringly speedy strikes. Swiftly, Han Sen raised his umbrella to block the attacks that were coming his way. With an opportunity presenting itself, Han Sen ducked to the side, down where the bell lay. He shattered it and took his egg back. Without stopping, Han Sen took off in the direction of Hidden Valley once again. Nanlidian followed after him, but kept his distance. From behind, he fired out gusts of power at Han San as he went. While Han San was able to keep using his umbrella, it didn't deflect all the incoming damage. He still had to suffer more and more pain while he was on the run. Fortunately, Nan Litian was not able to keep up too well, following the agony he had been in. He slowly fell behind until Han San was out of sight. Having undoubtedly escaped into the hidden valley he had been so desperately trying to get to. Nan Litian continued after him, though. He could tell where he was going, and slaying Han San was his #1 goal right then. Hidden Valley was a large, sprawling valley, but it was knotted, twisted, thorned, and tangled by a variety of different genoplants. The trees there were enormous, and thick, creepy vines wreathed their way up and around each gigantic trunk like tinsel. After entering the valley, not even the sun could penetrate that expanse. In the denseness of that place, Han San felt as if he was treading through a green cave. The moment Han San entered the tangled complex that was Hidden Valley, he felt his Dongxian aura become overwhelmed. The knotted labyrinth was almost too much for it to process, and it suffered, becoming little more than a garbled transmission. Of course, Han San did not need to use it like radar. He could still detect and sense the life forces of the land around him. Thrusting into that messy region, Han San made sure to remain fleet of foot. Nan Litian was still pursuing, and he swung wildly at the plants that sought to slow his feet. Han San was not slowed down by the brush, though. He utilized his Dongxian movement and Heavenly Go to sidestep every vine and leaf that reached out to slow him down. Amongst the staggeringly tall trees and plants, vines wreathed their way through that wretched landscape, giving Han San flashbacks to his time in the Third God's Sanctuary. Many of those vines were so thick, not even Nan Litian could cut his way through them, and he had to clumsily dodge around them instead. For the first time that day, Han San was at an advantage. With the delicate grace of his maneuvering, he went for the deepest, furthest, creepiest reaches of Hidden Valley. Green Cow told Han San there were many strange growths in the valley. There were trees composed of hideous, tangled snakes, and there were even vines that had bloodshot eyeballs that blinked ferociously. Although most of the plants in that area were just there, and did not seek to bring harm to those brave enough to explore, the ones that did were extremely dangerous. Han San had to stay on his toes, not only for the enraged madman chasing him, but for what he might unwittingly find himself running into. But this was sort of what Han San had hoped for. The last thing he wanted was to become swallowed by a man-eating plant, but he needed to lead Nan Litian into a hostile plant. If he was crafty enough, he could get the plants to free him from his pursuer. Suddenly, Han San detected a nearby plant that possessed a mammoth life force that blazed like the brightest bonfire. Han San ran towards it, ready to risk alerting its attention not to him, but to Nan Litian, who was still hot on his heels. When he was 10 meters away from that life force, the knots of the overgrowth swarmed Han San's vision, obscuring where and what exactly that plant was. It was all a great mess. This had forced Han San to slow down, and it had provided Nan Litian the opportunity to catch up. His enemy thrust forward with his sword, ready to deliver a final strike. When his sword found a target, though, the sound of a metallic drang rang out. Han San raised his head, now alerted to Nan Litian's alarmingly close presence. When he searched for what his foe had hit, he noticed the jade-like trunk of a tree he had not seen before. It must have just appeared there, and when Han San examined this tree, he looked down to observe the roots. There, half submerged in the soil, were many jade bulls. Only their heads were sticking out of the soil, and one of them had taken notice of Han Senator. The bull stared at him with red, frightening eyes. Nan Litian must have struck the horn of one of those bulls, and Han San now noticed the fiery life force he had previously detected was a combination of the tree and those bulls. Moo! Suddenly, the bull Nan Litian had struck made a sound. The bull stomped its way out of the soil with the ground-shaking march of an elephant. It lowered its head and exhaled a flame-tinged lungful out of its twitching nostrils. It was mad, and it looked ready to chase down not just Nan Litian, but Han San as well, making a fine kebab with its horns. The speed was terrifying. Before Han San could bring himself to dodge the creature, It was before him. Han Sen only had the time to reach out and grab the horn. But when his fingers fell upon it, the bull lifted its head upwards, throwing Han Sen into the air, towards the twig-pricking tops of a tree. He broke through several branches on his way upwards, but he found himself brought to a stop against something soft. Han Sen felt himself fall into the center of a silver flower. The bud inside was around the size of a double bed. It was plush and comfy. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Han Sen felt a wash of relief come upon him, and for a brief instant, he thought himself safer than he had been all day. But he soon saw that this was not a place for respite. Han Sen's landing there was not a coincidence, for he saw Nanlitian also fare an upward launching. His nemesis of the day ended up on another flower exactly like his. Han Sen wished to escape before something worse was to occur. That which was most wretched often disguised itself as the fairest after all. And as soon as he tried to make a move, that proved to be true. The pleasantness of the flower swiftly evaporated, as a number of vines reached upwards to tie Han Sen up with the ease of a shoelace. Han Sen turned his gaze towards Nanlitian, and the same was happening to him. He too had been captured by a flower. They were wrapped up so much they now looked like mummies. Han Sen thought it might have been a carnivorous flower, but after it wrapped him up, nothing else occurred. No digestive acid was released, and no chomping teeth were revealed. Moo! The bull shouted in their direction again. Then it returned to the soil. The bull went inside head first, and all they could see was its tail, sticking out at the base of the tree like a stubborn root. Han Sen could not imagine how strong and hardy the tree was. But with nothing better to do, Han Sen was now able to examine it and record its finer details. He noticed there were 8 bulls encircling the tree. The tree also had many more of the silver flowers the two had been trapped inside. Han Sen looked around and saw Nanlitian struggling in an attempt to escape. It was a far tougher rap than even he anticipated. Why are you chasing me? Can you just tell me? Are you really willing to risk your life this much, if it means you get to kill me? Han Sen asked. Han Sen still had super spank, so if he wanted to escape, he believed he could. But seeing as nothing else was going on, Han Sen thought it best to ask as many questions as he could, while his enemy was also restrained. I need to kill the traitor, Nanlitian coldly responded. I thought you wanted my 9-life cat pendant? Han Sen asked. Who would want that? It's just a trinket belonging to your family. Nanlitian spoke in a voice that suggested he was humiliated by the question. Han Sen eyed him queerly, thinking his reaction to be strange. Why wouldn't you want your Blood Legion relic back? Han Sen asked with a frown. Nanlitian's face turned dour, and he returned the question with one of his own. Tell me, are you Han Jinji's heir? My great-grandfather is Han Jinji, but not the one from the Blue Blood Special Forces, Han Sen said. Nanlitian frowned, as if he was thinking of something. Is he really not the heir of Han Jinji? Nanlitian murmured to himself. He paused before addressing himself once more, saying, but if he wasn't, why would he have the relic? And there's no way he could carry that on him. You still didn't tell me why only my family wants it, Han Sen said, thinking his enemy's self-narration was a little creepy. It doesn't matter, if you're not Han Jinji's heir. But you know my identity, and that is a transgression that does not allow me the pleasure of letting you live. You must die for this? Nanlitian said, summoning a dagger he could try to cut Han Sen with, on the adjacent flower. They were both trapped like mummies, and there was nothing Han Sen could do to dodge. He only had his demon heart ring, his crystal egg, and his bulwark umbrella. He summoned the umbrella to block the mind-controlled dagger. The dagger flew against the umbrella, and it could not break the established defense. Nanlitian summoned his green sword then, and had it propped to take aim at Han Sen's throat. Han Sen did not have the time to reposition the umbrella to block the green sword that was now coming for him, and he was left exposed to its attack. With super spank, he tried to pull and unfurl the vines that had wrapped him up. Unfortunately, no matter what he tried, the plant did not budge. He then believed it to be a sacred blood tree, but that didn't mean much right now, given the circumstances. Seeing the sword come for him, only one viable option remained for Han San to try. He activated Super King Spirit, in the hopes it would provide enough of a boost in power to free him. Han Sen's body, his eyes, and his hair all turned white, the latter growing extremely long. It floated menacingly all around him, as if he was underwater. But before Han Sen used his strength to tear off the vines and bring ruin to the flower that had trapped him, they decided to let him go free. At first, Han Sen believed it to be an act of self-defense, not wanting to let itself get hurt when it detected the power he now wielded. But then, the vines that had encased him moved over to the sword that was alarmingly close to decapitating him, and tangled it up. It had done so to protect him. What's going on? Han Sen thought this was extremely strange. A tree that had gone to lengths to wrap them both up was something he believed to be hostile. The flower then created a platform for Han Sen to step on. Nan Lydian looked on in shock, unable to believe a powerful genoplant would side with Han Sen, as it was doing now. Why do you have the aura of a spirit? And why do you smell like a creature? What are you? Nan Lydian had never seen anything like this before. He was well and truly flabbergasted. Han Sen looked at his Super King Spirit body now, and he saw how it propagated the sense of him being both a creature and a spirit. The sense of countless different creatures filled him up, many of which were ones that not even Han Sen himself could recognize. Han Sen's thoughts suddenly turned to the name Super King Spirit. Ordinarily, a level that was higher than a King Spirit was dubbed Emperor. The term super was a tier definition given to creatures. It wasn't until now that Han Sen realized it could harness the power and aura of a creature, as much as a spirit. The spirit in the title of this form was more likely a general term, a synonym for energy, soul, or essence. It didn't exclusively mean he became an actual spirit, of the sanctuary's definition. Who I am does not matter. Due to your repeated attempts of murder, your life is forfeit unto me. Han Sen walked back towards Nan Lydian, harnessing and manipulating the shock his nemesis had just experienced. Under Han Sen's feet, the flower continued to generate platforms for him to walk upon. More and more platforms came as swiftly as Han Sen moved, forming a perfectly safe walkway for him to tread. They guided him to Nan Lydian. Han Sen came before his foe and asked, "Who are you in Blood Legion? What are you regarded as?" Nan Lydian, who was still trapped, said, "I am a successor of Li Hen." "Are you one of the 13? Han Sen asked. Although Nan Lydian was strong, Han Sen did not think he was as strong as God's retribution. "I am not him. I merely carry his torch." Nan Lydian rushed to speak. "Is there a difference?" Han Sen didn't know too much about how Blood Legion worked, so it was a legitimate question. "You need the purest blood to become one of the 13, and I don't have it," Nan Lydian answered. Han Sen suddenly heard a noise. Turning to look at where it had come from, he saw Bauer riding Red Pony, coming his way. Red Pony had delivered Bauer to Han Sen safely, it seemed, not wanting the bulls to hurt them, in case those wild creatures sought to give them the same treatment. Han Sen leaped down to meet with them on the ground of the valley. "Dad!" Bauer jumped into Han Sen's arms as soon as she could. Red Pony had Han Sen's gold dragon lock clipped to its behind. Han Sen wondered why, then realized that it had dragged the black unicorn here on Han Sen's behalf. Han Sen was delighted, not expecting Red Pony to be so kind as to do that for him. Red Pony dropped the gold dragon lock to the ground so Han Sen could take it back. When Han Sen examined the state of the black unicorn, he wagered it must have tried to wrestle its way free. The binding ropes of the lock had dug deeply into the creature's flesh. It was a ghastly sight. The black unicorn choked on its attempted screams and squeals as the lethal cords of the gold dragon lock dug into its body. Its throat was being crushed, robbing it of air. Its eyes began to twitch and flicker, slowly rolling back into its skull. Han Sen pulled out his only horn and thrust it into the creature's neck, to hurry along its death and stop its suffering. With the power of the Super King Spirit body, it was a trivial task. The horn slid through the creature's jugular like a hot knife through butter, Mutant creature wind unicorn killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Han Sen retrieved his gold dragon lock and turned back to Nan Litian. He asked him again, "Why do you people not want the relic?" Nan Litian answered, "Only the president should have it. Otherwise, it'd weaken your blood." "Do you mean the blue blood powers?" Han Sen asked for clarification. Nan Litian, fearing for his life, was keen to answer whatever was asked of him. He answered, "It weakens our blood, if it is in our presence. While it is indeed precious, only the president can possess it." "Does that mean Han Jinji was the president?" Han Sen was shocked at this revelation. If only the president could have it and make use of it without any negative repercussions, then the only logical conclusion that could be formed was that Han Jinji was the president of Blood Legion. But if he was the president, then why would Nan Litian call Han Sen and Han Jinji traitors? "He's just a traitor," Nan Litian said. "Then what relevance does he have to Blood Legion? How was he recognized? He's on the tip of everyone's tongue, it would seem." Han Sen was getting frustrated. "He's just a follower," Nan Litian said. "Didn't he have blue blood?" Han Sen asked. "He was captured." "Why would he have blue blood?" Nan Litian seemed surprised. Han Sen retreated into thought for a moment, telling himself, "Baby Ghost was right. He wasn't a part of the organization, but why do the older people seem to think he has blue blood? This makes no sense." "Why did you capture him?" Han Sen asked. "That is a secret." Nan Litian began to cough and froth blood from the corners of his lips. He seemed to be dying. Han Sen was taken aback. He leaned forward to open the man's mouth and prevent him from drowning on his own fluids. But Nan Litian kept his jaw shut and merely smiled. Then he exploded. It was too late for Han Sen to realize what was going to happen, and so he summoned his bulwark umbrella to avoid getting soaked in the soggy, gooey mess that had previously composed the person known as Nan Litian. Han Sen, umbrella firmly in hand, shielded himself from the spray. The power of the self-destruction knocked Han Sen back, but he was caught by the plush composite of the flowers. Did he talk that much to distract me? Did he self-destruct in one final bid to bring me down with him? Han Sen viewed the horrendous scene with disgust. Seeing bits of his flesh, the remains of his entrails, and his blue blood painting the surroundings. Han Sen had seen God's retribution's blood before, though, and he could immediately tell that Nan Litian had not been lying. His blood was much lighter. The pendant then suddenly burned brightly. When Han Sen checked it out, he noticed it was starting to shine. The blue blood began to lose its unnatural color, reverting to an ordinary red color again. He wasn't kidding. The pendant really does weaken the blue blood. Han Sen was surprised. When the process of reverting the blue blood into red blood had finished, the pendant returned to its daily dormant state. Although Nan Litian had killed himself, Han Sen had at least learned a little bit. Baby Ghost had told him Han Jinji was captured by Blood Legion, and what Nan Litian said backed that up. It seemed to be the truth. Then why did some people believe he had blue blood and couldn't have an heir? Han Sen was calm and composed after this, though. A surprise, considering what he had just had to endure. He knew there were many questions left to be answered, but it seemed he was being drip-fed revelations on the regular, and it would only be a matter of time before he had all the answers he needed. And he had a tingling sensation that told him it wouldn't be long now. He was getting very close to the truth. With Super King Spirit Mode still activated, Han Sen dragged the Wind Unicorn out of Hidden Valley. Kindly, the plants also swayed, bent, or moved out of the way on his approach, too. It was like the entire plant-clogged valley was forming a path for him. This means I can enter this place safely, doesn't it? If Green Cow wasn't lying, then maybe I can really find the Starsea Beast. Han Sen planned to go back, but he had to deal with the corpse of the Wind Unicorn first. Han Sen skinned the Wind Unicorn, then peeled and chopped it up into a variety of different cuts. He didn't want others to recognize the creature when he returned. If the creatures in the shelter were still semi-hostile towards him, they might not appreciate learning what had happened to their glorious master and his steed. Could prompt another attack. When Han Sen returned, the shelter was in a right state. Nan Litian's creatures and spirits had all died, following his self-destruction. Well, it's now or never. I can't think of a better opportunity to claim this place. Han Sen went towards the spirit hall as soon as he could. There, Han Sen saw one spirit and two creatures vying to be the next ruler of the shelter. Han Sen could tell the spirit was royal class and the creatures were mutant class. They saw Han Sen approach, and when they did, they turned to look at him. Han Sen was taken aback. The three beings in front of him were as strong as Nan Litian, by the looks of them. They wanted to claim the shelter, but they seemed dubious and afraid of something. Came as a bit of a surprise. When Han Sen entered the hall, they all stared at him at once. They knew the place very well, and they knew who inhabited the shelter. They did not expect to see Han Sen show up, someone who was mostly a stranger, to try to fight for it. What's more was the fact that it was only a human, and one who did not seem particularly strong. The spirit smiled to him and spoke. Another human? We were controlled by a human for so long. Do you really want another? Maybe we should deal with him before we decide what's next. After that, the two mutant creatures looked angrier. Han Sen thought to himself, damn, spirits still have a hard-on for hating humans even in this sanctuary. They'll use any excuse to kill a human, if they have to. To cool the situation, Han Sen pleaded to the creatures that seemed undecided and said, please don't listen to him. We only have one life, and yet, spirits can respawn. If he betrays you people, that comes as no cost to him. It's a little unfair, don't you think? The two creatures turned to the spirit and growled, with their lips raised and teeth on full display. The spirit stared at Han Sen with intense eyes. Han Sen inspected the three that were there, wondering how he might pull things in his favor. The spirit was blue, and he wielded a blue crystal greatsword. He had blonde hair. One of the two creatures looked like a white tiger. It had 6 ears, but apart from that, it looked like a proud and glorious being. The other creature looked like a robot, and it was made of black metal. Do you remember how Nan Litian treated us? We were treated like worthless slaves. He was a horrible person, with one hell of a mean streak. And the conditions of staying here? Have you all forgotten? The spirit made his case for why he should become leader instead. Han Sen rebutted with, I don't know what sort of person Nan Litian was and how he treated you all, but I'm not him. And what's more is that you are free. I will let you keep your freedom. I've dealt with spirits before, and I know how cruel and callous they can be. They enslave humans and treat them as poorly as they do creatures. Anything in a spirit service is controlled via a tight leash pulled by an iron fist. It is no way to live. Han Sen then went on to say, I'm a human with a bronze genocore. How can I fight you all? As he spoke, Han Sen summoned his umbrella to prove to them it was bronze. When they saw it was a bronze genocore, the creatures turned to look back at the spirit. The scene had been brought to a standstill. Han Sen was thinking how he might take the shelter. He didn't want to back off and miss this opportunity, but he also knew he could not fight the three of them. The three were only a little weaker than Nan Litian himself, so the odds were completely out of his favor. He wouldn't stand a chance. Han Sen thought it might be best to just back out and let them duke it out before swooping in when a wounded victor emerged. Committing to this idea, Han Sen took one step back. But when he did this, the metal robot swept forward and stopped him from leaving. How about a deal? The metal robot offered. What deal would that be? Han Sen looked at the Robomon with interest. This was a surprising turn of events. I will help you take down the shelter and give you control. I only want the mine, the metal man explained. The spirit then said, Metal demon, why don't you just ask me? Join me and we can crush these vermin. We can crush the 6-eared freak, make me ruler, and you can have the mine. The white tiger roared when he heard what he had been called. Metal demon responded to the spirit by saying, The human is correct. If you became ruler, we would all be enslaved. The spirit's face turned glum hearing this. Do you really think a bronze genocore human can beat me and 6-ear? Metal demon said, Don't presume 6-ear is with you. He hasn't pledged allegiance to any one side yet. Metal Demon continued, 6-year. You want the garden, don't you? How about you take the garden, I take the mine, and the human gets the rest. 6-year heard this and roared in agreement. What do you think, human? Does this satisfy you? Metal Demon said, I'm just happy to have a roof over my head. Hansen said, agreeing. 6-year and Metal Demon began to dubiously approach the spirit, slowly and carefully. They had their plan. Hansen wasn't sure how they were going to engage the spirit in battle, but he followed after them with care. The spirit, however, was of an unswayed resolve. He had no fear, and he balked at them, saying, Pa, you guys are all so naive. Do you know why I have bothered talking to you filth for so long? A sudden aura of immense evil and power raced into the shelter. Upon its arrival, shock struck the hearts of the creatures backing Han's senator. An additional 2 spirits had come. One was tall and imposing, as it was a 4-meter-tall giant that wielded a massive hammer. The other was short. It was plump and stocky, and it was no taller than Hansen's waist. The hammer it wielded, however, was larger than the giant's. They did not mask their presence or life force. They wanted the others to see that they were just as strong as the other spirit they had come to aid. 3 versus 3. Those are the odds I like. But tell me, are you as confident as you were just a few moments ago? The spirit smiled callously. The white tiger with 6 ears and Metal Demon looked ill. They preferred to share the shelter with a weak human than accept the cruel rulership of a spirit. While they were confident in tackling the one that had first confronted them, they had not expected him to have backup on the way. Their presence there now scared them. What's more, the reinforcements had entered the hall through its only exit. They had to fight no matter what. Even if they sought to flee, they'd have to battle their way out. I'll spare your lives if you subject yourselves to my will and accept me as your new master. And as for you, the spirit turned his head to address Hansen now, and he said, well, I can't grant you the same generosity. Humans must die. You're getting ahead of yourself, don't you think? You're already talking as if you own us. Hansen smirked. No, but your delicate, petty existence rests in the mighty palm of my hand. The spirit drew his blue greatsword and pointed it at Hansen. The deal is unchanged. You two take on tall and small, and I'll get the big cheese. Hansen issued a command and immediately cast a gold beam of light towards the advancing spirit. The blonde spirit swung his greatsword at the beam. 6-ear and Metal Demon, still allied with Hansen, did as ordered. They both went to engage the 2 spirits that had come to support their master. They did not think Hansen could beat the spirit, though. In fact, they were planning on fleeing. All they hoped was that Hansen had what it took to occupy their primary enemy long enough so they could escape. Tall and small both smiled, like ghastly twins. They swung their hammers with alarming ferocity, ruining the scape of the hall in their bids to make jelly out of the creatures that tried for them. And with each shockwave came a debilitating effect the creatures were unable to avoid or withstand. Like the momentarily disturbed surface of a gentle pond, a pulsing ring flowed out from each strike. When those shockwaves reached the creatures, their movements slowed and made them more susceptible to being hit. The creatures looked at Hansen whenever they could, hoping he could continue keeping their enemy busy. But when they saw what he had done, they were in utter shock. The blonde spirit had been tied up by a golden cord, like a strung hunk of pork. With a horn he swiveled in hand, he was casually approaching the spirit. Shortly after, that same horn was plunged deep into the blonde spirit's heart. Tall and small caught a glimpse of what had just transpired in the short amount of time they had spent in combat, and they quickly suffered a pang of shock mixed with a dollop of fear. They turned around, wishing to run. Since they were no longer swinging their hammers to slow down their opponents, the 2 creatures were able to chase after and nip at their behinds. Listen up, you primitive screwhead. Lesson number 1. Know who you're dealing with before you start swinging that puny little sword of yours around, Hansen callously said, as he slowly and excruciatingly pushed the horn deeper into the blonde spirit's heart. The spirit was in too much pain to respond, and he died swiftly after, his entire body shattered. Hansen knew it was not over yet, though. The spirit wasn't completely dead. and there was a large chance he'd return as soon as he had mustered his courage back to try again. As for the tiger and Rabomon creature, Han Sen did not go after them and the enemies they were hounding down. Instead, he immediately called for Moment Queen to claim the shelter. Shortly after, the place was rebooted and fully operational once more. There were still others in the shelter who had not vied for ownership, and they eagerly awaited learning who the new master would be. Unfortunately, the two creatures were unable to catch up with Tall and Small. They returned to the spirit hall shortly after, empty-handed. "Will you hold up your end of the bargain?" Metal Demon asked Han Sen. When they made the deal, they hadn't realized Han Sen was strong enough to so easily slay the blonde spirit like he had. As such, they wanted to treat him with respect. "Of course, the mine and the garden are yours, but you two are now responsible for the well-being of the shelter, as much as I," Han Sen said. Han Sen did not mind having two mutant-class allies by his side. "Of course, and if the spirits dare show their face again, we'll be here to fend them off." The two creatures were incredibly happy, as they had become unsure whether or not Han Sen would stay true to the deal they had struck. If he did not, with the strength he possessed, there'd be little they could do to change his mind, after all. The way Han Sen had killed that spirit made them almost afraid to interact with him. They then had a discussion on how best to proceed in controlling the shelter, and how it should be operated. The others in the courtyards were worried about what would become of them, too. They still did not know who the new master was, and most of them were leaning towards escape. If a powerful spirit had taken over, they could all kiss their freedom goodbye. The person with the most worry there, however, was another human. There was another demigod there, and his name was Su Mianhua. He was a professor of genetics in the Alliance. When he came to the fourth god's sanctuary, he was fortuitous enough to spawn nearby. Nan Lydian found him and knew who he was. Shortly after, he was led to the shelter, where he was granted accommodation. He had even been provided much free flesh to level up at a greater pace. But it was not all peachy. Su Mianhua had been imprisoned in the shelter and not even allowed to return to the Alliance. He had been forced to remain inside the shelter to do research on Nan Litian's behalf. Su Mianhua knew Nan Litian often went out to murder creatures for the sole purpose of getting him to do more research. But while the requirement to do research had been forced upon him, over time he had grown to enjoy it. It became a hobby of sorts and he was really into it. The technology in the sanctuaries was fairly primitive, but he had made grand advancements in the time he had spent there. He needed more time and more materials, though. He had run low on supplies recently, so he was quite interested in whether or not a new leader would tolerate his hobby. If the new owner was a creature, there'd be a high chance he would be killed outright. After the many years of research, while he had collected many genopoints, he had done no combat training. He would be hopeless in a fight, so if he was cast out of the shelter, it'd be as good as a death sentence. All the spirits and creatures stared at the spirit hall, ready for the announcement of who their next leader was. "Who do you think the new master will be?" "Metal Demon. That Robo-Boy's geno-core is indestructible." "Nah, my boy Six-Ear. That tiger eats metal scrap for breakfast." I saw them chase two spirits out. It has to be one of them. Perhaps they're even cooperating." "I still think Metal Demon should be the master. He's a cool guy, and there's not a bad circuit in his body." "Well, let's be honest here. As long as it's not a spirit, we're good. If a spirit takes the mantle, we're all going to have to sign contracts." "Yeah, I hope it isn't a spirit. Spirits are trash." As the crowd formed to gossip, speculate, and await the reveal of their new master, something appeared and walked out before them. Everyone went deathly silent when they saw. If the next master wasn't up to par and was not very favorable, there was every chance of them leaving. Six-Ear and Metal Demon came out together. They did so side by side in a fine condition. It did not look as if they had done any fighting. But then they parted. Someone else was coming, walking through the center to overtake them both. It looked like a spirit was going to assert the mantle, or at least, that's what their first glance told them. They quickly sought to run off and abandon the shelter, in fear of entrapment. They thought a spirit had taken the shelter over, and that it had already claimed Six-Ear and Metal Demon. sparing an additional second to see who it was before racing off. The audience then noticed it wasn't a spirit. It was almost too short to be one, and surprisingly, the person looked rather similar to Nan Lydian. "It's a human," a number of them balked in unison. This came as a grand surprise for each and every one of them. Hardly anyone there knew Han Sen, and so they wondered where he had come from and what had led him to becoming their new master. Green Cow looked at Han Sen from down below and asked aloud, to the attention of no one in particular, "How did that bloke get into the spirit hall, Moo?" Su Minhua was equally confused. He believed he and Nan Lydian to be the only humans in the remote proximity of Shadow Shelter. As the creatures all mulled about in confusion, Metal Demon stepped forward to speak. "From now on, Han Sen will be the new master of Shadow Shelter. If I see any disobedience, I will subject the rowdy party to a fierce shredding." Six-Ear, the white tiger, then let out a roar to agree with what the robot had said. All in the assembly were in shock. Each and every one of them could not believe their latest master was another human. And what's more, he had garnered the full support of the two standing at his side. Only Su Minhua was truly delighted to know a new human would be the latest master. "He's the new master?" Green Cow again spoke aloud. She struggled to keep her thoughts inside her mind, and now her eyes, too. They almost fell out of their sockets, as she struggled to comprehend the fact that the man she had tried to half-swindle was to be the new master of the shelter. "Don't expect much change. The rules you knew before are still in place. No oath or contract is put upon you to remain here. Your freedom is intact, and you can all continue living here. So, rock on, I guess." Han Sen finally spoke, with a casual tone of voice that sought to comfort any fears they were harboring. Han Sen wanted them all to feel safe. The more people who happily lived there, the more taxes he'd be able to receive. With Six-Ear and Metal Demon by his side, the fears of the shelter's occupants were soon laid to rest, and business swiftly returned to normal. Han Sen gave them the mine and garden, as was promised in the bargain they had made. That wealth was also payment for them to remain in the shelter as guards for Han Senator. They would also maintain order in the shelter while he was away. Han Sen returned to the Spirit Hall, where Moment Queen was waiting for him. "Is something wrong? Or did you just drink a glass of curdled milk?" Han Sen asked. Moment Queen was quick with her response, and with obvious concern. She asked, "Are you going to stay in this place for long?" "Yes." Han Sen knew there would be no strong creatures or spirits nearby that could threaten him. It was a well-built shelter that had come with a pre-installed army. His biggest enemy would be the blonde spirit he had faced earlier and made quick work of. Han Sen was only going to get stronger in the time to come, so even if the spirit returned to try his luck once more, Han Sen did not fear him. And in the days to come, Han Sen would make it his objective to max out his primitive and mutant geno point tallies. "I hope you can spend some time to open the Geno core storage," Moment Queen said. "Can you have one here?" Han Sen asked. Old Man G had already told Han Sen about Geno core storages before. They were similar to the spirit bases, in that they were individual places that had access points across the sanctuary. The only real difference was the fact you needed a Geno core to gain access. No matter what race you were, as long as you had a Geno core, you could gain access. However, when you were inside, you could only bring along one Geno core, and that would be the one used for access. For your time there, all the others were off-limits. Whenever you beat an enemy, you'd receive an item that could reinforce Geno cores. It was also a tiered place, too. You had to ascend the ranks, unable to skip any. Everyone had a ranking there, but it was one that was tied to the Geno core used. In the gold Geno core storage, Old Man G was ranked somewhere around 8 million. Han Sen was interested in learning more about the Geno core storage, though, ideally from first-hand experience. "I wonder what the rank my umbrella and egg are. It would be great if I could reach the top 10. Han Sen thought to himself. Shadow Shelter had a Geno core storage. Opening it, however, would require 1,000 genes. To reach this sum, Han Sen would only need time. Genes could be paid for in the blood of others, but ordinary and primitive Geno points would do too. There were many creatures in the surrounding area that could sate Han Sen's current lust for Geno points. But there were also a great many creatures already residing in the shelter. For now, though, Han Sen wanted to return to Hidden Valley. He wished to go alone, for he didn't want anyone else to see his Super King spirit ability. When Dragon Lady and Cheap Sheep came back from their joint hunting expedition, their return was full of surprises. They had missed out on everything that had transpired. "This is a strange thing, girl. It looks like a battle has taken place," Cheap Sheep said, while spinning his head around to observe the slightly tattered shelter. Dragon Lady thought it was weird, too, but she did not care much about it. Cheap Sheep approached the nearest creature to him and asked it, "Was the shelter attacked? Don't be shy now. Tell me what happened, bub." "Woof, woof, woof," the creature responded. Cheap Sheep was shaken, hearing what had occurred. He said, "What? Boss Bub Han Sen became the master of this shelter? And we missed it." Dragon Lady was intrigued, hearing of Han Sen's involvement. She stepped forward to join the two and asked, "What happened?" Cheap Sheep turned around and told her, "Somehow, somewhere, the previous owner of this shelter died. Han Sen fought like the brave boy that he is and claimed ownership of the place. I suspect that's him leastways. It'd be awkward if there were two Han Sens walking around." Bub. While he was not going to distrust what his ears had told him, Cheap Sheep struggled to believe his boss Han Sen had what it took to conquer a gold shelter. "Come, it is best if we see for ourselves," Dragon Lady said. When they entered the spirit hall, there they saw Han Senator Cheap Sheep was quick to lower his head and plant his face on the ground, licking his boots. Han Sen was strong, he knew that, but it was a shocking thing to realize that he had taken over a gold shelter. It was no small feat. Cheap Sheep spent a wistful moment traversing memory lane, and he recalled how it wasn't so long ago when the two of them were running away from Dragon Lady herself. Of course, Han Sen had gotten lucky more than anything. If it really was a fair fight after a proper assault, he wouldn't have had what it took to take down the shelter. He was the blessed recipient of fortuitous circumstances, an honor he frequently received but never took for granted. However, Han Sen had been very busy since he became master of the shelter. He couldn't squeeze in the time necessary to visit Hidden Valley, as he very much wished to. He ate the unicorn during what little time he had spare, though, and he managed to receive 9 mutant geno points. Those 9 points brought his fitness level up by 720. On a street in the shelter that day, there was a woman that looked very much like an angel. She was walking a dog. The dog was of 2 shades. Its back was black, whereas its underside was white like the finest pearls. The woman was clad in a most spectacular armor that was polished to a blinding sheen. Her plating was so clear it could be mistaken for a mirror. On her back were beautiful but sturdy wings. "Master, Nan Lydian is dead. This was a wasted trip," the dog spoke. The woman merely said, "Then we should at least take a moment to check out the new master. I suppose, if he managed to claim this shelter, he must at least have a gold geno core." The dog scratched itself. Then it went on to say, "You didn't have to come here, you know. We only have to tell them we are from Sacred Shelter. They'll obey pretty quickly after that." The woman smiled and said, "This is Outer Sky Shelter's territory. We can't cause trouble here. Why a human, anyway? We have many of them back in Sacred," the dog remarked. "It was a mission given to me by my mother, and it's something that can only be accomplished by a human. That's just the way it is," the woman explained. The dog perked its ears up then and said, "Ah, there, in the plaza. The human we seek is there." The woman nodded, and then they both headed for the person they had spotted. Han Sen was collecting blood in the plaza. If they provided him 1 drop of their blood, they could stay in the shelter for a month. Naturally, with such cheap payment, many had gathered. The queue was quite impressive. Han Sen had made the announcement a few days prior. Now, for any who wished to stay in the shelter, the first thing they do was donate blood. When the woman and her dog arrived in the plaza, they stood and watched Han Sen go about all the creatures, collecting the blood they were so eager to part with. "I hate to say it, but he doesn't look all that special. And you're saying this is the guy you need now? The task is exclusive to him? What is it exactly? Because this guy is plain." The dog was not impressed. The woman said, "It's just easier for humans to do this. And they need to be strong as well." The woman watched Han Sen intently. Her pupils split into two while she looked. Han Sen immediately felt as if he was being watched. And it wasn't by the eager blood donors. He didn't care too much about it, as long as the force that watched him was not hostile. The woman shared the same reaction the dog did, though. She was disappointed by what she saw in him. What's wrong? Dogs could pick up bad vibrations. The woman turned around and just said, "There is no need to meet with him. His fitness is barely primitive and he has a bronze genocore. We don't need him. How can the creatures admire him so much? How could he even take over this shelter in the first place? Do you want me to kill him?" The dog's eyes glinted with the look of murder. "This is outer skies territory. It would be best not to expose ourselves," the woman said, pulling the dog away. "Well, since we're here, shouldn't we look around?" The dog pleaded. "Fine. Sure." Han Sen had not noticed their presence there, as he was too fixated with the blood drive he had established. Single file. "Hey you! Stay in the line." Adadada. "No, you can't reserve spaces." "Hey! Cut that out. Yeah. Keep moving, keep moving." "Oh man, and just what are you doing? This isn't the time to squat. Young bub. Wait a minute. What the? You don't take a dump on the street while you queue. You dirty, disgusting thing. What in the sanctuaries is the matter with you? Do you have no respect for the master of this fine shelter? Do you have no respect for yourself?" Cheap Sheep was trying to keep order in the line, taking advantage of his friendship with Han Sen. The blood drive had been going on nonstop for days by now. When creatures learned they could stay at the shelter for an entire month for the cost of a droplet of blood, they came from all around. The place was jam-packed and stuffed to the gills with creatures, all wanting a roof above their heads. After a while, Han Sen thought it best to take a break and let Cheap Sheep handle the proceedings while he went off to Hidden Valley. And so that's what he did. He was keen to find the Starsea beast. Bauer had gone off with Ji Yenran on vacation for some time, so he went to Hidden Valley alone. The genoplants were as gracious and kind as the last time he was there, and they formed a path, leading him wherever he wished to go. There was a wild abundance of different types of plants populating that valley. It was like one grand botanical ark. Green Cow hadn't lied at all, and there really were trees with snakes as well. They posed no threat to Han Sen now, though, and they simply slithered away whenever he drew near. Of course, Han Sen entered the valley in Super King spirit mode. And just like Green Cow had told him, there was indeed a cave. At its entrance, a large boulder barred entry. Strangely, however, there was a single word carved on its face. Han Sen recognized it to be a big stone tablet that had been cut and placed there. The word on it was simple, sky. This looks familiar. Han Sen recalled where he last saw something like this. The rock looked just like the one he had seen in the Valley of Time in the Third God Sanctuary. When I was in the Valley of Time, I thought I saw the word knock carved upon a similar, half-buried tablet. Then there was another tablet, which had the words Person 1 engraved on it. If these three tablets were combined, then it would produce the word destiny. Han Sen narrated to himself. Han Sen thought this had been cut from the same stone. If these really were cut from the same tablet, and the third really has just happened to conveniently appear here for me to find, then that's more than just a coincidence. It's rather spooky, to be honest. Han Sen continued to narrate to himself. Han Sen punched the tablet and was unable to deal damage to it, just as he hadn't been able to deal damage to the other cuts in the past. Shocked, and thinking this was confirmation, Han Sen thought to himself, who was capable of cutting up the tablet in the first place? I fear meeting that fellow. Fortunately, the tablet had merely been placed there. Han Sen was able to just push it out of the way. It was no small feat, however. It was a good struggle to get it to move, and Han Sen had to exert all his strength to get it to budge. The cave behind it was large, and there were many jewels and treasures there. It was as if Han Sen had pushed aside a fat dragon to reveal the gold it had kept behind it. The entire place sparkled delightfully. Han Sen walked inside with awe, and at the far end of the cave, he noticed the giant skeletal remains of some creature. It looked like the skeleton of a large dinosaur, but even bigger. He imagined it was the sort he might have seen strung up in a museum someplace. Strangely, however, it glowed. It was the skeleton of a long-dead creature. That much was plain to see, but it glowed. It was hauntingly pretty. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to give it a scan, and he confirmed it was indeed dead and not some creature whose appearance was that of a skeleton. Green Cow was not lying then. Han Sen wanted to see if there were any genocores left there. It was a sacred blood creature, so its genocore would have been gemstone class for sure. Han Sen was strong, but not even he could slay a sacred blood creature yet. So far, it was impossible for him to obtain a gemstone-class genocore. Unfortunately, much to his dismay, he was unable to find one. This prompted Han Sen to think, did it shatter when the creature died? Han Sen continued to scan the immediate vicinity, and the skeleton in particular. He noticed the skull of the skeleton was giving him a much stronger reading. Han Sen climbed into it and found something inside. It was an orb, one that fit neatly into his hand. It was very much like a baseball in terms of size, but it was a beautiful thing. It harbored a mystical quality. And inside, one could be the presence of all the stars of the universe. Or so it seemed. Han Sen did not know what type of creature it was. But when he sprayed the orb with water, it began to shine very brightly. It is a gemstone genocore, Han Sen yelled, filled with much delight. Put it down. Suddenly a voice rang through the hollow of that cave. There, Han Sen saw a woman with wings approaching. Alongside her was a dog. Give me one good reason to. Han Sen could immediately tell she was a creature, not a spirit. The woman paid no heed to what he said, and she simply turned her attention to the dog at her side. Black doggo, do your thing? The dog howled and crooned louder than any wolf. It brought its head back down to face Han Sen and opened its mouth. Then, an array of lasers fired towards him. When Han Sen saw the beam, it was too late for him to dodge. Instead, he threw his fist at it. Boom! An overwhelming force of power sent Han Sen spiraling into the cave wall, causing it to collapse and bury him. He lost his grip on the Starsea orb as this happened, resulting in him dropping it. The woman picked it up, frowned, and said, "This man's life force is strange." The dog responded, saying, "It's too late to say that. After my laser, he is practically dead. I suppose. He was not needed, anyway." The woman and her canine companion then left, as swiftly and as silently as they had arrived. The dog, following her closely from behind, said, "Well, we can't say it was a wasted trip. It's a remarkable thing, getting our hands on a gemstone genocore. Your self-genocore just reached gemstone class, didn't it? Now you've got another one. You're a very lucky person, if I might say so, milady. It's only a gemstone genocore. Yes, but you got it yourself. You worked for it. That is far better than being gifted one, as you were given by the master of sacred shelter." A hand shot out through a mound of rocks and rubble. Within the haze and mist that cloaked it, a light began to shine, brighter than the midday sun. The beam must have been the power of a sacred blood creature. And what's more, it had the power of silence, which could kill a person in an instant. Without Super King Spirit, he would have died. Han Sen examined the empty cave he was now standing in. He was bitter at what had transpired, and while gritting his teeth, he vowed to take revenge on the people who had done this to him. They were strong. Too strong. I need to hurry up and max out my mutant geno points quickly. That'd be the least I need, if I hope to take out that dog. Sacred shelter is what they said, wasn't it? Oh, I'll remember that. They're going to regret making an enemy out of me. Han Sen was suffering a mixture of emotions right now, all tinged with negativity. He turned around, however, and then saw something. Where the dog's laser had blasted, another cave had been revealed. That cave was incredibly bright, and the shining lights dispersed the dusty haze that choked most of the cave. Inside there, Han Sen saw an egg that was around 1 meter in size. It seemed to have been decorated by a number of stars. Oh wow! It looks like I might not be walking away empty-handed after all. Is that a starseed beast egg? Han Sen's pain had been alleviated somewhat, and so he limped over to examine it with greater clarity. A gemstone genocore was a fine thing to find, but it wouldn't do anything to increase his genes. That egg, however, might be able to increase his genopoints. Han Sen quickly took out his horn and put it to the shell, ready to drill a hole inside. With all his strength, Han Sen began drilling a hole with his horn, so he could help himself to a big suck. The shell was thicker than expected, though, and a flurry of sparks flew dangerously close to his now squinting eyes. A while later, he noticed he had managed to bore a small hole in the eggshell. Thinking he might have gone through, Han Sen planted his lips firmly on it, thinking he could suck the contents out. Unfortunately, he had not drilled in deep enough, and no sweet, yolk-y nectar was available to be tasted. So Han Sen swapped his lips for an eye. He tried to get a look at whatever was inside, but he was unable to see. So, with his hands, Han Sen tried to fit his fingers in the hole and dig away more of the shell manually. Half an hour later, the hole had become the size of a ping-pong ball. He tried using his horn again, but after a few more drill sessions, the egg suddenly shattered. There was no juice inside, but there was a small 3-horned dinosaur. It had 3 horns and it was blue. The 3 horns looked as if they had been made out of crystal, tinted the color of the night sky. Lights twinkled inside, as if they were a reflection of the sparkling cosmos. This has to be the baby of the Starsea beast, yes? It must be. A baby would provide more genes than the undeveloped yolk would, that much was for certain. Han Sen was going to grab it and take it with him, regardless of whether it was alive or dead. The thing had its eyes shut, so now was the best time. But that quickly changed when Han Sen leaned down to grab it. The eyes opened, and in an ever-cute newborn immediacy, it jumped up and began to waddle around. Han Sen thought of dubbing it a galaxy beast, in reference to its gorgeous horns. He also thought naming it was silly, since he was already planning to make it his supper. And when he reached his arms down, ready to throttle it to death, the baby creature saw it as a sign of affection. Then it leaped into his arms. Han Sen was surprised to see this. He thought he'd have to fight the creature if he wished to get it. But he wasn't a complete sucker for cute creatures, and as he stared into its mesmerizingly beautiful blue eyes, it began licking his face affectionately. "If you lick me again, I'll kill you," Han Sen said, as he put the creature down. Galaxy Beast dropped onto its bum and stared at Han Sen, who towered above it. "This is a great opportunity to get Sacred Blood Geno points, I hope you know that. So forgive me for this, and don't take it to be anything personal," Han Sen said, as he raised the horn up high, primed to strike. Survival of the fittest. The strong survive, the weak die a horrible death unfairly. In the next life, become a lady. Folks like me might treat you better. Han Sen then launched his arm towards the creature, putting all his strength into the strike. Galaxy Beast remained still, curious what Han Sen was doing. It was as innocent as could be. I. Han Sen beat the creature with his horn a number of times, but it remained unfazed. "I have to be cruel here. I need power to kill that mangy mutt, but this thing must have the ability to soften the will of an enemy." Han Sen picked the creature up and it resumed trying to lick his face, as it had earlier. It was an adorable thing, truth be told, so he forcefully turned it away to keep its puppy dog eyes from working their wizardry and softening his resolve. "I am a man, a shining example of a man. This is just a creature. It's food." Han Sen raised his spare hand high, horn glinting in the faint light of the cavern. He was ready to bring it down on the little thing hard. But as much as he wanted to do it, something in him resisted when the time came to bring it down. He raised his hand, but then brought it down. He raised his hand, but then brought it down. This went on for quite some time, and each time he failed to do the deed, he cursed himself harder. Galaxy Beast, hearing Han Sen muttering sour words under his breath, squirmed in his hand to turn around. It looked directly into Han Sen's eyes and tilted its head, wondering what was going on. "You are a sacred blood creature. Can't you look the part?" Show me your teeth or something? Han Sen pleaded, knowing he couldn't bring himself to slay such a cute creature. Galaxy Beast then sunk its head below its shoulders. It winced and its eyes flickered, as if it was on the verge of crying. Stop that. Quit this cute nonsense. Act like a sacred blood creature. Come on, try and rip my throat out. That's what you really want to do. Isn't it? Isn't it? Han Sen's pleading was about to reach frothing at the mouth levels. A second later, though, Galaxy Beast's levee broke, and a flood of tears erupted. Fine. Whatever. Stop crying. You're going to make a scene. What might the trees think of me, huh? Han Sen had now silently admitted to himself he wouldn't be able to do it. He just couldn't, and that was who he was. Han Sen patted the little creature's head softly to comfort it. Almost immediately, the tears stopped. Then, with its sticky tongue, Galaxy Beast began to lick Han Sen's hand jovially. Fine. You want a job? You can be a part of my guard, okay? If you can bark ferociously enough, that'll do. Baby steps. I will expect more of you in the future, but you've only been alive for 5 minutes, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. Han Sen tried to give it his best father voice. Galaxy Beast crawled along Han Sen's arms and then perched itself on his shoulder, as things tended to do. Then it licked his face again. Hey, what did I say? Not the face. You'll give me pimples. As Han Sen said this, though, he noticed something. He was feeling better. He was actually healing with each sloppy lick. Then, all of a sudden, Galaxy Beast spat out another Starsea orb. It hovered for a while, but then dropped into a cubicle of water that enveloped Han Sen. Shortly after, Han Sen's body was fully healed. Drool or not, that's impressive. A water and healing elemental combo? Nice! Exchanging the orb for this little creature was now looking like a worthy swap. Han Sen deactivated his Super King Spirit mode and decided to return home. Oh, that mutt is going to get what's coming. That woman, too. Ugh! What a despicable hag, Han Sen told himself. People didn't often get the better of him, but when they did, it really stung. He had heard them speak of a place called Sacred Shelter, so Han Sen fancied asking around about it. Intel was the first thing he needed before plotting his revenge. He discovered that Sacred Shelter was a super shelter, unfortunately. The master of it was a super creature by the name of Skylord. It looks like that woman is rather high tier. Typical. Picking bones with the biggins already. Whatever the case may be, it looks like I might need more than just mutant geno points to settle this feud. Han Sen spent much time deliberating how he might serve his favorite cold dish. Han Sen was bitter to his very core. Things like this didn't happen to him. Things like this shouldn't happen to him of all people. He was going to do everything in his power to settle the score. Leveling up was the #1 task on his agenda to begin with, and he started by maxing out his primitive geno points. When the woman and the dog saw Han Sen, he was in Super King Spirit mode. The next time they met, his attackers wouldn't recognize him as the person they assaulted in the wilds. Moment Queen came to tell Han Sen they had collected 1,000 genes and that he could visit the Geno Core storage. Han Sen wished to check it out first and spend some time there. He wasn't sure if the woman and her dog were in the vicinity, and if he was out and about outside the shelter, he feared he might encounter them too soon. The Geno Core storage access point looked very similar to a teleportation device. However, it wasn't mechanical or electrical, and neither were there any fancy tools or strange screens that offered technical readings that meant pretty much nothing. There were a number of neon patterns and designs adoring it, though. In the center was a stone plate. There was a word etched on its center, but Han Sen did not know what it meant. Han Sen stepped on it, thinking about which Geno Core he should use first. You could not use the ones found in the field, as they weren't self-Geno Core. You had to use a core produced by your own body. Most people would only ever have one self-Geno Core, but Han Sen had already obtained 2. I'll try the crystal egg. Han Sen, more than anything, just wanted to see what the place looked like. After summoning the crystal egg, the strange word came to life like a hologram around him. A second later, Han Sen found himself standing before a big tablet, on which a lengthy message was scrawled. Han Sen found himself unable to read what was written, but he felt as if he understood it, regardless. It was a leaderboard, and it told him the names of the top 100 bronze genocores he could expect to find. Number 3 was called Heart Will, he noticed. There was also something else written beside it as an addendum. It said Sacred Shelter. It wasn't just the one in third place, either. Han Sen looked at the top 100 and noticed many of the genocores there were from Sacred Shelter, too. Proved it was a strong place, indeed. There were still a lot of genocores without the additional text, so Han Sen wondered if they belonged to Sacred Shelter as well. As Han Sen surveyed the ranking list, a man made of stone began to move. He spoke to Han Sen, saying, "Welcome to the Geno-Core storage. Your rank is 100 million behind. Would you like to conduct a test?" "Who are you?" Han Sen looked at Rockman. "I am Geno-Core storage. Geno-Core storage is me. You may treat me like a Geno-Core," Rockman explained. "Are you saying the Geno-Core storage is a special Geno-Core?" Han Sen frowned. "Yes," Rockman answered. "Then who owns this Geno-Core?" Han Sen asked. Rockman spoke with a monotone voice and said, "The Fourth God's Sanctuary." Han Sen proceeded to ask a few more questions, and he ended up learning quite a bit about the Geno-Core storage. After that, he agreed to start the test. In the Geno-Core storage, you did not have to fight for every rank. The test would give you a rank depending on the Geno-Core's own performance, and the rank would move up and down in accordance to its power. 100 million, 10 million, 1 million, 100,000, 10,000, 1,000, 100, top 10, and number 1. Every bracket, or rank you reached, your Geno-Core would be reinforced. It made your Geno-Core stronger, but it did not shift its level to a higher tier like from bronze to silver. Han Sen wanted to earn the number 1 spot so he could earn 9 reinforcements for his Geno-Core and then move up to the silver Geno-Core storage. If he did this every time, he would always find himself stronger than those who did not reinforce their Geno-Cores. But being number 1, out of the hundreds of millions vying for the same title, was no small feat. Fortunately, the Geno-Core storage battles were not entirely dependent on the Geno-Cores. It also depended on the master and their proficiency in combat. Even if the crystal egg wasn't the best, he could use his own powers to reach the first place. Han Sen gave the crystal egg to Rockman. Then, Rockman opened his third eye and shined a light on the egg. As it shone, Rockman's eyes displayed numbers. It looked like a slot machine. Han Sen watched the numbers go from a very high amount to a much shorter amount. The crystal egg's powers was good, but its shortcomings were not difficult to discern. He believed it could reach the 10,000 bracket, though. The crystal egg could not deal damage, so its ranking could be low. Regardless, it wouldn't bother him too much if that turned out to be the case. As the numbers shown by Rockman reduced, Han Sen was quickly given a shock. Wow, it reached the 4-digit range. It's less than 10,000 now, and it keeps going smaller. Is the crystal egg really that strong? Han Sen could not believe his eyes then, when he saw it breach the 3-digit range later on. The crystal egg did not deal damage. Sometimes it was useful, but Han Sen did not think it was worthy of being deemed that strong. When the numbers reached 2 digits, Han Sen started to think there may have been a problem with the test. The crystal egg had major flaws, and he found it rather difficult to believe it had reached the top 100. The numbers in Rockman's eyes continued to descend. Every time they moved, Han Sen's heart jumped. This was crazy. It was as if he was dreaming. And eventually, Rockman's eyes displayed the number 1 and the number 0. His heart was going to leap out of his chest. The crystal egg had reached the top 10. That meant it had already earned 8 reinforcements right off the bat. He thought he'd have to fight for a long time to reach this point, and he never thought the sky would drop a big biscuit that would allow him to skip all that battling. What was even crazier was that, after reaching 1 and 0, Rockman's eyes closed. The numbers disappeared. The third eye that shot out the illuminating light displayed the number 9. And it didn't stay still. No way, it's still going on. This must be fake. The crystal egg cannot be this strong. Han Sen's eyeballs almost fell from their sockets. The numbers shown by the third eye was like a joke, continuing to go down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. No, my heart. Hansen clutched his chest. The test had far exceeded his wildest expectations. He stared at the numbers intently. When the eye reached the figure of 1, time stood still. Hansen was delighted the crystal egg had reached the first place out of all the bronze genocores that existed. Is it really that strong? Hansen wondered, but he thought to himself, was it because of the liquid the black crystal released when the egg was created? But the crystal egg just doesn't feel like the sort of genocore that could be considered the best. Regardless, I like it. As Hansen thought of this, Rockman said, the test has finished. The crystal core in bronze genocore storage has reached the first rank. It will show up on the bronze genocore storage leaderboard. Would you like to display the name of the shelter? No! Hansen exclaimed. If anyone discovered the number 1 spot had been taken by a nameless gold shelter, the super creatures and emperors would be paying him an unfriendly visit in no time. Genocores could be leveled up, and reaching such a high rank in the bronze genocore storage would draw a lot of attention his way. Especially for the crystal egg. It hadn't fought at all, and it reached the first place through a simple test. It was far too shocking, and it'd undoubtedly rock the entirety of the fourth god's sanctuary. Black Mountain God, why do you insist on bothering me? Would it not be better to challenge Real Demon instead? Inside genocore storage, an elegant spirit was speaking to a creature with black wings. My heart wheel will destroy your king bell and claim its rightful place atop the leaderboard, Black Mountain God said. My bell is soon to become a silver genocore, and when it does, Real Demon will be crowned number 1. So, why don't you just stop pestering me for once and go challenge him? God King said. But I want to beat you before you obtain a silver genocore. You are my nemesis, don't you see? Black Mountain God pleaded. God King snorted and said, but I have already defeated you 100 times in a row. Aren't you tired of this yet? Black Mountain God answered, this time I really won't lose. Black Mountain God summoned a genocore that looked very much like a wheel. Then he spun it towards God King. For as long as I am here, you will never claim first place. God King summoned a big bell above Black Mountain God's head. The battleground rumbled and roared with the surging of frightening powers. As this occurred, the leaderboard tablet outside their combat began to shine brightly. King Bell had descended a rank, and in first place was now written, Crystal Core. The fight between the two came to a swift end. They both stood absolutely still, staring at the leaderboard in disbelief. To whom does that genocore belong? They both asked at the same time. They had never heard the name before, and all of a sudden, it had usurped the first position atop the leaderboard. And they knew for a fact that God King had not lost a single fight to anyone. This meant it had reached first place immediately after entering the genocore storage. Their shocked faces soon turned sour. They thought the idea that a genocore had reached first place without even fighting was preposterous. When God King conducted the test on his arrival, he managed to gain a place in the top 100. That was a remarkable achievement at the time, and even he had to fight tooth and nail against a number of opponents to climb upwards to the top. Each fight was a ghastly trial and a half. This was the case for everyone, though, pretty much. No one had ever heard of a genocore that allowed its wielder to skip directly to first place. What kind of genocore could that be, anyway? Black Mountain God's tone was starting to seethe with bitter contempt. He could hardly face looking at the leaderboard now. He had toiled hard with the dream of getting to first place, putting in an incredible amount of effort every day. Yet, despite all his work and hard-fought battles, he had yet to beat God King. It hurt him to see someone easily achieve first place, without so much as lifting a finger. God King's King Bell had been reinforced 9 times. First place did not mean too much to him, but it still made him a little sick to think of what had just happened. And he felt worse for Black Mountain God, who he knew had tried so hard. For a genocore to show up and immediately knock him off his throne. He could hardly imagine what power it must possess. Everyone in the genocore storage was shocked, seeing it appear at the top of the leaderboard. Did King Bell become a silver genocore? No, it's in second place now. Are you blind? Oh yeah, you're right. But what kind of power can overcome King Bell? I don't think it beat King Bell. Then how does that work? How could the new Geno core reach first place without beating King Bell? I know every Geno core that is featured on that leaderboard, trust me. But that new Geno core? I've never seen it before. That is brand spanking new. If that is the case, how did it reach the top of the leaderboard? Are you stupid? Seriously, don't you know anything? It was crowned first place after spawning, through the whole testing thing they conduct. Is such a thing even possible? I didn't think so, but that's the only semi-plausible scenario I can think of. Whoa! So if what you're saying is the truth, how powerful must that crystal core truly be? I bet it belongs to a super creature or the son of some emperor or something. Surely, even if a super creature had generated this Geno core, it would not be possible to achieve such power. If this is legit, it's a little unfair, don't you think? It is crazy. What manner of life form can achieve such a feat? The crystal core's appearance on the top of the leaderboard had shaken the entire Fourth God's sanctuary. Even the creatures with maxed-out Geno cores were shocked. This was a truly remarkable occurrence. Go and find out who owns this Geno core and find out what it does. The owners of most large shelters began issuing such commands to their subordinates. Although it was only a bronze Geno core, it was the sign of a rising power they would soon need to be wary of. There was an extraordinary talent there, one they would do well to learn about. Those tasked with discovering Han Sen's identity were usually operating on the basis of either one of two primary objectives. Either their master wanted to exterminate the owner of Crystal Egg before they became too strong, or form an alliance with Han Sen in anticipation of his future strength. Of course, every attempt to find him was just a stab in the dark. The name of the owner was not listed, and neither was the shelter it belonged to. Still, the term crystal core was on the tip of everyone's tongue throughout the Fourth God's sanctuary. Quite strange when you take into account the fact that nobody even knew what it did. Han Sen watched as his Geno core was being reinforced. Each beam of light was a reinforcement, and after 9 such beams the process was finished. Immediately, Han Sen could tell the egg had become much stronger. When Rockman finished, Han Sen took the egg back into his possession. Its shape was very much the same, but it featured a prismatic glow in its interior. It shone with 9 separate colors. Could make for a stunningly pretty gemstone. It looks like my genes and skills are just too damn good. The Geno core that I created took first place. Ha! Was there any doubt who was the best? I'm not even sure why I was surprised. Han Sen had let it go to his head a little. Han Sen thought the black crystal must have helped somewhat, but he firmly believed it was primarily a product of his own body. Although it had been reinforced 9 times, however, the egg still couldn't kill creatures outright. Couldn't even inflict the minor damage. It did make Han Sen wonder how it could be worthy of so simply securing first place. With his goal of becoming number 1 complete so soon, Han Sen was a little at a loss on what he should do next. If the crystal core secured the number 1 position, the bulwark umbrella can't be very far behind. Can it? It saved my life more than the egg has, after all. Han Sen wondered what the result might be for that. But he wasn't keen on testing that out just yet. And that aside, he needed to accept a challenge first. If Han Sen had not entered, he wouldn't have to comply with the Geno core storage's quota. Now that he had entered, however, he was required to fight at least once a month to maintain his position. If he lost a fight, his 9 reinforcements would still be in place. But if he did not comply with the once-a-month quota, and didn't show up to battle a challenger, the reinforcements would be wiped and he'd have to start all over, without the benefit of a test skip. So, no matter what, Han Sen had to make Shadow Shelter work and keep it operational so he could fight at least once a month in the Geno core storage. Not all Geno cores could challenge him, however. Only cores within 1 level of his own could challenge. And since the crystal core was number 1, the challengers who could fight him had to be within the 1 to 10 bracket. Although it was only a once-a-month thing, Han Sen was eventually going to enter his bulwark umbrella as well, and the same requirements would apply to that. But they stacked, and that meant Han Sen would have to battle twice a month. Furthermore, Han Sen would eventually formulate a Geno core for the Bloodpool Sutra and his Super King spirit. While that would mean he would have to fight 4 times a month, that wasn't where his biggest issue lay. Rather, it would make hiding his identity a struggle. As Han Sen mulled this over, Rockman suddenly spoke to him. He said, "King Bell of the 2nd rank wishes to challenge you. Heart Wheel of the 4th rank wishes to challenge you." Han Sen was told that at least 7 others wished to challenge him. None of them were too concerned with becoming first place. Rather, they just wanted to know what power the elusive crystal core wielded. Aside from Real Demon and the combatant at number 9, the top 10 had all requested a battle with Han. Senator Han Sen viewed the list of competitors and pondered which he should fight first. It wasn't as if he could avoid the fight either. If he didn't fight, his reinforcements would be removed and he'd be back to where he started. He wasn't afraid, though. Han Sen had a lot of confidence in himself, and he didn't think anyone of the Bronze Geno Courtier could defeat him. Even if he had to battle the son of an emperor who had a Bronze Geno Core, Han Sen wouldn't be afraid. He had what it took. But even Han Sen himself wished to test out the powers of the Crystal Core now. It had improved a great deal, but what those improvements were, he wouldn't have a clue until he tested it in battle. So, Han Sen decided on accepting the challenge from Heart Wheel. He was the highest rank of the members that came from Sacred Shelter. Han Sen was still pining for revenge over what had transpired in Hidden Valley. He wasn't going to waste a single opportunity to exact vengeance on the people that occupied that wretched place. He was out for blood. Of course, Han Sen did not wish to expose his identity. If they learned who he was and came after him, Shadow Shelter would be destroyed in no time. It would be best if I hid my identity. Han Sen donned a set of armor and removed any pieces of apparel or clothing that might give away his identity. Challenge declined. Desired opponent has accepted another challenge. God King was disappointed hearing this. Black Mountain God had a different reaction, however, for he heard his Rockman say, "Challenge accepted. Desired opponent has accepted your challenge request." The Bronze Geno Core tablet then warped itself to form a black hole of sorts. It was a tunnel that would lead the opponents to their designated fighting grounds. Black Mountain God flapped his black wings and did not hesitate a second before flying through the tunnel. Upon arrival, Black Mountain God examined the place of battle. It was an ancient city, half buried amidst a desert. An aura of mystique and secrecy permeated the atmosphere of that place, hinting at a wild and untold history that lay buried beneath its sands. The powers of Geno Cores were all different, so the battlegrounds changed to suit the challengers and avoid providing any environmental hindrances to the cores. Black Mountain God then saw his opponent emerge from another black void tunnel. He locked him in his sights. Black Mountain God frowned upon seeing his enemy. All he could see was a black shadow, and he could not even make out his opponent's face. Han Sen had also used Dongxian Aura to hide his entire body, since it had reached that level. He could be properly seen if his opponent was considerably stronger than he was. And just in case that didn't work, he was clad in armor. There was always the chance his enemy had a Geno Core that could boost their eyesight, so he made sure to wear armor in the event that might happen. "My name is Black Mountain God. I hail from Sacred Shelter. Tell me, what is your name?" Black Mountain God was unable to see his opponent's face, and neither could he tell whether the shadow was a spirit or creature. The fact that he might be a human did not even cross Black Mountain God's mind. He wanted to be number 1 more than anything, and he wasn't really interested in who his enemy was. Unfortunately, Sacred Shelter had told him to do what he could to unmask this new rival, and so, he had to at least ask. Han Sen threw the crystal egg towards his opponent. It barreled through the air, spinning like a bullet as it went. Black Mountain God was surprised, to say the least. He wasn't expecting such haste from his enemy, and with the number 1 Geno Core coming right for him, he swiftly summoned his Heart Wheel. He was a creature, too. If he died then and there, he died then and there. The Heart Wheel's radius of yellow light was wide, and in that light, the crystal core was frozen stiff. They were both shocked, seeing the egg get stopped still like that. They were both expecting more from the number 1 Geno Core. Black Mountain God was especially surprised for this, whereas Han Sen was disheartened more than anything. He expected a finer performance, considering it had been reinforced 9 times. Black Mountain God could not believe it was practically over already. He cast his heart wheel with even greater strength, confident he had stopped the egg for good. Heart wheel was one of the best bronze geno cores in the sanctuary, and under the light it emitted, the crystal core began to melt. How did I become number 1 with such a garbage geno core? Han Sen now knew he'd have to get his hands dirty if he wanted to win. Black Mountain God couldn't believe he had destroyed the geno core with the power of his heart wheel. Was that a geno core storage error? Or am I just fortunate enough to wield something that strikes the crystal core's weak spot? Black Mountain God then took off into the air. He had a spring in his step, and he wished to melt the egg as much as he could, and reduce it to nothing but dust in the wind. The shell was half melted as this occurred. With the light continuing to increase in volume, it wouldn't last. It was sure to be game over very soon. Han Sen wanted to attack Black Mountain God and stop what the heart wheel was doing. There, he could use his full power, and he was still confident he could beat down the winged wretch. Han Sen had come here for revenge, after all. He wasn't going to lose again to a crony of Sacred Shelter, and on top of that, grant them first place on the leaderboard. But then, Han Sen suddenly felt as if his crystal core was exuding a strange power only he could feel. Han Sen was shocked, and watching his melting egg continued to fill him with a strange sensation. He thought to himself, the crystal core looks like an egg, and I've even been referring to it as an egg, for the most part. What if it actually is an egg? What if there's something inside it? Han Sen could sense it becoming stronger, so he stopped going after Black Mountain God and just stared at the crystal core. Black Mountain God had no clue what was happening, but he believed it to be something swell. He was thrilled with himself, and he giddily cackled, "Pa! This is the first rank Geno core? Today is the day I become number 1, for I am going to utterly annihilate this thing." Mwahaha! Han Sen stood atop a decaying, sand-worn tower, watching his precious egg melt. It was the shell that was melting, and Han Sen could now most certainly tell there was something powerful residing inside it. Catcha! The eggshell finally began to collapse, and from the spots where parts of the shell had fallen to the ground, intense beams of light were shining upwards. What's going on? Is something changing? Did I get ahead of myself? Black Mountain God frowned, but he was still fairly certain in his ability to beat it. The Geno core had been sitting in the light for the longest time. It was like an ant under a magnifying glass, and he knew it should have been destroyed by now. There was definitely something amiss. Black Mountain God then exerted even more power and strength to destroy the egg. He wanted it gone for good, just in case something else was to happen. More of the shell began to crumble into nothing beneath that light, and the entire composition of it became thinner. But eventually Black Mountain God got his wish. The egg had entirely crumbled into nothing of note, and it simply looked like the trampled egg of some forgotten creature in the sand. The two combatants looked at the broken egg and noticed a jade-like item residing inside it. Strangely, it had no color. Han Sen was shocked, seeing his egg now appear like so. The item inside was a skeleton, but it seemed composed, unlike the rest of the egg. It almost looked like a Buddha, legs crossed in lotus pose. However, it exuded a strange aura, one that was equal parts holiness and genuine evil. Han Sen was surprised seeing this, and he thought to himself, did it break too soon? Was it supposed to be a Buddha, but only its skeleton has been left behind due to the light? Black Mountain God could not detect the power that resided within that jade skeleton. Still, he knew he had to be cautious because it was the number 1 Geno core he was dealing with. Black Mountain God cast Heart Wheel to further break the tattered remains of the egg and the skeleton within. Strangely, the searing light seemed to have no effect on it anymore. Instead, it just imbued the skeleton with what looked like a radiant coat of gold paint. It almost made the thing look holy. Something flickered in the jade skeleton's empty sockets, and they lit up like the slow rev of an old CRT television warming up. The skeleton then possessed a pair of eyes, ones that seemed to have been wrought with ice. Catcha! Catcha! The skeleton began to move, with a number of xylophonic sounds singing from its creaking joints. The skeleton was small, like a little pygmy, but it seemed so alive, like a genuine creature of its own. There were subtleties to its movement, and there was detail to its physique. Beneath that light, the skeleton began to skitter across the heated sand dunes towards Black Mountain God. The jade skeleton was rushing, with its little legs hastily leaving a small ant-like trail across the sand. Black Mountain God recalled the heart wheel and watched the pygmy approach. He had no idea what to expect from the little skeletal being, but he knew he'd rather risk breaking his heart wheel than risk himself being killed. Pang! Han Sen watched the pygmy hit the heart wheel. The heart wheel did not break, and after the strike, the pygmy simply pulled its fist back. Then, the eyes of the hollow being turned dim and eerie. "Is that it?" Black Mountain God cackled, thinking he had seen all the ominous egg had to offer. He wanted to use his heart will to attack next, but he suddenly realized he had lost all control. He looked to the far end of the heart wheel, where the pygmy had touched, and noticed it turning to ice. The biting cold quickly webbed its way across the weapon until the entire thing was layered with solid and unbreakable ice. The heart will then lost all of its power and dropped into the sand below. Blurg! Black Mountain God spat out some blood and felt a pain in his chest as if a scalpel had just been slashed across his heart. Black Mountain God knew this feeling, for it had once occurred in the past, the last time his heart wheel was destroyed. But the heart wheel was still present, and the fact that he was feeling this damage confused him. In battle, if a genocore was destroyed, the fight would automatically end. There was a systematic, forced retreat put upon the combatants. But since Black Mountain God was still there, that meant the core was still there, too. It had just been rendered out of service. Suddenly, the pygmy's master appeared before Black Mountain God. Han San swung his fist towards the bewildered creature, for a being such as that was sure to want revenge one day. He couldn't be allowed to live. Han San was not going to hold back, and he wasn't going to show any mercy. He'd never show it to any being who pledged allegiance to Sacred Shelter. He was going to super spank him. Black Mountain God could forfeit the fight and bail whenever he wished to, but Han San had taken advantage of its confusion. And now, he had one chance to end things, one little chance he could not let escape. "If you touch me, Sacred will hunt you down," Black Mountain God said. He realized it was too late for him to escape, so pleading a few words was the only thing he could do. "Let them come. I relish the challenge." After that, Han Sen let fly his fist. Black Mountain God threw his own fist to strike back. But when the two connected, the wretch was given a shock. The winged felon felt as if it was now composed of one long, winding thread. And now that thread was coming undone. One string, one thread, began to unravel his entire existence. Before he could even let out a scream, he shattered and became one with the sand of the arena. Super Spank was far too cruel. Even though Black Mountain God was incredibly strong, he did not have the necessary power to repel the mighty strike that had become a hallmark of Han Sen. Super Creature Baby Black Mountain God killed. No beast soul gained, and the bronze genocore heart wheel has been sealed. This creature is unavailable for consumption. Han Sen heard the announcement play, and although it was a super creature, he only just realized it was a baby. He hoped he hadn't infuriated its mother. After Han Sen killed the fiend, the jade skeleton unleashed a strange smoke. Then, it turned into an egg just like it had come from earlier. Han Sen returned the crystal core, and then moved over to pick up the heart wheel that was resting on the sand. God King and the others were all eagerly anticipating the result of the fight. They couldn't watch it unfold, and they did not yet know who had been chosen to challenge the crystal core. All they could do was keep their eyes peeled on the leaderboard. Suddenly, the heart wheel at rank 4 disappeared. The crystal core ranking remained where it was. Everyone was taken aback, for they all knew what it meant. In the conclusion of a genocore fight, the rank usually remained the same. Good sportsmanship was highly valued, and competitors often had much respect for each other. Death was not a very common occurrence. If the rank had been wiped, though, it meant the owner of the genocore had been killed. It was not a very good day for those in the top 10. If someone was killed in a genocore fight, that meant one party was far too powerful. To kill the heir of a super creature so simply, and without fanfare, spoke volumes about the strength of the elusive owner of the crystal core. The babies of a super creature were stronger than their predecessors, and that held true for any species of creature. Still, their self-genocores were still tiered, starting off bronze and in need of reinforcement. The genocore that belonged to Black Mountain God had, despite being bronze, often been compared to the strength of a gold genocore that was usually possessed by a mutant creature. He had accomplished much with his heart wheel, and he had even been known to survive encounters with sacred blood creatures that possessed gemstone genocores. The fact he had now been vanquished by someone in the same tier as him was frightening. It was almost unheard of. Black Mountain God had been killed unceremoniously, and Sky Lord from Sacred Shelter eagerly wished to find out who had committed this atrocity. Unfortunately for all those who sought vengeance, the only person to have ever seen the person who possessed the crystal core was dead. It was a subject that became much discussed in the days ahead. Across the Fourth God's sanctuary, the topic of the fight and what manner of being could have conjured such a terrifying genocore was at the tip of everyone's tongue. There were many guesses, too, of course. Most of them were aimed at presuming the owner of such a genocore was either the son of some emperor or the descendant of a berserk supercreature. Not even Godslayer Luo possessed such fearsome power. Han Sen cared little for the gossip, though, and after that nifty trick with the egg, he had become enamored with it. Still, he could never get it to replicate what it had done. He couldn't convince the skeleton to emerge like a bony pygmy from hell. Does it need to be imbued with more power or something? Or does it need to be damaged sufficiently? Han Sen stabbed a few guesses. If it did have to be broken, Han Sen wasn't willing to break it himself. There was always the possibility the skeleton was growing, and the idea of prematurely awakening it didn't bode well. So Han Sen went off to research the heart wheel that had become encased in ice. The heart wheel was known to be a cruel circular blade, but it was a lifeless block of ice now, more than anything. It had been completely sealed, and with the pygmy having returned to the egg, its unsealing was a complete mystery to Han Sen. Can the egg unseal it, perhaps? Han Sen summoned his egg and placed it on the ice. It worked. The ice began to quickly thaw and melt away. Soon after, its gold sheen returned, and the weapon looked as mighty as it first did, gleaming in the desert sun. The egg can soften things and the skeleton can harden things. Interesting, Han Sen thought to himself. What had happened to the heart wheel was a shame, however. It was a remarkable genocore, but due to its master having been killed, it would remain as a bronze genocore for the rest of time. The fact that the bronze genocore of a supercreature could compare to the power of a gold genocore was an astounding fact, which surprised Han Sen. It was even more of a shame that he most likely couldn't make use of the heart wheel. Or at least, he couldn't use it willy-nilly. It was a widely recognized genocore, and if people saw Han Sen in possession of it, it wouldn't take much effort to put two and two together. So Han Sen went to the spirit hall, and there, he found Red Pony and Starsea Beast drinking milk. Han Sen still did not know what manner of power the Red Pony possessed. And as for the Starsea Beast, it was too young to do much. The Starsea orb it had possessed was only bronze. It soon began to dawn on Han Sen that he had no firepower. There was no proper muscle bolstering his ranks. Cheap Sheep could hardly even fight, and just went bah at the sight of someone stronger than he was. Should I get Cheap Sheep to obey Sacred Shelter? Maybe I won't even have to fight. Through the misfortune that follows him, he'd bring it down without me having to do anything. The thing is a walking thundercloud. After all, Han Sen mused, in half-jest. Even if he wanted to do that, Sacred Shelter was a grand distance away from where they were. Han Sen didn't even know which direction it was in. With the sheep being as weak as he was, he'd probably be looked down upon, too. He'd make for a nice slice of mutton and little more, Han Sen ultimately figured. When I finally do reach Sacred Shelter, I'll make sure to bring Cheap Sheep. Maybe I can still work his curse on the wretched denizens of that place. Han Sen entertained the idea and decided it was worth a shot. He could pull the sheep out of hot water if things didn't go according to plan. Hey, you two. Do you know what it means to return a favor? Han Sen directed his voice to Starsea Beast and Red Pony. Han Sen had planned to let them practice and train themselves in the safety of the shelter and land they occupied. Beginning training while they were young would yield the best results, after all. As a creature, you need to get better. This current milk-drinking laziness is a shameful display. You need to chip in and earn your bread. Prove yourself valuable assets of the community and more. This requires hard work, that is true. But it is for the betterment of us all, and yourselves most of all. Han San then led them outside the shelter to slay a few primitive creatures so he could max out his genopoint tally. Little Red, go after that thing. Little Star, prepare to heal your milk buddy. And heal him completely. I don't want to see a single scar or scabbing left on him. Okay. While Han San was having fun being a coach, he heard the sound of fighting echoing in the distance. He turned to take a look in the direction it was coming from, and he found himself quite shocked. Han San saw Dragon Lady in full sprint, and right on her heels was a terrifying mantis out for her blood. The mantis kept on swinging its scythes as it went, in large arcs that hewed the stones and vegetation all around her. Dragon Lady did not falter or slow, and she kept on moving as fast as she could, determined to get away. In her hands, she clutched a basketball-sized egg that belonged to the mantis she had angered. After a brief stare with his Dongxian aura, Han San was able to tell it was a sacred blood creature. No small foe for Dragon Lady to consider taking on by herself. Fortunately, the mantis was a large, lumbering, and blusterous creature. It wavered from side to side as it went, trying to catch its prey that was swift of foot and as nimble as a squirrel. It was having great difficulty catching Dragon Lady, but even so, she was unable to completely escape its pursuit, and it'd only be a matter of time before the chef got winded or made a slip. She used the geography as best she could to throw off the scythe beast, but still, she couldn't shake the persistent mantis. Han Sen didn't think there was much he could do to help her out. The mantis was a sacred blood creature, after all, and even he had his limits. And even though Han Sen could not see what geno core it utilized, one thing was certain. It was a gemstone geno core, and trying to topple one of those was a reckless endeavor with his current status. Get rid of the egg. Throw it away. Han Sen yelled at Dragon Lady. The blades of the mantis had just sliced through an entire rocky outcrop, and the land tumbled and shook. Han Sen wasn't going to step any closer. The sprinting chef wasn't following his command, though. She responded, I can't do that. It's only a sacred blood egg. Live to fight another day, geez. It's not worth it. Just get rid of it. Han San wished to save her, but if she did not listen, there was little he could do. Even if Han Sen threw his crystal core at the rampaging insect, it had an effective radius of 2 meters. It wouldn't be enough to soften and rubberize the entire thing. And that was assuming it could. It was a mighty thing even by sacred blood standards. There was no guarantee his crystal core would soften it enough to be worthwhile. Han San looked at Red Pony and Starcy Beast and noticed how small and harmless they looked. Dragon Lady ran beneath the eaves of a nearby forest and kept on running into the dense landscape of trees. Still, it did not hinder her pursuer much. The mantis marched through the trees, slicing them down as it went. Any it missed were soon toppled by the weight of its body. I needed to get myself a gold geno core. Dragon Lady explained the reasoning for her risky venture, as she hopped across the overgrowth. There'll be plenty of opportunities for one in the future. It's not worth what you're putting yourself through. What's the point of getting one if you end up too dead to use it? Han San could understand her plea and desire, but he felt frustrated at his inability to aid her. But I've been here for so long, and I only just summoned this death demon dragon. I am not sure when I'll be able to do it again, Dragon Lady said. Shit, you summoned that thing? It looks more like a mantis than a dragon, but still. Whoa! Han San then recalled her special ability. It was possible for her to summon ingredients to cook with. This time, however, her ingredient was getting the better of her. It should have been the other way around, but now the ingredient was about to gobble up the chef. It was nearly poetic. Pang! Dragon Lady made a misstep, and she stumbled and tripped over a tree that had been knocked down by the monster that hounded her. The death demon dragon arrived before her to take advantage of her mistake. It raised up its ghastly blades, ready to bring them down and put her to rest in a deep crater. Han Sen, realizing he had no choice, summoned his crystal core and lobbed the egg at the blades that were ready to descend. The egg bounced off the glistening steel of its weapons, and then the metallic cutters turned moderately flaccid. Dragon Lady pulled out some cutlery and blocked the softened steel with a knife and fork. Pang! The knife and fork held back the blades, but there was still a steady force descending onto her. Slowly, she was pushed back into the plush soil of the forest floor until a trench had formed. Dragon Lady spat out some blood as she repelled the cutters. It had taken the wind out of her and dealt her a good deal of damage, but she knew she had survived due to the action of the egg. The area the egg had hit had been softened. The Death Demon Dragon was unable to kill her with its first strike, so it tried to do it again. Once more it raised its lethal butcherware. You two? Head on home. I've got something that needs doing, but I won't be too far behind. Han Sen told Red Pony and Starsea Beast to return to the shelter. Then, he took aim and launched the egg at the mantis eye with the precision and force of a cannon. Pang! The crystal egg battered the eye of the mantis with perfect accuracy, throwing the creature off stance and making it miss the death blow it sought to deliver. Run! Han Sen said, after retrieving the crystal core. Dragon Lady, holding her own egg, took off running. She was quick, but her speed had obviously been impeded somewhat by the hit she had just suffered. The mantis looked at Han Sen, peeved about the intruder that had hassled it a second time, but still continued going after Dragon Lady. Seeing her run so slowly, Han Sen had no choice but to take the egg off her hands. He shouted, "Give me the egg!" Dragon Lady threw it to Han Sen and then leaped out of harm's way. The blades of the mantis were just about to descend on her head, but it was fortunate she made the jump. They cut into the earth and kicked up a plume of soil, twigs, and branches. Han Sen, egg in hand, then taunted the beast. He said, "Now, only one question remains. Mantis boy, fried or scrambled?" The rage of the mantis had been stoked even more, and it began stomping over to Han Sen, blades waving from left to right, decimating the landscape between the two. Han Sen's body was weaker than Dragon Lady's, but he had his phoenix techniques to dodge. Unfortunately, getting rid of the mantis for good didn't seem possible right now, but at the very least he was able to remain alive. Han Sen kept on running, with his graceful evasions making it look like a spectacular dance. The cutters of the mantis shredded the ground like a violent wake Han Sen was leaving behind. The mantis size was fortunate, for again, its huge and lumbering body made it difficult to catch such small and spry prey. But then, the mantis suddenly stopped giving chase, and from out of the mantis's forehead, something appeared. Han Sen noticed it was a mini-me of the Death Demon Dragon, an exact but smaller version of the creature. It was 3 meters long and purple in color. It was still rather large, but that was just a testament to how big the Papa Mantis really was. Buzz! The carbon copy of the Death Demon Dragon teleported in front of Han Senator. It was too quick for Han Sen to react, register, or dodge. Dong! Han Sen used his bulwark umbrella to shield himself and deflect the incoming slice of the mantis's cutter. Unfortunately, the power was too much to bear, and he lost his grip on the umbrella. The sheer magnitude of that force was so great, it sent him flying through the air. His descent was met with a loud thud and the subsequent toppling of many trees. When he finally reached the ground, regaining his breath was a struggle, and a violent cough broke out, one that flecked the leaves in front of him with blood. It really is a gemstone genocore, and what's more, it's a replica of itself. Han Sen was surprised, but horror and shock hastily replaced the emotion due to what his eyes saw when they came back into focus. The miniature mantis was already on him, cutters raised, ready to bring them down and finish him off. Han Sen's muscles trembled in the speed of his reflex reaction, but despite that, it wouldn't be in time. He had made a mistake, and the horrid mantis was ready to slay him. Damn you! Han Sen lifted the egg up and pushed it to meet with the blades. The Death Demon Dragon's blades were quite surprisingly to them both, stopped dead in their tracks. The force must have been deflected back into the mantis, for it ended up staggering backwards. Han Sen thought the gemstone genocore was too much for him to deal with in his current status. He had gotten in too deep, and the mantis's recovery was far faster than expected. It was quicker than its owner, and ready to return to Han Sen in another bid to slay him. Han Sen started running, though. There were only two options, fight or run, and he knew for sure he couldn't fight it. The genocore came up behind him, tearing up the dirt in an attempt to shred the legs from his body. It had taken notice of how effective Han Sen's egg was, and the mantis clearly wished to mitigate the possibility the fleeing human might use it again. As such, it aimed for his legs. Once Han Sen was rendered footless and unable to flee, there would be little he could do to assert his own survival. But then, Han Sen jumped and threw the stolen egg back to Dragon Lady and said, "I can't keep this up. You have to return it." "No!" The lady chef continued to move as swiftly as her legs could carry her. And for now, the death demon dragon and its genocore were back on her tail. Lady Dragon knew she could not fight them or keep up a pace that would eventually leave them behind. So she lobbed the egg back to Han Sen. "What? I don't have what it takes either. You're the one who dragged me into this, but I'm not going to take the fall." "Hiya!" As soon as the egg landed in his hands, the genocore was nipping at his bum. Swiftly, he threw it back again. They were now playing a game of pass which went on for a while. It eventually came to an end when the frenzied genocore managed to catch the egg in between their passes. "Sweet. It has now been returned to its rightful owner. How about we run away and get to safety?" Han Sen said, following an injection of much-needed relief. Dragon Lady knew she'd be unable to get it back now, as much as she would have liked to. So, she simply decided to follow Han Sen. But the relief and prospect of survival were short-lived. After the egg was returned to the genocore's owner, it resumed its pursuit. It didn't seem as if it was willing to let them go. "I already gave you what you wanted. Geez, what more do you want from us?" Han Sen knew a lot about anger and the desire for revenge. He was surprised to see the mantis come back for them, but he knew he shouldn't have been. He wasn't one to let transgressions go, either. Whatever the case, things had gone awry. Han Sen was in a worse condition than he had been in a long time. During his time in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, the danger coming for him had been steadily escalating. And now, the latest threat was the worst yet. He genuinely did not know if he could make it out alive. Seeing the genocore right behind them, Han Sen summoned his gold dragon lock to see if it could tie the mantis up and put an end to its pursuit. The mantis genocore tripped and fell to the ground as soon as the rope came upon it. But it didn't last long. The entire body and carapace of the mantis began to swell and expand in size, as if it was inflating. The rope was useless to resist this, and it looked as if it was on the verge of snapping. "Run!" Han Sen shouted, continuing the stamina-depleting chase. The mantis truly was too much of a threat, and not even his gold genocore was going to even the odds. Dragon Lady kept up with Han Sen, and she saw too how the rope was not going to last. Previously, its cords were 3 fingers thick, but now they were only 1 finger thick. It had been stretched too much. Han Sen recalled the genocore, not wanting to see it break in vain like that. But when it was free of the genocore, the mantis resumed the chase. There was only one difference now, and that was the fact that Han Sen didn't have a plan. There was no solution he could think of. "Go. I really should clean up my own mess." Dragon Lady stopped and did not even wait for a reply. She turned around, grabbed her utensil weaponry, and ran towards the rampaging genocore. Dong! Her cutlery was shattered in an instant, and her genocore was destroyed. She was sent barreling through the canopy of the forest, as blood oozed from the mouth. Han Sen didn't think she'd last much longer, and it pained him to see her submit to such a fate. Her genocore had been destroyed, and there was a gaping hole in her chest. "Did you link your genocore to the shelter?" Han Sen asked. Dragon Lady did not answer this, and she just said, "Don't let this sacrifice be fruitless. Go now before it is too late." Seeing the genocore advance on the chef again, Han Sen threw his lock at it once more and said, "No, you have every chance of surviving. We're in this together now, so don't give up and throw away your life so easily. It's a shame to die before one can get married." Han Sen said a lot more things to try and convince her, but the Genocore would soon to break free and recommit to slaughtering the two. And soon after, the real body of the mantis arrived before them. Its towering height put Han Sen and Dragon Lady in shadow. Han Sen was at his wit's end, and this was a moment that required his all. He had a friend on the precipice of death, and if he wanted to save her, he couldn't hold back. He summoned every Genocore he possessed and activated Super King Spirit Mode. Before Han Sen could finish his transformation, though, he heard a scream. Then, a surge of power erupted from a nearby mountaintop. That power was like a shockwave or a tsunami that washed across the land, toppling trees and hewing rocks as it went. It seemed to have a target, too, Death Demon Dragon. The ferocious mantis swung its cutters through the air, acknowledging the force that was coming for it. It tried to swing and strike the ripple of power in an attempt to break it. Roar! Then the Death Demon Dragon was done. It had been obliterated. Nothing but fleshy chunks of its being lay scattered around, in the ruined landscape that had now been painted with its blood. After it died, its Genocore shattered and faded away like a data purge. A mist composed of its blood choked the air for a while, limiting visibility, and giving Han Sen and Dragon Lady chills. It was a surreal moment, and it was as if they had been taken to a realm of the dead. A solemn, isolated place that was broken. With its topography dyed a number of senseless, freakish colors. A sacred blood creature had just been one-shot. The power to accomplish something like that had to extremely horrid. Run! I think I've heard this before, back when the snowstorm hit. Two powerful forces collided that day. Han Sen pulled on Dragon Lady to move while they still had the liberty to. The Lady Chef was able to retrieve her egg before departure. 2. Whether or not the venture was deemed successful, she couldn't be sure, but she was at least happy to keep what she had struggled for. The pair ran all the way back to Shadow Shelter without stopping. Fortunately, along the way nothing else transpired. The elite that had destroyed the mantis was nowhere to be seen. Did we luck out? Did that thing try to help us out with the Death Demon Dragon? Han Sen wondered to himself. It had seemed like a very convenient save. Back in the shelter, Han Sen saw Starsea Beast and Red Pony grazing about. The fact they had returned as they were told, and were now safe and sound, brought much relief to his mind. Dragon Lady was in a jovial mood upon her return. With the egg safe and sound, she found a place to hide it. Han Sen had enjoyed her company thus far, but what had just occurred had made him wary. He thought Dragon Lady might be a walking time bomb, if she was indeed able to summon creatures that not even she herself could control. If she wasn't careful and perhaps ended up summoning a super creature someday, it'd all be over for the lot of them. I need to talk to her, and advise that she doesn't summon her ingredients in the proximity of Shadow Shelter, Han Sen said to himself. Han Sen was hungry after the ordeal, so he chowed down on some primitive meat. He gorged on enough of the stuff that his tally finally reached 100 primitive geno points. This had netted him an additional 4,000 fitness levels. Still, actively going out to kill mutant creatures wasn't going to be easy. That was next on the agenda, but mutant creatures frequently lived together, and more often than not, they had a boss. Han Sen had been in the Fourth God's Sanctuary for some time, and he was both surprised and disappointed he had yet to earn any mutant geno points from plants he might be able to consume. Han Sen always thought eating genoplants was the best way to collect genes. And even if it wasn't always the fastest, it was most certainly the easiest. If he was able to grow many such plants himself, things would be peachy. Unfortunately, Han Sen did not know how to grow such plants. And what's more, those plants took a very long time to grow. He'd still need a way of shortening their growth time. Although the black crystal was effective at doing this in the Third God Sanctuary, his shelter wasn't an isolated stronghold where he could make use of such techniques in secret. Others were sure to find out if he tried such a practice in Shadow Shelter. As Han Sen mulled these matters over, Green Cow informed him there was another human who wanted to see him. His name was Su Mianhua. Han Sen did not know there was another human in his shelter, but it was nice to know. So he informed Green Cow to lead him forward. The fellow seemed a little old, and Han Sen guessed he might have been old when he first came to the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen thought Su Mianhua was going to ask for his help, as most humans might look to do, but he was surprised to learn that this wasn't the case. After Su Mianhua explained his purpose and what he had been up to during his time in the shelter, and Han Sen wasn't sure whether he should have been plain shocked or absolutely mortified. Han Sen unsealed the teleporter after he claimed the shelter for himself, so Su Mianhua was able to return to the Alliance and conduct tests there. Unfortunately, the Alliance didn't have the materials he sought, and the breakthroughs he sought to achieve weren't possible outside the sanctuary. Su Mianhua had just come to Han Sen to ask if there was a way he might collect ingredients for his less-than-savory deeds. To earn Han Sen's trust, though, he had to provide full disclosure regarding the purpose and intent of his research. Any findings were shared and would continue to be, too, once he was able to continue. Let me get this straight. All these years, Nan Lydian has kept you in this place for the sole purpose of researching the corpses of creatures. All for genofluid? Han Sen asked. Su Mianhua answered, I've made some decent progress. It involves the use of creature blood, in which we can gain the powers of the original creature for a temporary amount of time, Su Mianhua said. Will it permanently affect or maybe damage our bodies? Han Sen asked. I don't know. There weren't any other humans around, so I was unable to conduct tests. I have been testing this on monkeys, however. Their bodies do change following injection. And after a while, those changes fade away. Su Mianhua, to his credit, thought honesty was the best policy. He wasn't going to lie about his findings and progress. Does that mean angel gene fluid contains Shura blood? Han Sen said. Su Mianhua said, I've heard that theory before, but my research is standalone. I lack sufficient tools and electronics to work on this properly, though. Results still seem to be a ways off. Han Sen then thought to himself, I'm still not sure about Zero getting that genofluid, but I know the genofluid was taken from a Shura grave. Now, with a professional here, maybe there is something more I can learn. Han Sen agreed to provide Su Mianhua some materials so he could continue his research. But aside from the man sharing the results of his efforts, Han Sen wanted lessons on genes as well. Those lessons started right away, and Han Sen was able to grasp the basics fairly quickly. But anything beyond that threw his mind for a loop. Fortunately, a good memory was one of Han Sen's strongest assets. Most of the information he learned was in text, and that helped a good deal. Han Sen wasn't planning on being a scientist or anything. He just thought such knowledge might benefit him in the future. And as such, he didn't have to study the really complex stuff. He just wanted a rundown of the basics. So, while Han Sen occasionally went out to hunt, most of his time was divided between that and these studies. Su Mianhua was very helpful and understanding, too. So much so that he provided Han Sen many notes and informative studies to read and remember. His teachings were invaluable. But it was a broad subject, and Han Sen understood that getting to grips with this stuff would be a long-term affair. And right now, he was invested in learning about the methods of research. After a while Han Sen was observing the Shura genofluid, he noticed something. The purple juice that was called Shura genofluid could be combined with human genofluid. And this mixture would provide users with elements of Shura genes. Isn't that the same as angel gene fluid? Han Sen frowned. There was a difference, though. Angel gene fluid was created with the blood of Shura, but Han Sen was actually observing the base Shura juice. It didn't list the effects, however. Might Zero be a human who has used it? Han Sen wondered. Finding out would not help Han Sen in any way, but knowing this information was still quite important. Her nature had always perplexed him. Angel Gene had researched this stuff for years, but they had not yet found this out. The information was precious. Han Sen could use this information to learn a lot of money, too. Not wanting to do that, though, he hid it and kept it to himself for the time being. Zhao 7 created Angel Gene, but it was a big gig. It took all his time, and as such, he had yet to become a demigod. Whether he wanted to was another question entirely. Becoming a demigod was a serious thing. It was a greater commitment than it was for any other sanctuary. Most people who became demigods perished, and for those that didn't, it could take them a long time to return to the Alliance. If Zhao 7 was absent for a long time, by becoming a demigod, the entire company could stumble and fall. It was like that all across the Alliance, however. The CEOs of pretty much every top company were weak, and even the president Ji Ruozhen was. Han Sen didn't want to be in the sanctuaries forever. He wanted to max out and accomplish everything that could be accomplished so he could move on and do something different with his life. Right now, he was taking some time off. He was at home, and he was planning on making supper for Ji Yanran and his mother. Han Yen was still in the military school, so he could only see her on Skynet. Now that she was the leader of the Hand of God tourneys, and she was the prettiest woman in the Black Hawk Military Academy, Han Sen was becoming even more worried over the number of men that might try and court her. Fortunately, Han Yen had the falsified sky powers. If someone did try and hurt her, perhaps from rejection, she'd be able to take care of herself. As Han Sen made food in the kitchen, he heard Ji Yanran return home. "Ah, you're home early. I'm making dinner, but I've only just started," Han Sen said, while wearing an apron. "I was only going to the hospital," Ji Yanran said. "Hospital? Why? Is something wrong?" Han Sen looked at her with much worry. He feared something might have happened to her during his time away, and he hadn't yet been informed. "The doctor said I'm pregnant," Ji Yanran said, followed by a heavy blush. "I'm sorry, what? What?" Han Sen paused and stared at Ji Yanran for the longest time. When he snapped from his daze, he did so with joy. He asked her, "Are you saying I'm going to become a dad?" Han Sen was delighted with this news. He was so happy hearing he was about to become a parent and have kids of his own. "Let me see if he has any movement," Han Sen said with giddy excitement, placing his ear to her belly. Ji Yanran pushed him away and said, "It's a peanut right now. Don't be silly. You won't hear or feel anything. In fact, I've only been pregnant for 2 months. And besides, what do you mean by he? How do you know it's a son?" "Well, we already have Bauer for a daughter. I'd quite like a son I could spoil rotten." Han Sen smiled from ear to ear and went on to say, "Sit down. I'm going to make you the greatest meal I have ever cooked." "You are? What are you making?" Ji Yanran asked. "Grilled pork. It's something I learned from Dragon Lady," Han Sen said. Han Sen eventually returned to the sanctuary. There, he saw a spirit sitting on a chair in the spirit hall. Han Sen had never seen this person before, and upon seeing him, he could immediately tell how powerful he was. There was one thing he knew for sure, and it was that this spirit was not an occupant of the shelter. Metal Demon, Six-Ear, Cheap Sheep, and Green Cow were all sitting beside the spirit. "I leave for 2 days. In that time, somebody has already come and claimed this place." Han Sen thought to himself. "You are Han Sen, yes?" The gray-eyed spirit stood up and slowly approached Han Sen. "Yes, what's your name?" Han Sen was on alert, but he wasn't quite ready to flip and sound the sirens. "My name is Qing Lu, and I hail from Outer Sky Shelter. There is something I must discuss with you," the gray-eyed spirit said, with a look of serious concern. Han Sen had heard about Outer Sky Shelter from Metal Demon. It was a super shelter, one that had greater notoriety and fame than even Sacred Shelter. The King Bell Genocore, which was in second place on the Bronze Genocore leaderboard, came from Outer Sky Shelter as a matter of fact. Qing Lu did not want to take over this shelter, and he hadn't come here with any hostile intentions. Shadow Shelter was already a part of their territory, and there wasn't anything particularly special about it. Qing Lu had come here in search of Nan Litian, and he was dismayed to learn he had died. While this news came as a disappointment, he also heard the latest leader was a human, too. As such, Han Sen was now the person he wanted to meet with. It is no wonder why Metal Demon and Six-Ear look so uncomfortable, Han Sen thought to himself. Then, thinking it was best to respond, Han Sen cleared his throat and said, "Do you need something? We have found a shelter that is, as of yet, unclaimed. It is a strange place. Many creatures have tried to venture inside, only to be brutally hurt upon entry and forced to retreat. It is as if the place was warded against spirits and creatures. What is most peculiar about this shelter is the fact that only humans can enter without harm. Now that Nan Lydian has passed away, the possible task of claiming this place falls to you. You can come along to check the place out if you so wish. Qing Lu explained the weird dilemma. Outer Sky Shelter cannot be completely devoid of humans. Why are you looking for the assistance of another human you don't even know? Han Sen asked. Qing Lu said, the shelter is controlled by a genocore, so we want to succeed in one swift venture. There are 24 candidates, all of which will go. The more humans that go there, the more chance of success we have. If you join, we can provide you with free geno fruits. The fruits that increase super geno points? Han Sen asked. Qing Lu smiled and admitted, we have those, yes, and while we are generous, there are certain limits. Your reward will depend on your strength and the valor you demonstrate. If you go above and beyond what is expected, however, we can offer you something extra that is sure to satisfy you, and make this a venture well worth venturing. That's nice to hear, but really, if I join, what kind of geno fruit can I expect? Han Sen was not too interested in any extra goodies. He wanted fruit first and foremost. Outer Sky Shelter was packed to the gills with elites of the strongest variety. If they truly only needed humans for this task, the place they were going was more than creepy. Han Sen was planning to reject whatever was offered by the spirit, thinking the endeavor was too risky. He didn't know what he was being told was the truth either. It was good to have geno fruits, but dying before he could taste them was just pointless. Han Sen was willing to go if he had maxed out his geno points, but alas, that was not the case. We were planning to offer Nan Lydian 20 sacred blood geno fruit. They were even set aside for him. If you come along, you can have those. As a matter of fact, you can enjoy them now before you accompany the task force. Think of it as a sign of good faith, and a gesture for future prosperity between our shelters, Qing Lu said. He spoke with grace. Han Sen knew it was difficult to kill sacred blood creatures, and he had only just recovered from his ordeal with the mantis. To receive a free 20 sacred blood geno fruits was rather incredible. But still, he didn't think it was worth risking his life for. So, Han Sen told Qing Lu, thank you, but no thank you. This price is far too low. Well, how many would you accept? Like I said, we are generous. But there are limits. Don't give me a ridiculous sum. That is all I ask, Qing Lu said. I only have a bronze geno core. Are you sure you need me along? Han Sen really did not want to go, but rejecting the spirit outright was rude. This was one of the many excuses he had prepared. I know a thing or two about negotiations and diplomacy. You speak as if you really were weak, but you and I both know a simple hick with a measly bronze geno core is not the sort of fellow who could claim a shelter such as this. And these followers? Well, from their diversity and strength, they don't seem like the sort to obey a leader who, again, has only one measly bronze geno core. This is a gold shelter, after all. Now, we aren't ready to move just yet. We are still in the process of assembling the group that will go. But if you insist, I can provide you with an additional 10 sacred blood fruits. That brings the sum to 30. Han Sen said, to be honest with you, sacred blood fruits aren't what I'm after. If I could have but one super geno fruit, I'll do it. Han Sen believed only a madman would agree to such a bargain. The spirit before him would probably balk and claim the request to be preposterous. Super fruits were extremely rare after all. But Qing Lu smiled and said, we won't force you to come along, but Sacred Shelter knows this place exists, and if they try to claim that shelter first, they will come here just as we have done. Except they won't be as nice as I am, and they most certainly won't offer you fruit and provide you the choice. Then, Qing Lu tossed something to Han Sr. If you change your mind, take this to Chilua Shelter. I'm going around to ask other humans. In the meantime, if you wish to find me once I am done, I'll be there. Han Sen accepted it, and before he knew it, Qing Lu was already gone. Han Sen opened the parchment, and it was a scroll. On it, there was a drawing of the shelter they were supposed to go to. There were a few other drawings on it, too, each showcasing the shelter from a different perspective. They weren't the only ones who had found the shelter, so it most certainly wasn't a secret if they were handing maps like this out. However, when Han Sen's eyes glanced across one drawing in particular, his pupils beaded. In the drawing, a building resided beyond the gates and ramparts, one that looked like a tower. It was very wide on the bottom, but became gradually thinner all the way up. The entire thing looked to be approximately 50 meters tall. What stood out most to Han Sen was the mural that had been wrought into the stone of the construct. It depicted an entity that very much looked like a human. It could have been a spirit or a humanoid creature, but to Han Sen, there was a distinct human-like quality to it that he could not shake. Since humans were the only beings that would not get hurt when entering that place, Han Sen thought that the massive stone drawing most likely really was depicting the human body. That made no sense, though. It was common knowledge that humans had only been in the sanctuaries for 200 years. If that was so, how could there be an aged shelter with a massive mural depicting a human there? What was most important and what was most striking about the construct, though, were the words written upon that mural. They were written in an ancient human language. God has returned. This was the opening line of the Life Door text. As to why text from a Blood Legion technique would adorn the mural of a demigod shelter's wall, Han Sen could not even hazard a guess. Another mystery for the pile, he thought. Han Sen glossed over the rest of the scroll he had received, hoping there were more diagrams and drawings that might elucidate and depict other angles of that mural, but there were none. Weird. This building looks to have been constructed a long time ago. But why would Life Door be there, I wonder? This doesn't make any sense. I suppose there is the chance the leader of Blood Legion is a creature or spirit, especially given what the vice president was. Assuming Baby Ghost wasn't lying about his position in Blood Legion, this could very likely be true. Baby Ghost himself was a spirit, after all. Han Sen racked his mind for any possible answers or theories he could come up with to explain the deepening mystery, which he was now starting to liken to quicksand. Due to there being only that one line of text to be seen, Han Sen didn't need to examine the drawing for long, so his eyes moved on. He noticed there were drawings of what appeared to be humans, all in the practice of Life Door. He could tell this by the different positions the humans had assumed, each one being a pose necessary for training Life Door. In total, there were 10 people. The fourth human he could see seemed to have been depicted with his Life Door opening. The fourth has opened his Life Door, but what about the other 6? Was Uncle Bug truly able to open his Life Door? Han Sen frowned. Han Sen was not intrigued and interested in the proposition of claiming another shelter. Instead, he wanted to learn more about Blood Legion and Life Door, and that expedition could reveal the answers he sought. Han Sen now knew he was going to be a father, though. So, he decided on not following up with Qingli, despite his lingering curiosity. Perhaps I'll go there once they've done the heavy lifting and managed to secure the shelter. Going now is too much of a risk, Han Sen thought to himself. The matter was settled. Han Sen spent time with Ji Yanran every day after that and practiced his skills vigorously. His fitness level had reached the point where his genocores could become silver, but he still needed to obtain the bronze genocores of the Bloodpulse Sutra and Super King Spirit. The Bloodpulse Sutra's bronze genocore, through Han Sen's constant practice, was finally generating. It was simple enough to get one for the Bloodpulse Sutra, but as for getting one with his Super King Spirit mode, Han Sen had no clue how it could come about. That was a power that operated differently, and it was a part of his being. He couldn't truly practice with it. Bossman Bub, we've located a mutant creature, Cheap Sheep chirped, hopping its way over to Han Sen like a grounded cloud. Han Sen flinched, still exhibiting fear whenever he was referred to as a boss by the sheep. He had repeatedly told the fluffy thing not to, but it had trouble abiding. What is it? Han Sen had asked his companions to keep their eyes out for any mutant creatures they came across. It's on Wind Mountain, Bub. The sickly thing lives alone, and only comes out during the nighttime, Cheap Sheep explained. Good job. We'll check it out tonight, then. Han Sen was grateful. He ardently wanted to kill as many mutant creatures as he could, but their rarity in the surrounding areas was rather dismaying. Cheap Sheep led Han Sen and Bauer to the location where the creature was said to reside. Red Pony and Starsea Beast were too young and underdeveloped to come, so Han Sen left them behind in the shelter. Wind Mountain had a valley or oversized gulch, sundering the mountain into two parts. It was referred to as the Hellmouth, and the winds that gusted through there were enough to lift a man completely and send him to Oz. Cheap Sheep brought Han Sen and Bauer dangerously close to the Hellmouth, which was a craggy, near 90-degree drop from the top of Wind Mountain, and said, "The mutant creature is down there in a cave. It must enjoy the breeze. But don't worry, it'll come out when it's night, bub." "Okay, you go on back," Han Sen told the sheep, as he eyed the strange mountain they had scaled. "I can't leave you here all alone, bub. Let me stay and help," Cheap Sheep pleaded. Han Sen knew the sheep was a scaredy cat, and this had to be an act to earn himself some brownie points. "No, you've done enough. Good job finding it. I'll handle the rest." Han Sen, more than anything, did not want the sheepish character to bring him bad luck. His presence almost reminded him of his escapades with the terribly unfortunate Wang Yuhang. Cheap Sheep did as he was told, but he kept on looking back at Han Sen during his departure. He was almost returning down the mountain backwards. Han Sen found a place he could get comfy for a while, and there, he inflated an airbed for himself and Bauer to rest on. They spent the rest of the day admiring the sky. "Dad, is Mom having a baby?" Bauer asked with a surprisingly serious tone. "Yes, you will become a big sister," Han Sen said, with a reassuring smile. "Dad, when you have another baby, will you still want me?" Bauer looked visibly upset when she spoke, as if she was on the brink of letting tears flow. Han Sen stroked her head, suspecting such a question might arise. He assured her, "Of course I will want you. You're my baby daughter, and nothing will ever replace you." Bauer responded by asking, "Mom can love the new baby, and Dad can love me? Okay, if that's how you want it." Han Sen paused to think of how he might best explain such a situation to her, and when he decided, he told her, "But there's enough room in all of our hearts to love each other equally, and what's more, you'll be a big sister. That means you'll have the responsibility of looking out for the new baby as they grow up. I'll jam my gourd up the ass of anyone who tries to mess with my future sibling," Bauer proclaimed, clenching her fist and making an upward motion. Han Sen smiled hearing this. But then, he suddenly caught the sight of a big white lizard climbing up the rock wall. It was a 3-meter-long, scaled creature. It really was just like an oversized, albino lizard, save for the strange adornment on its head. It looked like a cauldron of sorts, and Han Sen thought it was the most peculiar thing to see atop the head of a creature that was now scaling a cliff face, in the adversity of the winds that rushed through the Hellmouth. When it reached the top, it faced the moonlight. It seemed extra bright on this night, and it obviously enamored the creature. The lizard stood up, soaking and bathing in its silver glow. Then, after a while of this, the creature released a mist. Soon after, an orb emerged out of the lizard, and that too hovered in its proximity, admiring the moonlight. Strangely, however, it looked as if the orb was actually absorbing the celestial light. "It's absorbing the moonlight?" Han Sen questioned if that was indeed what he was seeing. It looked likely, but regardless of that, he wagered that regardless of what that orb did, it was the lizard's genocore. The genocore's power was likely associated with the element of moonlight, and if that was truly so, then it explained the lizard's nocturnal outings. Han Sen wished to approach the creature, but all of a sudden, he heard a noise. He then saw the wild wind of the mountain, literally. The wind was black, like the assault of demonic wisps. Fortunately, Han Sen was in a sheltered area that protected him from the wind that now gusted all about. Problematically, however, the black wind carried a dreadful sound that deafened all else in the surrounding area. Nothing could be heard atop its howling. "What sort of wind is this?" Han Sen frowned, watching the lizard and its orb remain motionless, despite the black wind that seemed to ravage it and pass up and over the mountain. "Can the orb inhibit and repel wind elemental attacks?" Han Sen wondered, gauging the threat this foe could pose. He needed such intel to know what he could and could not do, once he stepped forward to hunt it, if he tried to at all. Pang! Pang! From within this black wind, Han Sen heard a number of loud footsteps. Something was hidden inside, beyond the dark streaks Han Sen's vision could not pierce. Han Sen ultimately decided he should not try to kill the lizard. He thought to himself, "There's no rush. I definitely need to learn more about it and where I am, too. All of this is too strange." The lizard continued to remain where it was, still as stone. The footsteps, however, were getting closer and closer. Before long, Han Sen's eyes were able to make out the faint outline of a shadow, lurking in the black wind. He initially believed it to be a horse, and with the strangeness of the current events, it looked like a horse of the apocalypse. But as it came closer and became easier to distinguish, Han Sen was able to see that it was actually a camel. It was a white camel and fairly large. It stood at 10 meters tall with 2 humps on its back. Saddled between them was a spirit. The spirit had a beaked mouth, and Han Sen could immediately tell it was a royal class spirit. The camel it rode upon was also mutant class, he wagered. After cresting a hill, they stopped where they were. They too watched the lizard, that had yet to move. Han Sen frowned, seeing this sight, and he thought to himself, "This has to be a joke. Am I going to have to compete against that spirit for the lizard? A competition over something as measly as a mutant class creature? Oh, please." The spirit's forehead began to glow softly, and after a while, this light traveled in a beam towards the lizard's orb. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to see that the light was a black iron wind bell. The light-birthed bell tried to land on top of the orb, but in one swift movement, the orb pulled away and evaded the attempted cupping. The spirit seemed visibly angry after this one little failure, and so he chimed the bell and brought a stop to the fierce winds that had blanketed the mountain. Clearly, the black wind had been manufactured by him. And while the wind calmed, the simple chiming of that bell seemed to have an effect. The lizard's orb was now moving much slower than it had been. The lizard spat out a thick, mucus-like cloud of juices to repel the bell which now approached it. Then, the cauldron on its head recalled the orb in a retreat. While the bell was knocked back by the spit, the orb was given the opportunity to return. This just angered the spirit even further, prompting it to ring the bell with a greater craze. The black wind then restarted. It assaulted the lizard with a greater ferocity than before, and so thick and fast were the streaks of black, the moonlight was completely lost to sight. They might as well have been fighting in an alternate realm, one devoid of light. And as the wind battered the mountain, it showed no sign of maintaining the status quo. It kept on accelerating, until its ferocity gave birth to a black tornado that ravaged the mountainside and sent rocks and trees spiraling off into the dark. Han Sen and Bauer had previously been hidden quite well, and given a good view of the battle to boot. But now, the rocks that shielded them had been blasted away, exposing them. There was nowhere for them to hide now. Han Sen, with Bauer in his arms, thought of only one place he could retreat to for shelter, lest the two be blown away: the lizard's cave. While the lizard was up top, dealing with the crazed wind, the cave should have been empty. Or at least that was the hope, for Han Sen was fast approaching it. The tornado up top was soon accompanied by many more, as the searing wind laid waste to the mountain. But then, as Han Sen raced for the sanctuary of the cave, 2 of the tornadoes came after him. The spirit had seen him. Han Sen frowned, unable to escape the blistering speed of the vortexes. As soon as they came for him, they pulled him into the slipstream. An unlucky day for mountaineering, don't you think? Mwahaha. Go to hell, little boy. Han Sen wasn't sure if the spirit was genuinely angry or just psychotic enough to think the ravaging winds were humorous. But he seemed to be delighted to watch the bystander human and his baby get swept up into the tornado. Inside the tornado, Han Sen soon discovered the reason why the wind was black. The wind itself was not colored, but there were streaks and streams of black sand twirling within them. The streams of sand were incredibly sharp, and coming into contact with them was brutal. The tornado that had trapped Han Sen began to grow in size, and it continued to twirl faster and faster. Steel could have easily been ground to dust inside it. The spirit no longer paid attention to Han Sen inside there, though most likely believing the human to have been killed. The spirit thought that if the human had not had his bones twisted by the winds, then he would have been shredded by the black sand. It was a fair belief, too, for no mutant creature should have been able to withstand a single moment inside such a tornado. Fortunately, Han-sen was a touch more adept than the usual creature. He could fly and move in tandem with the twirling vortex to remain alive, but there was not enough leeway to allow an escape, which was what he desperately wanted to do. Then genius struck. He opened up his bulwark umbrella, and a bubble-like shield protected him from the body-shredding winds. The umbrella was able to withstand any environmental disaster, it seemed, and not a single stiff breeze or grain of sand was able to get to Han-san within its comforting embrace. But Han-san still had to hold on to it by the grip, and it was a grip that could escape at any moment's notice. The wind was truly brutal, and trying to keep the umbrella in his hands was no easy task. Luckily, the tornado's radius is wide. If it was smaller and more concentrated, I doubt I could hold on for as long as I have, Han-san thought. There was at least one thing to be grateful for, as sour as the ordeal still was. The power of a gold Geno core was truly incredible. The strongest and most dangerous thing about the tornado was the black sand that twirled around like a black wind. If the sand was eliminated, the tornado wouldn't be much of a threat. Han-san maintained his clutch on the umbrella, but he knew he had to do something. So, inside that violent vortex, he inched his way in the direction of the spirit. The spirit himself, despite the works of wind being his own machination, was unable to see much. He believed Han-san would have been killed moments after being swept into the winds, so he moved his focus back to the target he had come to kill. The lizard. 2 primary tornadoes now ravaged the mountainside, and the spirit focused his concentration on those. The lizard was atop the mountain, with its claws dug into the stone. Its cauldron still sat upon its head, shining. It was defying the wind fairly well, but it didn't seem to do all that much in retaliation. But perhaps that was because it had reached the end of its tether, and it had no space or strength to do anything else as the wind battered it. And soon after, the black wind and sand began to almost wholly encompass the creature. The wind streams that carried the sand were like whips, and each pass they made over the lizard was like a cruel lashing. It eventually began to settle on the lizard's body, as well as if the grains of sand were magnetized to its body. It seemed as if they wanted to suffocate the creature. More and more sand came down then, to bury the lizard, and before long it could hardly be seen, and it could no longer move. Ha ha! Another mutant creature notch for my belt. The spirit, seeing the lizard buried beneath the sand, cackled and ceased his chiming of the bell. Shortly after, the black wind and tornadoes all whirled out of existence. The sand of those streams dropped to the ground, blanketing the mountain in black. The spirit was going to ride his camel over to the lizard so he could claim his prize. But something occurred. All of a sudden, the camel squealed in agony. The spirit saw something appear before him. One of the being's hands clutched a horn, while the other clutched an umbrella. The horn had been driven through the camel, slicing its belly horizontally, from back to front. Then, all of its guts fell out in a sticky red downpour. The spirit was bucked off, thrown into the sand that had now been dyed red. The camel was a mighty thing, but Han-sen had killed it with the greatest of ease. Assassination was one of Han-sen's fortes. What he had done was take refuge in the sand that had cloaked the ground. He hid beneath it, and when the camel trotted past, he leaped up and struck. Han-sen killed the camel first because he was aware of what the spirit could do, and he had more than a few ideas in regards to how he could counter the spirit's moves. He didn't know anything about the camel, so it was best to remove the foe from the board he was most uncertain about first. That was why he took out the camel so quickly. Mutant creature wind camel killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Han-sen didn't care about the dismal results of the camel's killing, though. Right now, he had more important things to concern himself with, like the spirit he had just made an enemy out of. Without relenting, he went for the spirit with his umbrella and horn in hand. The spirit was incredibly angry, and so he rang his bell to summon more tornadoes to prevent Han Sen's approach. "How dare you kill my camel? Do you not know who you've picked a fight with? I am the Sandman." The spirit was hissing and seething as he spoke, and his hands flailed like mad in a frantic ringing of the bell. The tornadoes that spawned were wicked and wild, destroying all that they came into contact with. The spirit could not wait to see Han Sen reduced to dust, but he was quickly delivered a fright when he saw the effects the tornadoes had on the human. Nothing. There was no effect. Han Sen cut through the tornado, not having been licked by a single grain of sand. Impossible! Han Sen's horn had come right before his face. The spirit used his bell to shield his pretty face and deflect the horn. "You can't kill me," the spirit said. Han Sen lifted his umbrella and threw it up into the sky. Then, he used his newly free hand to punch the spirit, right before catching the umbrella once more. "I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere." Han Sen, umbrella back in hand, ran towards Wind Mountain. The spirit's face twitched and warped, but he was unable to move his body. Arg! After one brief scream, the spirit's body crumbled into dust. The spirit returned to his spirit stone, but Han Sen expected this. Regardless, Han Sen ventured up to the top of the mountain and began removing the black sand. There was a large mound of the stuff, and after much digging, Han Sen was able to find the lizard that had been buried. The lizard was not dead yet, but it was in poor shape. The black sand had suffocated it and crept its way into the lizard's body. The lungs and organs were stuffed with sand, and its death was inevitable. The lizard's mouth and nose were wet, caked in sand. It was a bad way to go out. Han Sen, wanting to put it out of its misery swiftly, took out his horn and plunged it through the creature's heart. Mutant creature cauldron beast killed. Beast soul gained. Gold Geno core acquired. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted at the result. Things had gotten a little heated, but aside from ending up a little windswept, he'd be walking away from the venture with 2 mutant carcasses, a new gold Geno core, and an extra beast soul to top it all off. Han Sen summoned his black unicorn and bundled everything together with his gold lock. This was a fine haul of meat, and it'd keep Han Sen full for some time to come. In the meantime, Cheap Sheep was still off in search of more mutant creatures for him. This would tide Han Sen over until then, for sure. A month later, Han Sen had almost finished consuming all the flesh. He had thus far received an additional 16 mutant Geno points, which brought his tally up to 25. Currently, Han Sen was in the midst of his daily training regime with Red Pony and Starsea Beast. Over the past month, they had shown great diligence and development, and they took their training times with Han Sen very seriously. It made Han Sen glad to see them behave that way. A, B, C. Han Sen's training wasn't purely physical, and now he was holding up a board with the alphabet. A. Starsea Beast had been trying his hardest to learn, but it had been a struggle. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, unfortunately. Han Sen looked dismayed. Finding out that many demigod creatures couldn't speak was disheartening, and he expected a far better literacy rate in the fourth god's sanctuary. "Come on, this stuff is basic. You guys are going to have to learn eventually. Now come on, follow after me." A, B, C. Han Sen was determined to make his followers speak. Red Pony did not seem very focused on the lesson. It didn't speak, and neither did it follow along with Han Sen's instructions. It seemed very disinterested. Starsea Beast, however, was trying its best. It was incredibly focused, despite being rather dumb. Still, all it could say in response to Han Sen was, A. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a wretched energy blanket the shelter. Not wasting any time in his response, he flew over to the gate to see what might have been approaching. There, he saw Qing Lu and another spirit marching towards the shelter. The scary, menacing power was from the spirit that accompanied Qing Lu. As much as he had thus far tried to resist, Han Sen had the sneaking suspicion it was only a matter of time before he was forced to go to that spooky shelter that only allowed humans. "Qing Lu, I've been waiting for you, man." Han Sen forced the biggest ear-to-ear smile he could, and fluffed his voice to be as welcoming as one could be. Qinglu looked at Han San with one eyebrow raised high enough. It could have pierced the clouds. You were expecting me? Yeah. I've been so busy this last month. I was unable to catch up with you for that expedition you said you were planning. You know the one. The human team, the creepy shelter, the 50 sacred Geno fruits. I thought I said 30, Qinglu said. They had come there expecting to use force to get Han San to go along with their plan. This was most unexpected. Someone who was willing to go was always a better choice than someone who had been forced to. Communication was far better in such circumstances. I was going to accept the 30 you offered last time, but now that you're here, well, I can only suspect you've been to the shelter and failed. Clearly, the risk and danger of that place are far worse than you expected. Add an extra 20 for the hazard pay, and I'm your man, Han San said. My balls? Consider them busted. Oh well, fine, I accept. 50 it is. The other spirit finally spoke. The way that spirit held himself was different from Qinglu, and it was clear to see he was of a higher rank. How should I refer to you, sir? Han San said, approaching the two in a casual manner. The emperor's sixth son, Yu Xian. The spirit puffed his chest and put his chin up when he said this. Then, he lessened his threatening aura to one that was far more approachable. That's a mouthful. I'm Han San. Nice to meet you, Han San said. Yu Xian then stepped forward to say, I like cooperating with smart men. Pack up your things and we'll head out. Okay. Han San returned bower to the alliance, afraid there might be much danger on the road ahead, particularly so at their destination. Han San didn't bring anyone else with him on that trip. He just went alone with the spirits. On the road, Qinglu and Yu Xian explained many things to Han San, and what had occurred in their previous attempt at taking the shelter. They had ended up sending 29 men to that shelter. 3 had returned from that place, in a grievously poor condition. Even those were dead now. A few of those humans even had gemstone genocores, but it hadn't seemed to matter at all. They had all been killed. Sacred Shelter had also sent a bunch of humans as well. Only one of those managed to crawl out, then later died. It was impossible for them to find a decent pool of humans to try to take the shelter individually, so the 2 shelters had now decided to cooperate for their next venture. Yu Xian, now that I am a part of the Outer Sky Shelter territory, perhaps you could tell me more about what I will be walking into? The more intel I have going in, the better I can perform. Han San knew the mission would be dangerous, so he would have preferred going in with at least some semblance of an idea of what he might face. Yu Xian looked at Qinglu, prompting him to speak. He said, Unfortunately, we don't know much about the shelter, and as for what our previous team faced on the inside, there is no proof that can verify the claims made by the 3 who made it out. Han San wasn't sure what the implication was, but he frowned. He allowed Qinglu to continue talking after a pause. The 3 men that returned claimed the same things, but when pressed to elaborate, their explanations for what transpired when they were all killed were different. Still, we were fortunate to hear much of anything, with the pain they were in following their escape. What did they tell you then? Han San asked with a frown. They told us that when they entered, they saw something horrible in front of the palace there. That was where most of the men who entered died. 3 made it out, as we have stated. Qinglu went on to say, but the 3 men described what killed them differently. Han San didn't say a word. Qinglu continued. They all said they saw a bronze coffin inside the palace. On this coffin was said to reside a fox or a cat with a red body. They all spoke of this, so we can assume that part to be fairly sound. Han San thought to himself, a 9-life cat maybe? Was the cat alive? Or was it something inanimate? Han San asked. If it really was associated with Blood Legion, being a 9-life cat, there was every chance he could survive. Han San was proficient with the Bloodpulse Sutra, and furthermore, he was in possession of the pendant. Perhaps the shelter was warded to prevent those who weren't affiliated with Blood Legion from entering. If anything transpired on the inside, the least Han San could do was pretend he was a member. I am not sure. The details were sparse, Qinglu said, shaking his head in regret. One of them said a beast emerged and slew everyone there. Another said there was the statue of a beast there, and that everybody simply started to die after they opened the coffin. The other person claimed that, after seeing a beast there, they all started killing themselves. Could they all be hallucinating different things? Hansen asked. It is not out of the realm of possibilities, but then, why would they have died after escaping with their lives? Yuxian said. Hansen nodded. There was no reason for the perfectly capable humans to die, if all they had experienced were hallucinations. There was something wrong with all this, there was no doubt about that. How did they die? Were they severely wounded or something? Hansen asked. They had no wounds. Their blood crystallized, clogging the blood flow and preventing proper operation of their organs. Qinglu explained. Hansen did not say anything, but he most certainly believed the shelter had a connection to Blood Legion. If the red beast or creature there was the 9-life cat, Hansen was starting to think he'd get the answers he had been waiting for. This was a big opportunity, and it would be silly to squander it. Yuxian and Qinglu did not take Hansen to Outer Sky Shelter, and they delivered him to that spooky shelter directly. When they arrived, Hansen saw 3 humans. They were right, saying it had been difficult trying to assemble a new team. There weren't many humans in the 4th God Sanctuary, and the ones who had been killed on the last mission had been reported as missing in the Alliance. It was a spectacular feat, knowing they had managed to assemble nearly 30 humans for the last venture. But that also made it profoundly upsetting, learning what had occurred to each of them. It was difficult finding more humans to replace those that were lost, and it'd take a lot of time for the shelters to recover that number. And what, please tell me, was the point in bringing a bronze genocore human on this expedition? A female spirit scoffed, while looking at Hansen with her nose upturned. Yuxian was very polite to her, despite her tone. He said to her, Sister, you know finding humans has been difficult for us all, after what last transpired. He is willing to try, so why not allow him? The female spirit smiled, then and said, Mr. Li, your allies may not be the hardiest, but I pray you are successful. I'll do what I can, Mr. Li said, with a coarse voice not so different from toned grunts. Hansen looked at this Mr. Li, who was a human, and observed him. Hansen was surprised, seeing a human garner such respect. The woman spirit seemed to hold him in high regard. The man looked to be in his 30s, and he'd undoubtedly be an accomplished fighter. Just like Hansen, he was hiding the true extent of his power. The female spirit almost spoke like a student would before their master. Next to Mr. Li were another 2 humans. One was old and the other was young. They were both very powerful from the look of them, and it was highly likely they possessed gemstone genocores. The 2 of them stood next to Mr. Li like bodyguards, though. Clearly, Hansen would be the odd man out. Hansen thought to himself, it looks like this Mr. Li really is well respected. He and the others must be the big guns of the spirits. They're at their wits' end, trying to secure this shelter, and it is highly unlikely they would call upon such strong humans unless this was their last and only shot. If these 3 really are that powerful, though, how come I've never heard of them before? Hansen waited at a camp near the shelter for 2 days, before the expedition was set to begin and they could leave for that enigmatic construct. He was able to see the shelter faintly. From the distance the camp had been established. The entire time they were there, an eerie fog draped the serrated walls and ramparts, pooling over to drown the grounds they stood upon. Little brother, when you are in the shelter, I advise you to stick close, Mr. Li said. Approaching Han's senator, there was a surprising concern tinting his unusually gruff voice. Hansen replied, Yes, will do. We need to look out for each other in there. Our numbers have diminished more than enough. The demigod Su Yenmeng chimed in, saying, Stick close so we can protect you, and you don't get in the way. That's what he means to say. You'll be a hindrance if you do anything more. Oh, that is what he meant. It's nice to have a translator by his side. Thank you for the clarification. Hansen knew Mr. Li's phrasing was an attempt at putting it lightly. Mr. Li smiled and said, Can the chatter? We work hard. All of us. We're in this together. Yu Xian and his big sister Yu Miao led the humans across the still plains to the shelter and left them near the gate. Han Sen believed he'd be able to see things with a lot more clarity upon nearing the place. That turned out to be an incorrect assumption. When they reached the shelter, another group arrived. Amongst them were that woman and her dog. "Goddess, you're late," Yu Miao said. Before she responded, her dog snapped. "A doggo is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to." Han Sen observed the humans that had accompanied them, and he noticed that 2 of them were extra strong. He believed they were also in possession of gemstone genocores. The dog sniffed Han Sen, then said, "Pa, you guys crack me up. You've enlisted a human with a bronze genocore? You think he'll help? Ha ha. More people always equal a greater sum of power," Yu Miao said, in surprising defense. Han Sen then realized why Goddess and her dog had come to Shadow Shelter. He assumed they had gone there in search of Nan Litian. Little did they know he was dead. Deeming Han Sen too weak, they hadn't bothered recruiting his replacement. A weakling in a group is a weakling still. "Regardless, let's proceed," Goddess said. Yu Miao allowed the humans to meet and greet and ready themselves for entering the shelter. When the first streaks of sunlight beamed over the distant mountains that dressed the horizon, they could see the shelter a little more clearly, and some of the fog that spilled over the walls boiled off. In total, there were 9 going into the shelter, Han Sen included. Outer Sky Shelter's people consisted of Han Sen, Mr. Li, Su Yanmeng, and Old Xiu. Sacred Shelter contributed an additional 5. Their names were Wang Zhao, Zhong Sanshao, Yu Jiu, He Ji, and Xiao Liuyu. Mr. Li was the leader of Han Sen's sortie, whereas there was a joint leadership for Sacred's collection of people, in the form of Wang Zhao and Zhong Sanshao. There was a surprising amount of uneasiness creeping between the 2 teams, despite them all being humans and in a precarious situation that would require cooperation. It seemed as if there'd be fierce competition once inside. Han Sen wasn't too surprised, though. Whenever something was up for grabs, people of different factions were prone to compete. "Little Han, don't draw too near to the mist. For all we know, it might reach out and grab you," Mr. Li kindly advised. Han Sen thought to himself, Yu Xian and Qing Lu did not mention that the Dongxian aura would not work here. "Mr. Li, might we be forced to retreat if the mist grows thicker and becomes too heavy? It already hangs in the air like a suffocating mucus," Han Sen asked. Mr. Li replied, saying, "It should lighten during the afternoon. The mist will return and thicken eventually, blocking our exit, though. It isn't a normal fog. Once we enter, we won't be able to return until the next day." Yu Xian and Qing Lu hadn't mentioned a single thing about this to Han Sen. It seemed clear now that Han Sen was the one going in with the least knowledge. He wasn't sure why he had not been informed as much as he could have been, but it wasn't fair to put him in such a situation. Han Sen chatted a bit more with Mr. Li, and he realized they were the only 2 talking. The others were dead silent. Once they were done talking, he noticed that the gate of the shelter was slightly ajar. Han Sen thought he might be able to see the life door with a peek beyond, but the fog was incredibly thick inside. His vision couldn't pierce the gray. "It's just us now. Stand easy," Mr. Li said, turning to face Wang Zhao after the spirits left. "If we're to go in and make it out alive, it's best we pool our knowledge and come up with some sort of a plan. Cooperation is in our best interests, gentlemen." "I agree," Wang Zhao responded. None of them had been in the shelter before, so everything they knew was told to them by their superiors who were spirits. Yu Miao and Goddess had delivered both sides the most of the details they could share. After the discussion, the desire for competition settled to a hardly noticeable simmer. The 2 human teams had merrily converged into one, wanting to cooperate and ensure survival, first and foremost. They approached the shelter together with surprising unison. After hearing them talk, Han Sen had managed to learn much he had not been told before, concerning the shelter. Qing Lu had told Han Sen the humans reached the coffin with little to no trouble, but he had in fact glossed over the fact they were almost all practically at death's door by the time they got that far. With all this additional knowledge and a mental map formed, they decided a route they should all take. Han Sen only had a bronze genocore, so he was not allowed any input. No matter which way they went, though, their course would take them past the tower Han Sen had studied on the scroll he had been given by Qinglu. And according to Mr. Li, that construct was an extremely dangerous place to venture. Han Sen followed Mr. Li closely, as they all entered and ventured between the narrow pathways of the shelter. They said that as long as they did not approach that one construct, their passage would mostly be fine. Still, that was no reason to shirk caution. Everyone was on high alert, and their eyes remained peeled for the slightest foreign motion, intently scanning every new viewpoint they could. This was not a place they could afford to let their guard down. The mist was encroaching on their right, so they sidestepped to skirt a few buildings on their left. They eventually got within 10 meters of the tower. Just like the scroll had depicted, the mural upon the construct displayed 10 humans. Well, he may have been scant on details, but at least Qinglu wasn't outright lying to me. The worry in Han Sen's heart lightened a bit, and his pace quickened, upon learning that the authenticity of the drawings checked out. When they saw the other side of the tower, though, they were all struck with a gut-punching shock. There were 3 people in a sitting position except they were dead. Eerily, it was as if they had been placed there. Han Sen was easily able to understand why Mr. Li had told them to exercise caution around the base of that tower now. Whoever approached might have very well been killed. Han Sen examined their bodies the best he could, from the distance he was standing. He was unable to determine a cause of death, and the bodies hadn't been ravaged in any way. But there they were, lifeless and sitting. Han Sen did not know why they were in such a position, and while it would have been a ghastlier sight to see a few corpses mutilated or decapitated, it would have at least been easier to suspect what sort of foe might be awaiting them. This was unsettling, and it made the group even more wary for what might lie ahead. Their stomachs were churning. Eventually, his eyes turned to the mural above. He studied the images carefully, hoping to glean as many details as he could. He was viewing another side of the tower now, and there was text just like what he had seen in the drawing. The text, however, did not offer an excerpt from Life Door as the first did. My life is my life. Your life is my life. Your life is forfeit to me. Wuxia read aloud. Han Sen did not know what it meant, but when he looked at the carvings, he was given a shock. 10 people were shown, all lifeless and sitting like the 3 bodies they had just seen. Then, suddenly, before the sight of that could settle in their minds, Wang Zhao shouted, "What are you doing? Get back!" Han Sen didn't know why Wuxia was walking towards the tower, but he had begun to do so in a trance-like state. Wuxia reached the wall, turned around, and smiled at them. Then he sat down and closed his eyes. A chill ran down the spines of all who watched this act. A living person had just approached the construct and died, with no genuine cause to be discerned. It was as if, like a zombie, he had accepted death. Wuxia was not the strongest amongst them, but he had a gold genocore. For him to merrily die in such a way was strange, to say the least. He was sitting in a position just like the ones shown on the mural, and just like the 3 they had passed. "Whatever you do, do not read the writing," Mr. Li said to everyone. It was then that everyone realized Wuxia was the only one who had read the words written in the text. Couldn't have been a coincidence he was the first to kick the bucket. Wang Zhao then said, "Be careful. For once, illiteracy might be a boon. If you read any text here, it could lead to your death, and none will be able to save you." Everyone was afraid following that freak occurrence, and no one dared to look at the tower now. People believed that if you were strong in the 4th god's sanctuary, death never came easy. Seeing someone die in such a simple, strange manner was unnerving. It was by some magic none had witnessed before, and it was the inability to know and understand that always scared mankind the most. Han Sen, however, made sure to take a mental photograph of the murals he had seen thus far. With haste, they managed to pass the tower by. But from that position, if they chose to turn around, they could view the back of the mural. Only Han Sen dared to stop and get a good look at it, an action that displeased the rest of his company. There were no words written on that side, just the depiction of a congregation of humans. Many of them were sitting while many others were standing. Han Sen made a note of it, and then felt desperate to see the fourth and final side he had yet to get a look at. What are you doing? Mr. Li believed Han Sen had read something and been robbed of his will to live as had just occurred. He quickly grabbed Han Sen's arm to pull him back. The tug was strong, and he was sent staggering a few meters back. Everyone stared at Han Sen with wide-open eyes, thinking he might have been possessed. I'm fine. I just wanted to take a look at the other side of the mural. It may have information we'd be better off learning. It is obviously a construct of great importance to the shelter, Han Sen explained. Why can't you just shut up and follow us? You'll get Mr. Li and the rest of us killed, Su Yanmeng sternly said. I want to take a look. You can stay here, but do you mind waiting a moment? Han Sen asked, addressing Mr. Li directly. Mr. Li answered, Okay, you might be correct, and examining it might indeed prove useful. You can go there, but we've already been told what's on the other side. I'm not risking things any more than I have to, Zhong Sanshao said. Wang Zhao chimed in, agreeing. No one else wanted to risk venturing there. Then I will go there with little Han, Mr. Li said. Su Yanmeng blurted out, You're crazy. Don't listen to him. We've already cleared the tower, and now you want to return to it. Mr. Li patted him on the shoulder and said, I just want to take a look. I'll be fine. Okay? We both will. Me and old Qiu can come then, Su Yanmeng said. It's fine. Stay here where it's safest, Mr. Li said, already walking away alongside Han Sen. When Han Sen reached the other side of the mural, he was delighted at what he saw.